derivative still.
There she is. There she is.
Welcome to Jimmy's.
Can I offer you some tea?
Good tea. Nice house.
Would you make me some of that Plomeek soup? Greetings and felicitations.
We go together or not at all?
Don't be a fool!
Hello and welcome to Plomeek Tea Time number 74. So this tea time is very special because we have not had enough shows about Star Trek: The Next Generation. And there really is no excuse for that because I love it very much. It deserves some special attention, and today we're going to throw some of that love all over the exciting two-parter and season 4 cliffhanger Redemption. And so I would like to say hello to Scotty R37.
Oh, kapla, yo.
Applause.
Yippee!
Yeah, happy you're here.
Me too.
But the only thing, a couple of nights ago, you tried to suggest that we should switch Friday up and talk about the last episode of STD or Star Trek Discovery for those of you who aren't sure, because it's an ending of something, and you have certain feelings about endings, and
I do.
it's, for me, it's long overdue in its demise, and the celebration of its ending is a little bit weak for me because Secret Hideout is still producing Star Trek. They're filming Section 31. They're starting this weird thing, Starfleet Academy, and there's really not so much joy for me as long as Secret Hideout is producing it. We don't have real Star Trek. Everything after 2005 is Star Trek in name only. However, if I want to be nice like Doug Drexler, I could say everything after 2005 is just all in their own little separate universes. Anyway.
But I do, like, it's for people who know me, I am a Star Trek fan. That's accurate, right, Joe?
Extraordinarily accurate.
Yes. And so
maybe even an understatement.
Right. And so it's very strange because I've seen all of the Star Trek finales, except for the original, but I've watched all of the finales, even if I wasn't that big of a fan. Like I wasn't an Enterprise fan until years afterwards, but I still watched the last episode of Enterprise when it was on TV, like when it was broadcast. And so for a Star Trek show to fail so horribly that I don't even want to see the finale. The clip that I found that best represented, and I don't have the clip now, so don't get excited. The clip that I found that best represented how I felt was from the finale of Deep Space Nine. And it's Admiral Ross, General Martok, and Captain Sisko all standing on Cardassia. And Martok is just like, drink, what's wrong? And it's like, I don't want to celebrate the death of something. I wanted it to be good. I want Star Trek to be good. And when it fails so horribly that I don't even care about it passing into the ether, I feel empty. And maybe that is sort of what the general consensus is about Discovery, is that maybe you're angry. To quote one of your colleagues, stay angry, my friends. But
Humans who can understand them.
I just don't.
Is what Martok says in Klingon.
Yes, and I just don't. I won't dance at the failure of something that I wanted to succeed. I'm glad that Mikey Burnham is gone. Bitch is a war criminal. F her.
I don't think it's wrong to say that every single Star Trek fan would have loved to have gotten good Star Trek. That would have been wonderful.
But it didn't happen. It sucks.
It didn't happen.
So, but it's still,
it didn't get
is
much
still
better
something.
after that.
it is still something. Like, I think that I always want good Star Trek. And you know me as well in terms of someone who finds the good in bad Star Trek. I love Star Trek Beyond. Actually, that's an overstatement. I enjoy it. I don't love
Yeah,
it.
I know you do, and it's the weirdest thing. Like,
Well, you met a Star Trek Into Darkness fan, so
I
it's not
know. Okay, you're right. It's not the weirdest. You're just weird, but
I
he's
am just weird. I'm
and
not the
yes,
weirdest.
Dan Leckie did want to be here today, but he got busy with some work, so he won't be here today.
In spirit, he is.
Yes, in
But yeah,
spirit he is.
so
In spirit, he does like this stuff. So there
Mhm.
are people out there who enjoyed this thing, and who he's going to talk about it tomorrow on his channel.
well,
I'll leave that to him.
while I don't want to dance, it just also kind of reminds me of Jack Nicholson as the Joker in Batman 89. I'm glad you're dead. I'm glad you're dead. So
Yeah,
yes,
I think
on to bigger and better
I might
things.
dance a little bit, but it's not something that I'm gonna throw a party about.
Right. I wouldn't either. Either way, I'm glad
Because
it's
it's
over.
not
No
only
one.
because it's not good enough for me. I want more.
Yes.
I'm glad.
Well, that's why I didn't watch it. It wasn't good. And I won't waste my life on things that I don't think I'll enjoy. Here,
Uh-huh.
have this. It's gross. No, you said it was gross. I don't want it. So, yes, Star Trek Discovery is over. I can only hope for whatever is released in the future will be better. But on the
Well,
plus
if
side,
Secret Hideout gets the F out of the picture, maybe that could happen. But it depends on who takes over after.
whatever you think of Star Trek Discovery, it makes Star Trek Lower Decks look good.
Yeah, I don't know. That guy was better off just making cute Twitter posts about fictional TNG episodes. Those were at least funny.
Yes. Anyway, so
Yeah,
now,
anyway, though,
now
we're
that we've
not
talked
really
about the
here to
downfall
talk
of Star
about
Trek,
Duras.
let's talk about some redemption. Let's talk
Yeah,
about
let's
redemption.
yeah, it's Filthy Friday, so you can bring up the filth if you want to. It's up to you, but I would
Oh, I'm
want
going
like to
to.
I would like to find some redemption in the 100th episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Yes.
And so that was a big deal on set, and it was a big deal. It's a big deal today. It was such a big deal that the
Mhm.
president showed up. I
Pres-
don't know. I don't know if he
President of
knew.
what?
Well, former president Ronald Reagan showed
Ronald
up to the
Reagan was
set.
on the set of Redemption?
You didn't?
I
Yeah.
did not know that.
Oh my God. Yeah, he got to sit in the captain's chair and everything.
Oh, is there a
He,
picture of Ronald Reagan sitting on the Enterprise D bridge?
yeah, I'm sure there is. Let
Oh, I
me
gotta find
grab one
this.
for you. So, right. So he picked up Roddenberry's cane. Roddenberry dropped it, and and somebody asked him, "How do you like the Klingons?" He said, I like them. They remind me of Congress."
Oh wow. Well, I didn't find him in the chair, but I did find a picture of him beside Patrick Stewart
Mhm.
and Michael
Well,
Piller.
he was
Heavens.
definitely on the bridge.
Huh. That's crazy weird. I never knew that at all. That's great.
Yeah.
Well, I can see him in the High Council chambers.
Well, if
with,
anybody has a picture of that, because I can't do all this research right now already. I didn't
anybody in
see
the
it
chat want to
immediately.
help? If anybody wants to do this this job for us,
Why
that'd be great.
why isn't this easy to find?
I don't know, because he's a Republican and no one likes them.
Well, I like him.
I liked him in his monkey movies.
Yeah, he's all right.
You didn't like the Bonzos?
Monkey movies. Yeah, I know
Yeah.
he was a B actor or something like that.
Yeah. See, even. I don't know. I don't know.
See? Yeah, there's a picture of him with Patrick Stewart, but no, he was on the bridge. What the hell?
See, I want the one with Kim Cattrall in Flagrante Delicto. Unfortunately, that film was destroyed by Leonard Nimoy. The only bad thing he ever did.
Leonard Nimoy destroyed a movie.
No, destroyed film because Kim Cattrall took cheesecake pictures on the bridge of the Enterprise A, and then Leonard Nimoy found out about it and was like,
Oh,
Oh,
gee. Okay, I guess the world will never get to enjoy those pictures. And he likes
no.
photography.
And he enjoys like taking pictures of naked women. It's also true.
Yeah,
but he
I was
didn't-
going to say that too. He became a bit of an artist near the end.
Yes. Like a body positivity photographer.
Well, I guess it took him a while to appreciate it, and at that moment in his life he didn't.
Well, but there's a difference between, sort of showcasing the artistic beauty of women of any ilk, and then also if you cross over into sort of, I don't know, devaluing or dishonoring the
But she took the pictures. How is she
yes.
dishonoring herself?
Well, no, but it's like Star Trek is supposed to be for all ages. It's one of the reasons why people get
Oh, right. Okay,
and
that
so
makes
it would
sense.
make
But
it
these are
lewd.
okay. But it's not like this is. She was going to use it for promotional pictures. or
Oh
anything.
no,
Like
but
they
she would
weren't
probably
going to put it in Star Trek magazine or
no.
whatever they were publishing back then.
By the way, it would have been
Starlog.
the best-selling Starlog ever.
Oh, wait a minute. We also have some people here with us today in the chat. Let's say hello. Frankel Walker reminds
Franco.
you if you enjoy Star Trek and other science fiction, please subscribe, hit the bell, share, hit the like, and select live chat. Yeah, if you don't select live chat, you might miss a comment. Could you? Glory to the Empire.
And I did the googly eyes.
Yeah. Oh, that's okay. The Gowron eyes. Yes.
Yes.
Big ups to the Romulans, says Franco. Oh yeah, right. I do have a poll today. Imagine you're in the Klingon Civil War. Which faction are you in? House of Gowron, House of Duras, the Romulans, or the Federation? And the Federation, of course, is winning. But I was curious to see if anybody wanted to choose any of the other options. So far, nobody wants to be in Duras, which makes sense.
Yeah.
But a few people
Honor.
are Romulans and in
Bunch
House
of
of
rules.
Gowron. Yeah.
See, like one of the things that sort of jumps out about these episodes is that the Klingons are really racist. And so I was just like, I'm going to be in the Federation. Like, I'm a human. I don't think I would make it on a Klingon ship. I'm no Riker. I'm no Will Riker because he could do it.
I'm not so sure that they're so much racist as they are very proud of themselves.
Even Worf is like talking about Alexander. It's like, he's part human. It does not count. And it's like, why?
Oh, yeah, that's why he's laughing.
Yes.
No, but that's all part of his arc of understanding himself as a Klingon raised by humans and how he's different from other Klingons based on his upbringing. Franco Walker says, here's a question. You can't take things off of the holodeck. So, if you eat while on the holodeck and then leave, does all the food in your stomach vanish?
Now, no. This is a very long conversation, Franco, and it can't be boiled down to a soundbite. But a holodeck is
a replicator.
Yeah, it's a replicator as well. And so if you go to like that Parisian billiards hall on Voyager, if you go and you have yourself a sandwich or something, it's basically like having replicator food. So,
well, yeah, I think there's both replicated food, but also things just made of light. So it's it's a combination, and that's why Wesley was able to throw snowballs at Captain Picard.
Yes.
Hey, Ervik Saunders here. Hello.
Hello.
Gavin Blackburn says, in the UK, part 1 of Redemption was aired on the BBC, free to air. But after the season break, TNG moved to Sky pay-per-view And it was the first time in UK Trek that UK Trek went behind a paywall. I bought the video.
That's
Oh man.
Gavin. That's an interesting bit of history. Like it's like the first time behind a paywall. Like that wasn't even a saying in what year is this? 91, 92? No, 9.
Right.
9.
No, Star Trek was free for everybody in the US in terms of
Yeah.
broadcast.
Part of the reason why I
And
watched it is because I couldn't get away with it. By the time season 5 showed up, it was playing like 3 times a day in Canada.
yeah, so now it's all behind a paywall.
Yes.
Oh wait,
Well,
it's Gorilla
not-
here?
Yes,
didn't
I
see
saw
him.
Gorilla.
Really?
Yeah. Gorilla said hello.
Really? I don't see him in the StreamYard. He's not popping up for me. No. I don't know why, Gorilla, but you're not in my StreamYard, and I didn't block you or anything. Oh wait, there you are. I found you.
Waldo
Canon Lee lurk today.
can only.
Can only lurk today. I got it eventually. All your
Yes.
words are smushed together. Boss is on the rag again. Oh my god. I can't believe I read that.
Believe it.
Gorilla.
Clip it. Love it.
Gorilla. Come on now. Everybody everybody gets in a bad mood now and then. It doesn't necessarily have to do with hormones.
I think it's a fine turn of phrase.
Jeez.
You want me to read this one so you don't say anything about menstruation?
Huh? Well, I don't
Huh?
need to.
Okay. The holodeck is a mix of projection and solid matter recreation, so some items can be taken from the holodeck. The food would be made of replicator in the holodeck. That's what I think of. But then also, like if you wanted to pick nits, it's like when Picard throws the book out of the holodeck in Ship in a Bottle, and it's like it just
Yeah,
instantly
that one.
disappears.
Yes.
But then you have Cyrus Redblock in The Big Goodbye.
Oh, the gangsters?
Yeah, and then they slowly disappear.
Yeah, I didn't like that. They just did that for dramatic effect, but they should have instantly disappeared.
They should have, yes. But it was also like anyway, it was part of the philosophical questions of the holodeck, because Dixon Hill's partner, when they close the holodeck doors and everything's just black, it's very, very. I thought it was a great idea and a good show. But I like Star Trek, The Next Generation season 1 more than most.
Yeah, no, I think that was not a bad episode. It's one of the better season 1 episodes.
Actual
we have.
automobiles. Sorry.
Oh, hold on. But before, okay, so we're going to talk about redemption, but before we do, I realize that it requires just a little bit of history because this is part of a story arc, because we used to have we used to be able to have story arcs embedded into episodic episodes so that you could get complete stories from beginning to end in 1 and 2 episodes instead of having the entire freaking season being one story or one episode. So here's all you need to know. I won't start at the beginning or anything, but the main relevant fact. It's like Worf has a big, long history. It would take like 20 minutes. So the
Spoilers.
most important.
Worf kills Gowron. You were saying.
Well, yeah, and he becomes a diplomat. Well, okay, so an ambassador to the. Okay.
Yeah, for a little while.
Worf, he was, until they need him for the movies. Worf was 5 years old when he was living on a Klingon colony on Kittimer that was attacked by Romulans, and he was saved by a Starfleet officer named Sergei Rozenko.
Yes. Gesundheit.
Who also adopted him. And then fast forward, like there's a whole bunch of stuff that happens. Then in Next Generation and in Next Generation, Worf's brother Kern comes around to say that the House of Duras was accusing the House of Mogh of betraying the Klingon Empire by telling the Romulans about Kittimer and helping them attack. and everything. Worf had all the evidence to prove this wasn't true. And
Thanks to Kalar.
Yeah. Yes.
Don't forget about Kalar.
I won't. Well,
Okay.
yeah. Alexander and all.
Mm-hmm.
And Chancellor Kempek knew about this, but
Is Kimpek son of Cord?
son of I don't know who he's son of.
Well, no, but it's played by the same actor as General Cord from Star Trek V.
Oh, okay. Well,
Kimpek. Yeah.
do we want to find
I
out?
would just well, no, I don't. I want to just keep that as my own personal interpretation.
It doesn't say who his father is.
Okay. Well, General Cord. Kirk was
Okay. Well, then you
learning
got your
about General
answer.
Cord in his academy days. Someday, Kirk,
Did you guys hear that?
hoped. What, your burp?
Yes,
Yes.
it was loud.
You didn't need to draw attention to it.
Well,
Aravik gets it.
anyway. So
yes.
But the problem was revealing the truth could cause civil war. Kern's life
Yes.
could be in danger. So Worf
Yeah.
decided to keep quiet about the whole truth and everything and accept dishonor, this commendation.
Yes.
Which, of course, meant the loss of his family's good name. And that began the grand saga of that continues into Deep Space Nine and everything. And that's all you need to know, because when it was clear that Kimpek was dying, he asked Picard to be the arbiter of succession.
Mm-hmm.
And now Picard is fulfilling that role here with the installation of Gowron, the next designated leader of the High Council. So now Gowron will be Chancellor.
Yes.
Or so he hopes.
Well, we're hoping, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so now we can talk about Redemption, which first aired on June 17th, 1991, but the second half first aired on September 23rd, 1991. Both parts were written by Ronald D. Moore. Part 1 was directed by Cliff Boyle, and Part 2 was directed by David Carson.
Wow, that's the director of Star Trek Generations.
Oh, really? Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Well, there's your connections. And they were aware they were yeah, right. They were self-aware that they were dematerializing.
They're like, what's happening?
Star Trek is very inconsistent on whether or not they want their holodeck characters to be sentient.
Well, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. It's for dramatic storytelling. It's not a documentary. Details are nice, but they're not required.
Huh? Well,
are you really going to get your panties in a twist about the holodeck mechanics?
Like, yeah, I kind of would like a bit of consistency, dude.
Well,
if I play a holo novel, am I actually talking to a character who is cognizant of the fact that they're only playing a role in a video game with me? Or am I just reading a book? I mean, what the moral implications of one over the other are very important to know, I would think.
You do,
and it is highly inconsistent in Star Trek, and so yeah, I do think that's a problem.
Well, Chekhov, I never forget a phase. Well, no one met you, okay? Chekhov didn't meet you. It doesn't make sense. He was
in the lower decks.
Exactly.
He helped him. He told him where to find the bathroom.
You have to figure it out based on your own imagination and fill in the gaps. It's part of the reason why I like Star Trek. Sometimes it takes a long time. Maybe the sentience of the holodeck characters is what makes them last a little bit longer outside of the doors. You throw an inanimate object out, it doesn't know it's alive or not.
Science. It sounds poetic, but not scientific. It sounds like magic.
Yeah, but the poetry of Star Trek is part of the reason that I like it so much.
Well, Franco Walker says TOS, TNG, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and Enterprise can all be found at some point on free-to-air TV here in the UK. Usually on Legend. Well, I'm glad it's free now.
Yes.
That where it's not free here, it should be Roddenberry would want Star Trek to be free for people to see, but I guess maybe not. At least, anyway, forget it.
Well, I just have them. I have, like, aside from season 6 of Star Trek: The Next Generation and 1 disc of Star Trek Voyager, because it broke because of the stupid packaging, I have them all available to me on.
Yeah, I
for
have them
DVD.
all too. I have them all
Yeah.
too. My Voyagers are not broken because I immediately put them into a separate DVD book.
Well, aren't you fancy?
I am super, super fancy. And
Have
I
you
still, of
tried to
course,
buy a
kept the
DVD
box.
sleeve book lately? Like, they're impossible to find.
Not for me. I'm in America
Really?
where, we have products and stuff.
So you're blaming communism?
A little bit, yeah. Arabic Sander says, "You're still too fat, Kimpick."
I love that line, man. Arabic gets it.
I just
And
watched
he
Star
loved.
Trek 5 and I thought the same thing.
Yeah. Oh no, Kim Peck loved that babysitter or nursemaid or whatever she was, and then she just totally shut him down. It was one of the sickest burns in the history of Star Trek. You're still fat, Kim Peck.
Well, yeah, it reminds me of the same burn that Spock gave his Select. You're too old and you're too fat.
Oh, Ichaya.
That'll be Chaya. Hi, Chaya.
Whatever. Same
Ma-
diff.
Max Redstone says, if Worf goes on about honor, I'd say, honor schmonor. Star Trek 6, TNG, and Deep Space Nine have shown us on any given day 1/2 to 2/3 of Klingons are petty, semi-corrupt, to outright dishonorable. And well, yeah, so that's what makes that's what makes it special when a Klingon is honorable, actually does follow their own values. Especially Worf, who kind of has an idealized version of what Klingons should be. He has this dictionary of Klingons do not do this or do not do that. And he exemplifies what a perfect Klingon would be, which may or may not actually exist.
He's trying to live up to an ideal.
Yeah, I admire it.
K-less, not K-less. K-less is, he's the K-less
he's like
the emperor of emperors.
Moses.
Sure.
So, oh yeah, we have an episode. Look, there's pictures.
Look at that.
He's doing his calisthenics.
See, this is one of the things, and what an iconic shot. It looks so good. I love the batleth. It is one of my favorite weapons. I'm not much of a melee fighter, so when I'm playing video games, I'm a gun guy. I never use
I'm a melee
swords.
girl.
Yeah. But that is one of the coolest swords, and the way that it was developed is so interesting, just in terms of the movements are an extension of your own body. It's great.
Yeah, it's art, and I love the kind of martial arts they came up with specifically for Klingons.
Mm-hmm.
And
be like water, I believe the one Klingon said.
And Picard enters Worf's quarters, not as his captain, but as his Tadish. And Picard wants Worf to clear his name. And Worf eventually concedes, yeah, I'm getting kind of tired of that shit too.
So what you could say is that one of the reasons that the Klingon Civil War starts is because Picard says to Worf, hey, you know that thing. You want to fix that? I know it's important to you.
And it's important to me too, because I saw your dishonor happen and I don't think it's fair. Go fix that. And this lie shouldn't be allowed to be propagated. So Picard didn't realize what he was throwing into motion.
Yeah, precisely. But then again, you never know what's going to be put into motion when you...
Really poke a
tumult.
bear.
Yeah, well, not even that, but tumult can be. I don't want to say the path to hell is paved with good intentions, but honorable men may be met with resistance, and so it's just this is where.
That's right. You just think, oh, I'm just clearing Worf's name. That shouldn't be a problem, but it's a big problem.
Yeah. Gowron's going to be the Chancellor of the High Command, and that's rad. And maybe you can ask him if you
sure.
can, not be discommendated. Worf's like, I guess.
Well, it's gonna take a while, but we'll get there.
Yes.
So the main Klingon ship, with Gowron. Yeah, the Bortress here. Yeah.
Bortress.
So
There's
here
no
comes
R in the second half. It's not that big a deal. Pronunciation of Klingon vessels is a difficult task no matter what. Is this the first
look at it.
appearance of like
Is it?
the I don't even know what is that's not Katinga. Is that a Katinga class? No.
Let's
Oh
find
my
out.
god.
Hey,
My
we have the
Klingon-
internet. We have the library
that-
computer right here.
Oh. Hello, computer.
IKS. Okay. Class.
No, I'm
Vorka.
what is it? Vorka. Vorta? No, Vorka. Okay.
Hey, and
Vorcha.
okay, we also had.
Thank you, Gavin.
Gavin knows.
Remember when you would just sit around and talk to people about Star Trek instead of having an entire
That's right.
encyclopedia at your fingertips? This is why I enjoy this. This is the entire reason that I got on the internet, is so that I could hang out with people and talk about Star Trek. So thank you, Gavin Blackburn, for fulfilling my dream.
Yes, thank you, Gavin. And also Max Redstone, who says, who knew that Worf was the one in Klingon Camelot?
He likes to. Who said it? Someone else said it. I don't want to steal the joke.
Well, anyway, Gowron's here to say that they've got to help avert a Klingon Civil War. And well, it's just amazing timing that it happened, that Gowron shows up just when Picard's like, hey, clear your name.
Well, no, it coincides with the mission. He had to go back and fulfill his duties as the arbiter of succession. And so he just said, while we're in the neighborhood, you want to take care of this thing?
Yeah, that's right. Guess. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah, okay. The two. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't come out of nowhere. No, I'm not saying I didn't say that it comes out of nowhere. It makes sense.
It's a diplomatic mission. Mm-hmm. You are part of the Rebel Alliance and a spy. Take her away.
Yes.
Sorry, I had a Star Wars flashback.
Those you might want to get that checked out.
I will. I'll call doctor.
Gavin Blackburn got the AMT kit the day it came out.
Not my favorite Klingon ship design, but I do admire it. But is this the first? I don't think this is the first appearance of the
No. There have been plenty of other Klingon episodes before this one. This is already the end of season 4. Yeah. I
do like the hierarchy in the heavy cruiser, and then you've got the birds of prey, and like those are great. I like them as being support vehicles. Tony Todd, big ups to Tony Todd. And big up to the Duras sisters who introduced the world to the boob window.
Yes. We will get more into that later, but
I can't wait.
Ronald D. Moore says that the sisters were Michael Pillar's idea. And yeah, so that's whose idea that was.
Also, I would like to say Michael Pillar is one of the he is the Gene Coon of Star Trek The Next Generation.
Yeah, and he's really great with characters and drama kind of things.
Have you ever heard his song?
He has a song?
Yes.
Can you sing it?
No. No, it's like the 60s. It's almost like it's a bubblegum pop, and it's called After the Dance. You should check it out I can find it on YouTube. We can play it for a little bit if you want to, tempt the fates.
Is it any good?
Yeah, I love it.
Oh, okay.
But it was like one of his first writing jobs was he wrote a song that got like middling reviews on the charts. But I think it's a fun.
Okay, maybe I'll play a couple seconds. Music is a tough one.
No, I know it's very difficult.
But meanwhile, even with Duras dead, his family can still shake things up through the Duras sisters, and they can't, since they're women, they can't sit on the council, but they still hold power, and the council is still afraid of them. And Gowron wants Picard to be more than an arbiter. He wants Picard to make sure, absolutely make certain that he's able to become Chancellor without any challenge. But Picard is like, I'm only going to do things according to Klingon law, because he's a by-the-book kind of fellow in this episode. Beer. That will not be enough. So yeah, I do have some of the dialogue for this.
Ooh.
It was, yeah. Oh, is this? Worf says, "I accepted this commendation to protect the Empire." Yeah, this is actually this one doesn't come until we send Gowron to the transporter.
Like, this is such a weird scene.
What? Just looking at the neutral zone, saying let's check.
No. I think it's a weird scene in terms of, okay, so Worf takes Gowron to the transporter room, and then Worf just lays everything out. I think it's politically advantageous for Gowron to believe Worf, but he's very quick to believe it. I don't think he believes Worf. I think that he enjoys the information.
Yeah, he does seem to revel in it, but he's also doesn't understand why Worf would accept dishonor. Well, and of course, Worf does it for the Empire, and then so now everything's clear. That's it. That's the scene.
Yeah, and also I'm missing. I needed some miles, but no miles.
Well, though, yeah, you get miles in part 2.
Yes. Actually, a lot of people are missing in this episode. Is there a Geordi scene? I don't even think I see Geordi in this episode. No Deanna.
No, I mean, even in the next episode where he's supposedly doing something really cool with the tachyon field or whatever, we don't really see, he doesn't really do much. He just has everything awesomely laid out in advance.
Robert O'Reilly he owns this so hard.
Robert O'Reilly.
That's the guy who plays Gowron.
Oh, I took a picture with him.
Really? And you don't remember his name?
I should.
You patach.
I am.
Oh, but only a Varul would say such a thing to a lady.
Well,
I'm no lady. I'm all man. What?
And so, yeah, but since the council is still controlled by the Duras, he can't expose them, or else he won't be installed as chancellor. So, Gowron's just all politics, and tells Worf he has to live with his decision.
Where do you think Praxis used to be?
Hey, our RTNZ is here.
Hello.
Or if you're Canadian, our RTNZ. He says, "Hey,
no,
I'm just dropping by." What? No, what?
No. The thing is, I don't care if you're Canadian or American. It's not ZZ Top. It's ZZ Top. Wherever you are in the world, it's ZZ Top. So Z
It's
is the
true.
proper.
Then the question is, I don't know if RR wants to say where he's from.
Oh, well, I will respect the
He's just
pronunciation
stopping
of his
by, so
last
I don't
letter of
know
the
if he's going to
alphabet
be here
and
for
name.
long.
Yes.
Right.
Who's Canadian? Who are you calling Canadian? Says RRNT or TNZ. I'm going to call him Runts. Runts.
Wait, did we miss a scene? I feel like we missed a scene.
No,
Oh, yeah,
no.
there it is.
He's hanging out.
Okay,
He's going
yeah.
to see his brother.
Okay, but before he sees his brother, he has a little light battle with Guinan or whatever.
Yeah.
They do target practice. And it's not a bad scene. It's good it's there to illustrate the fact that Worf hasn't really interacted with many other Klingons, and Guinan kind of ties it to his fatherhood to Alexander. My favorite line in this scene is when it's clear that the other Klingons do laugh, and he says, "Perhaps it says that I do not feel like other Klingons." And Worf is, and then after this, Worf is granted leave of absence.
Vacation. That's all I ever wanted.
Right, Picard. Yeah, so it's to clear his name and all that. And then we meet Kern, Captain Kern. And then Worf gets to be eventually his first officer or something, but they don't call him that ever really.
Well, he's sort of no, it's not Kern. It's with Gowron when he gets attacked. And this like I do enjoy when other species sort of embrace Klingon culture, and when Picard says "Kapla," and then it's like "Good luck, my friend," kind of thing after he leaves. It's touching. It's nice. It also kind of shows the people that Worf is attracted to, not necessarily romantically, but just in terms of his people are people who dig on Klingon tradition as much as he does.
Yes, that's right. And Picard is very good diplomatically and knows Klingon culture well enough to hang. So Captain
Walker
Kern
says it's Zed. All right, we'll enjoy ZZ Top. And Classic Comics says, I think the Vorcha class first appeared in Reunion. That sounds right.
Oh, very nicely found. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you, Classic Comics.
And welcome.
And I've noticed Classic Comics has been doing his own streams about the original series. Check him out.
Nice.
Yeah. Eugene Bird says, I moved to Austin to chew bubblegum and see ZZ Top and Eric Johnson, guitarist. Hail to the hosts and their boundless energy for broadcast and entertaining. Broadcasting and entertaining. But since it wasn't any
done in 12 hours.
Yeah, that's right. Well, that's because we went on the wonderful Canadian the amazing Canadian Spider-Man channel to talk about Thailand. And he told us all about it, and it was fun to learn.
It was crazy cool, yeah.
Yeah. I didn't realize, you go to Thailand, just remember you've got to be on those, you got to get one of those boats. I wonder if you can just rent one boat for the entire trip. Like
I'm fascinated by those boats.
Mm-hmm.
Would you excuse me for just 1 second?
Oh, sure. I've got to thank Eugene Bird for this super sticker. It's a little Bushiba with a little trophy. It's so sparkly. Thank you so much, Eugene. And let's see what kind of clip I want to play today. I've done that a lot. Let's go to the bottom. I haven't played these in a while. Oh, I added a couple. Actually, I added some stuff from... I don't know why these clips were on my computer, actually. I wonder if this was... I don't know. Beverly Hills Cops clips. And then there was this one.
He's got 5 pounds of undigested red meat in his bowels.
I don't know why. I found those clips on my computer and I don't know why I have them. And I don't know why I took this clip from Lost in Space. I found this too.
There are a lot of things I don't know.
But I guess maybe I relate to that. There are a lot of things I don't know. And I like the look of wonder in his eyes that Don West guy. And this one's a new clip too that I found on my computer.
Constant exposure does result in a certain degree of contamination.
There you go. Those are some clips. Thank you so much for the gift. Let's see. Thank you, Jill. Thank you, Eugene. And yes, so we have Kern as captain, and it's wonderful to see this scene where Worf reunites with his brother, and he convinces him to support Gowron. Kern has lost confidence in the leadership, and he thinks Gowron's too weak to keep the Duras sisters from retaining control, power in the council. He doesn't think Gowron's up to snuff. That he's surrounded by enemies, and so this is why. What's Picard doing? Interrupting this wonderful scene. Okay. Anyway, I don't know. Anyway, this is why Kern thinks he should be leader, but of course this kind of thing would topple everything. But Worf pulls the older brother card, and Worf says, "I am the elder brother, Kern. I speak for our family. We will back Gowron, but not now, not yet. We will wait until he feels the grasp of his enemies around his throat. Then we will offer him our support and the price of the restoration of our family. And the price will be the restoration of our family name." And I'm so glad this works because it would have been such a mess if Kern tried to be Chancellor too, on top of everything else. So, I don't know. This episode's just really great, guys. Just scene after scene of it is just too wonderful. RRTNZ says, "Truth be told, I'm not a Kiwi. I wasn't born here like a real Kiwi, but I've lived longer here than anyone else. Aren't the Duras sisters Canadian?" And the actresses, I mean, like an evil, trashy team up of Celine Dion and Shania Twain. Are they? Let's find out. Let's see, Barbara Marsh. And IMDb. Star Trek. Well, I don't know if the IMDb says this person is Canadian.
Which one? Are they Canadian? Well, you know.
Duras sister. The Duras sisters.
Gwyneth Walsh and Barbara March?
Yeah. Yes. Those people. Are they? I don't know. I thought I could.
I don't know. I'll take it. What is it? Like an evil, trashy team up of Celine Dion and Shania Twain? I will take it.
Yeah, I'll take it too.
Wait, no, Shania Twain and Alanis Morissette. Leave Celine Dion out of this.
Anybody know what star dates correspond to? Yes.
Yeah.
And TNG, they kind of make a little more sense than TOS. They kind of correlate to what season it is and what episode.
Well, okay. So the way I understand it, and it's based on All Good Things, I think, is the reason that I finally figured it out. Although it had been established before that, and if you go back in The Next Generation, the first number in a star date is 4. because it takes place in the 24th century. And then after that, each number, so if it's 4-1 something something, then it's season 1. If it's 4-4,
Yes.
it's season 4. So
That-
24th century,
yes.
season 4. And that's why in All Good Things, it's 47988 is the date, is the start
Yes,
date.
and that's how you can tell when TNG overlaps and when Deep Space Nine starts.
Yes. And so, yeah, but like they didn't really mean much of anything. I think it was based on birthdays for the original series, but they really did sort of streamline it and figure it out for the Next Generation and the Berman era. And then we get to Enterprise and they just say it's like May 4th.
So there you are. That is a great explanation of that.
Hey, PvP is here. Hello, PvP. Pleasant Valley Picker CA. Welcome.
PvP.
Welcome.
Oh man, the matte paintings. I'm so glad that they still, at this point, we're still making these matte paintings. I really like them. This one was created by Sid Dutton.
Was this the first one to win an Emmy?
What? Oh, I didn't know these won Emmys. They did?
Yeah. I think that once, and obviously for special effects, I don't think ever an acting one. But yeah. I thought that these were Emmy Award winning matte paintings. I've seen people with these sort of mounted and framed and on walls, and they're glorious.
Oh yeah, I would.
It's always cloudy on Kronos. Kronos or Kronos? Kronos, I guess.
I always think it's Kronos.
Mhm.
Kronos.
Remember in the first season when they had the Klingons and they called it Kling? Yeah, that was hilarious.
That was fun.
Maybe we should come up with a better name than Kling. All right.
Just yes. Classic Comics is going through TOS. He just did Miri. Yeah.
Hey, bonk bonk on the head.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and man, does Kirk get really bonked, but he comes out okay, I guess.
Yes. And Miri was looking to get bonked, but no.
Oh, no, she was not.
She was so. She wanted a little bit of Kirk.
Oh, maybe she was a little infatuated, but I don't think she went that far in terms of what she wanted.
She wanted to be bonked on the head.
And a bonk you on the head.
Yeah, that makes sense. That sounds right.
Just as Picard's about to announce Gowron as Chancellor, teenager Torrell, a son of Duras, challenges Gowron with the aid of the Duras sisters, who have found a secret never before known about air for their house.
And it's one of the best insults. Where did you find him? In the back room of some harlot? So just implying that this is horse spawn.
Yes, he does.
Duras,
right, in a harlot's bedchamber, yeah.
That's it.
And Toral, he has empty threats. He's like he's
a child. An impudent child. And it is interesting. We never see him again. I'm assuming he dies.
Did he die? I didn't know that
so.
He died.
At the end of the second episode, because he is out. Do you think Gowron would let him live?
But Worf spared his life. Wouldn't he want to honor Worf's decision?
Oh, that's right. He has to. So I just don't. We never see him again.
So, and my notes also say here that Robert Blackman was the one who worked on these costumes for the Duras sisters. And so that's how we get the wonderful boob window, or I guess other fans call it Klingon cleavage.
Wow. To each their own.
Mm-hmm. Well, that one's nice because it's alliteration. Yes, thanks RRTNZ. Worf is one of the best written Trek characters. He's consistent throughout TNG and Deep Space Nine. His sense of honor causes him a lot of grief, but he sticks to it. Yeah, it's very meaningful to him.
But
And
that's one of the reasons. No, I love Worf, and part of the reason that I do enjoy him is that he's more Klingon than Klingon.
Mhm.
He feels he has to achieve something in the eyes of others, even though he's achieved so much in the eyes of
yeah,
others.
he's exceptional. Well, he has to succeed in two worlds, in the world of the Federation and as a Klingon among them. And yeah, eventually he does. Eventually, he is able to hang out more with his people and go to bat left competitions. And of course, the earlier foreshadowing was right, or the suspicions were right. The Duras sisters are consorting with the Romulans again, as Duras did to fuck up Kittimer.
Mhm.
But this time, Tasha Yar's daughter's in the shadow.
Well, we'll get there. That's not until Redemption
Yeah,
Part
no,
2.
it isn't. It's right here. She's right there.
Oh,
Like, I mean, they don't show like she's in the shadows, but you know who she is. You can hear her voice. It's
you
not a
can hear
secret.
her voice. Well, and it's funny. One of the first interactions that I ever had with Gorilla's Random Thoughts was that he was like, "Okay, you say you're a Star Trek fan. When was the first appearance of Sela?" And he wanted me to say Redemption Part 1, and I was like, "It was in the mind's eye, but you never actually see her. It's just the shadow." And so I do enjoy the continuity. We're right to give like the back story of Worf, but also throughout season 4, there's meddling by the Romulans to deal with Klingons. Don't
Well, and
forget,
why not? The Romulans
yeah.
would love to have the Klingons on their side.
Well, they don't care about who's on their side. They just want to defeat the Federation.
Yeah, and using Klingons as puppets is a fun way to do that
Well,
for the
yes.
Klingons.
Bird of Prey 5
I
is here. Hey, Bird of Prey.
Yeah, he says I just woke up, but I think.
Oh, I'm sorry. But I think do him again is what I got from that.
Thank you for
And then
reading
Bird
that.
goes on
That
to
was breaking
say,
my brain.
the guy shows up in a Deep Space Nine episode about the Sword of Kalas. Oh, really? Okay, I didn't know he came back. Great, thank you, Bird. See, there's always a bigger
Oh,
expert.
hey, he comes back. Awesome. That's funny. The Sword of Kalis. That causes
And
all sorts of. See, that was the Lord of the Rings episode.
the Sword of Kalas was a Lord of the Rings episode. Oh my stars!
No,
Why do you break things that I
yeah,
like?
but it's true. I'll be right back.
Right. Absolutely. Shield Wall of Dragons. Welcome. This was a great episode that expanded the Klingon cultural lore. Absolutely, and I do really enjoy the expansion of that lore, fleshing out the galaxy and the cultures, making them less one note, which was one of the benefits of the Next Generation. Although I do know some people who have ideas about the Next Generation, they don't necessarily dig on it, and that's cool. I get it. I had a clip for this, but Jill was scrolling, so now I've lost it. So it's no big deal. But when it comes to arguing about Star Trek,
There's nothing good in war except its ending.
much like Star Trek Discovery.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I did get the 365 book, the Paula and Block book that Raquel uses
Oh wow.
on Clobbering Times channel, and it does have something on Lursa and Bator. The Duras sisters were fierce, forthright, ruthless, and sensual as all get out, which certainly begs the question: when writing for characters like these, was there a line that the writers dared not cross? Perhaps a sort of tease limit? Not per se, Ron Moore says with a laugh. I was always trying to find out how far over the line I could go with that stuff, but the Duras sisters actually came from Michael Piller. I think Michael was really intrigued with them, so I just played to that in my scripts. Perhaps the most titillating thing about Lursa and B'Etor was their amazing attire created by Robert Blackman. Guy Bardaman, a Klingon extra in both parts of Redemption, recalls the day he first saw their costumes. I was sitting on the soundstage, and Bob Blackman brought in Gwyneth Walsh, B'Etor, and Barbara Marsh, Lursa, dressed as the characters. These outfits were tailored for women that are very curvaceous, but tough as nails. They've got an opening in the chest that really pushed the cleavage aspect of the costumes and the actresses. Jean was on set that day, and that was a happy surprise for Bob, who was glad that Jean could take a look at his latest creation. So Bob says, "What do you think?" Jean looks at the costumes and gets a huge smile on his face. It's as though Bill Theiss, known for his very revealing TOS costumes, had come back and designed these. Jean looks up and down and stops to squint at that opening in the chest. And you could see the gears working in his head, that he's decided this is a prosthetic that's part of the costume. The prosthetics had gotten so good by then, some of them blended in, so you couldn't tell where they ended and where the actor began. So he stuck out his index finger and poked what he thought was a prosthetic, and immediately realized that it was not a prosthetic and turned bright red. And the actresses, I think it was Gwyneth, says, "Yep, that's all me." And she started laughing.
It's
Bardaman,
so
too.
oh no, but it's so funny that everybody thinks that like cleavage is prosthetics. Like they thought that Ricardo Montalban was wearing a prosthetic chest as well. But nope, all Ricardo Montalban.
That's all him. That'll be
Hey,
my
Tiger
excuse
Stripes
when
is
I
here.
poke him in the chest. Hey,
Tiger
Tiger
Stripes.
Stripes. Hello. Great to see you. I was caught up in this book. Bardaman, who periodically served in Roddenberry's office as a research consultant, notes, "I'd never seen Gene embarrassed by anything before, but he was clearly surprised by this. I think this was the biggest surprise he'd had in years." That's
What?
pretty fun.
That's all Roddenberry does is go around and poke boobs.
But no, no, he didn't know that they were real boobs.
But he was pleasantly surprised when he found out that they were.
Yeah.
Yes. Lemon.
Yeah, hello to Lemon Pie. Let's catch up with what's going on here. I got distracted by books.
Well, it was about the
TNG
subject at hand, so you're good.
TNG was a good show that took a little while to get its footing. Yeah,
It took a
it
while to
did.
grow the beard.
Well, that was the thing, is because they were spending a lot of time trying to be TOS, but whenever they decided to find their own voice, they eventually did, and it was good. In the original series, the start date numbers were pretty much random per Roddenberry. Yeah, they don't make any. That's the one thing about Star Trek that doesn't make any sense. Is TOS star dates very confusing.
Oh wait, go
Tiger.
back to what did
Wait,
RRMG
what
say?
did I miss? What did I miss?
You
Oh,
missed
this
one.
one.
Yes. because
TNG
I have
season
to.
1 and 2 were 75% crap, 15% good, and 10% absolute genius. Measure of a Man, possibly one of the best ever Trek episodes.
Second only to the outrageous O'Connor.
You do. I hate that one.
I know, but you know I love it.
I know. That's fine.
Thank you.
We talked about it already.
Yeah.
Okay, Tiger Stripe says, House of Gowron is the Klingons? Who's the House of Duras? Another Klingon faction? Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. Tiger Stripes. Scotty, please don't do that. Can't stand the bonk bonk kid.
You know what? I still like it better than the alternative factor. So.
Grups just don't understand.
Yeah, sometimes Grups just don't understand.
And hello and welcome to Pleasant Valley Pickers.
Hi,
Ahoy.
Jill.
Hello.
Hi, Scotty. How are you?
Just wonderful. Just
That's
enjoying
pretty rad.
the Star Trek episode today.
Yeah, gosh, I didn't realize you were doing this until way late last night because I was on.
I didn't know. I didn't know.
on some other I was hanging on to some other panels and stuff, and then I thought, oh gosh, it's Friday. I wonder what Jill's doing because I didn't think you were even going to have a tea time this week. Maybe because you posted this pretty late. I think did you not, Jill?
Yeah, I didn't even know I was going to have it until a couple of days
Yeah.
ago. But I just thought, you know what? This is going to be my last tea time for a while. We're going to have some shore leaves. We're going to have Friday shows, but they're going to be shore leaves.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Jesus Christ! Let me fix something.
Blasphemy!
Your volume is going crazy, so I fixed it. It's better now.
Does that
you
count?
don't have to worry about it.
Does that JC statement count for a gorilla to buy a lottery ticket, Jill?
Yes. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to
borderline
Christian. I'm sorry for the blasphemy. I guess. Shield of Dragons says the Duras sisters were classic. The power behind the throne characters.
They were cool.
That mirrored real world ways in which women wielded power.
They were
the Klingons are almost Shakespearean in that regard. Like, I love the formality of their conversation. It is grandiose. Yeah. Power behind the throne. You know what? I don't like it because of women.
You don't believe that. Yeah, it's just a tick for you.
It is. I just like to be contrary.
Yeah,
well,
I like that. Oh yeah, Tiger Stripes mentioned Montalban's chest too. And yes, PvP.
Yeah, that came up actually in a stream I was on yesterday. We were talking about Montalban's chest. It's a pretty weird coincidence, actually.
No? Apparently there was a thing with Lursa Bator's chest too.
Oh, really? Oh, gosh. I was just going to say, it's nice that they gave us a couple of, fully, developed female Klingon characters in this episode, because we did see, enough Klingon women over the years. They would make appearances in various episodes, but most of the time they were kind of in the background for the most part, right? Like they never got to be major characters in episodes like the Duras sisters did. So I always thought the Duras sisters were kind of fun. It was kind of fun.
They're wonderful, and part of the many reasons why I hate Generations is that it just kills the Duras sisters for no reason. But it is kind of a good scene when they're disgusted at the sight of Beverly Crusher. That's hilarious. So,
well, yeah.
I'm a little mixed, I guess.
Yeah, they should not have killed them off. They were too good. They could have used them in more, movies, right?
Yeah, all they did was make kind of a cameo in Deep Space Nine, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Yes. I had the weirdest dream the other night about Malcolm McDowell, and I recognized him, and I was like, Dr. Tolian Soren, and he was like, I think they just should have let him have it. And so I had this lovely conversation with Malcolm McDowell in my nighttime sleeps.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever had a conversation with a famous person. I don't think I've ever had a dream like that. Well, I might have, but I probably I usually don't remember my dreams, it seems, unless they're really bizarre, like if they're the kind of dreams you wake up and you go, what the hell was that?
Well, was he reciting poetry to you? Or
no, we were literally just talking about Star Trek Generations, and he was defending Dr. Tolian Soren, and I was like, good for you. My subconscious is effed up.
It kind of is.
Yeah.
Tiger Stripes hates Encounter at Farpoint so much that she avoided the series for a few years. Oh, I love the jellyfish romance.
The jellyfish? All right.
The jellyfish romance. Yeah, the space jellyfish.
They hold hands.
They're feeling great joy.
And
Classic Classic Comics says Sela doing her impression of Future Guy from Enterprise.
Yeah. Oh, we'll eventually talk about some Enterprise and Future Guy.
Yeah,
talk
we
about
can.
Daniels. Apparently it's all something that happened in the Discovery finale, and it's just like I don't even want to find out. Comic Relief Crusader says bonk bonk.
Yeah, I don't know.
Bonk, bonk.
After the first couple episodes of Discovery, I gave up because I just thought, no, I can't
I
watch.
tried with season 5. I thought, oh, I'll watch the last season and just see where this went and what happened. It turned out it got worse. It didn't
I
get
heard.
better.
Yeah, I heard it was the worst of all of the seasons of season 5. So I thought, well, gee,
But
season 1
yeah.
wasn't great, so
Yeah, I didn't really follow it. I didn't care. I probably watched like 4 episodes, and then I was just like, no, this sucks. Fuck it.
Well, when I was talking about it, I was like, well,
It hurt
these
you?
first 2 episodes, it hurt, but also it was like, this is kind of like a video game. Like they're doing the fetch quests and all of that, and it's not a good video game though. And someone said what video game they thought they were ripping off, but I forget which one it was. But the whole series started off ripping off a video game also, and Nas Abdeen, so it doesn't surprise me that they continued the tradition.
Michael Burnham is the only person raised by Vulcans who cries at the drop of a hat.
Oh, it's ridiculous. I mean, the whole thing is ridiculous.
Anyway,
I mean,
let's get some redemption going on. I don't want to talk about
Scotty has ODD.
What's ODD?
Well, I know OCD is obsessive compulsive disorder.
Maybe I'm just odd.
Oh, maybe Scotty is just odd. Yeah, okay, yes. But that's why I like you.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm unique.
Maybe it's oddly
I feel love.
oddly.
I feel love and great joy.
And gratitude.
Well, no, okay. It's not that I like Troy's delivery of that line. I just enjoy aliens reuniting.
Tiger, because everyone knows that I didn't have teeth and now I have teeth. So anyway, when I went and got the new teeth, they said, so what do you want? And I was like, can I watch Star Trek The Next Generation? And they were like, you can do whatever yeah, sure. And so I was like, okay, you put it on. And they were like, when do you want to start? And I was like, episode 1. So the last time I watched Encounter at Farpoint, people were ripping teeth out of my head. It was great.
That was kind of like my experience when I watched Encounter at Farpoint.
I know, but I had it actually happen. It was great.
Because, man, I don't know. I'm not a fan of that episode. I'm really not.
And I love Q.
Q and Grappler Thorn.
I just thought it's just, I don't know. It was overlong and just I got bored.
It was a weird mashup of 2 very disparate stories just smushed together. But I liked it.
Yeah, I don't know. It was.
I liked it a lot. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, that's good.
Tiger Stripe says that odd is oppositional defiance disorder. You know what? Yes. Also that
makes sense. That sounds like makes sense. That sounds like Scotty. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Scotty does often get into that oppositional defiance, disorder.
No, I don't.
Thing. Exactly. Proving my point. Thank you, Scotty.
Mark Harkness says you can get all of the plot value of Discovery season 5 by watching the 22-minute animated series episode Slaver Weapon. But wait a minute, Slaver Weapon was awesome.
Yeah, Kazinti.
That's a good one. That's a great
Discovery
episode.
wants to have Transformer weapons, but the Slaver Weapon was way better in terms of Transformer weapon.
Oh, that was a great episode. Yeah.
It was really neat.
Oh, that reminds me. I don't have the animated series. I'm gonna have to see if I can find that on Blu-ray. Hang on a second. I'm gonna shop for
they take like 10 hours to tell 22 minutes of story. That sounds right.
Yeah.
RRTNZ says Michael Burnham is the worst written character in all of Star Trek. She could have been great, but because of modern sensibilities, she is a collapsed star that drags Discovery down to oblivion.
See, this is something that we should definitely try and figure out is who is better, Michael Burnham or Janice Lester?
Oh, Janice Lester killed a bunch of people too.
So did Michael Burnham.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I said 2.
You did say 2.
Well, gee, I don't think either character is very likable, really. So
Yeah,
True.
yeah. That
I
was
mean, I
that was a
I
good
just
call. But
I found that's one reason I didn't like Discovery even in the first couple episodes. The characters were
well, I think Burnham
nasty,
is
unlikable. They were not Starfleet. I mean, there was no chain of command, it seemed to me, on that ship. So I just didn't get the show at all. What it was trying to do, it was just a mess.
and
Well, and
so
the
I
thing
was
is,
about to say exactly what
yeah,
Tiger Stripe said here. She was reading my mind. And so Burnham is worse because because as Tiger Stripe says here, Michael Burnham is a fan fiction inserted Mary Sue character. Spock's sister, horrible concept. And so that's
yes,
why,
Yeah, very
because
horrible concept.
Spock has no sister.
agreed.
And
Yeah.
And also, you know what? They teased. I hope they do a Cybok in Strange New Worlds. I want Cybok in New Trek
why do you care? Like, what is that going
because
to
I
do for
want
you?
Cybok back. I love Cybok.
Yeah, but you're not going to get the same actor, and
No, that's
whoever
true.
plays the character is probably not going to live up to even Star Trek V standards of storytelling and character
Well,
presentation
it
of
it'll
you
be
know
Cybok and it'll be
the.
in name only.
Do you
Like,
really
Well,
think you're?
it
Do you
won't be
really think
they
you're
won't.
going to get your televangelist Vulcan back?
Yeah,
I think that
they'll
they'll have
change.
to pay Shatner, so I don't think that they'll actually bring him back in any capacity, any real
They'll just
capacity. But I think that it was such a wasted opportunity to have Spock's fake half sister or whatever, and she never encountered Cybok. That was a wasted opportunity, and it's an exemplary situation of why Discovery failed so hard. Is that they had untapped stories. And they were like,
Well,
no, we're
no,
not going to
but
do
for
that.
the longest time, they didn't want to make Star Trek. They bought it over and over and over again, and only in the past
Well,
year or two have they decided, oh, I guess we have to do Star Trek now. This thing is bleeding all over the place, and it's nothing's helping because they've already demolished everything to the ground and buried
and the
it.
thing
in,
is, you watch the first episode of Discovery and you see the Klingons, and they don't look as good as the Klingons that are in this sort of two-parter
right, and
Redemptions
too
Part 1
late
and
they
2.
realized Klingons need hair.
Well, yeah, I never liked the Kling orcs. They're Kling orcs to me because they look like orcs, and it's just like dumb. I just couldn't stand it. Why are we talking about Discovery, guys? I know it just ended yesterday, but
Because it just ended. It's
I
Friday.
know.
Yeah.
It's Filthy
Yes.
Friday, and I can talk about what I want because it's my channel.
Okay, then.
Well, and don't
then
forget,
fuck
we
it.
can always
Let's-
bounce back to Redemption whenever
Let's talk
we
about
want.
the filth then. Sure, why not?
And
Yeah.
yeah,
I was
well,
hoping
when
to
I
talk
want,
about
when
the
I
Duras.
want, I
Duras.
did. We have for like an hour, but you got here
Well,
late.
I know because I slept in because I was tired.
Yeah, it makes sense.
My alarm did not wake me up. Bad alarm. But yeah, I really want to talk about this episode because this is a
Mark
really great
Harkness.
episode.
Yeah, this is a great episode. Mark Harkness says Klingoffs.
Yes.
Whoops.
Oh, who said it before? Because I like the pronunciation of the original series, Klingons.
Klingons?
Oh,
Klingons.
Klingons. Yeah, that was that in the animated series episode.
Oh no, that was the original. And
the
also,
original
hello.
series was it? Okay.
Hello to the Comic Relief Crusader. Hello to DJ Play Nice. And yeah.
Hi
Mark
guys.
Harkness.
Mommy,
I need the towel. I accidentally made a mess.
Okay, my
Uh-oh.
daughter accidentally made a mess, so I'll be
Uh-oh.
We
right
heard.
back.
Yes. Hailing
while-
frequencies on pause.
While
That's Jim
Data tells, oh, she found a towel. She did it herself. She's such a big girl.
Yay.
She did things without me.
She's promoted to ensign.
Ensign. Oh my goodness. Yeah, she just graduated preschool, so why not?
Why not?
She can.
It's a
she can-
celebration.
Yep, she's figured out how to use the towel now. You never know what's next. I mean, it's amazing.
Well, yeah, she can use a towel. That means she can
That's right.
travel. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy rules. Always bring the towel, and
That's right.
and you can travel, space travel, makes space travel better. So
It's so this is interesting because I do not think of I think of Star Trek as being sort of a secular entertainment, not necessarily the Federation, not necessarily succumbing or subscribing to deities. And it's just funny how casually, until I see the subtitles, it's like when Jean-Luc says, "Good Lord," it's like, what do you mean? Is that just common vernacular? It's not like, "Oh my God," but it's another way to say that. And it's like, but you guys are like, I thought that Starfleet was, and the Federation, I thought we had outgrown our petty superstitions.
I think it's
Yeah,
just
I
a,
know, but it just stays in the vernacular for some
Vernacular?
reason.
yeah, I
Yeah.
think it's just an expression, not meant to be have necessarily any religious overtones, Scotty. It's just like, people just say, "Oh, good Lord," I mean, they're not thinking about, God or anything when they say that.
Yeah, and you have to know that Picard reads a lot. So he reads a lot of ancient texts and
Ah,
literature.
good
You know,
point.
so since he's a bookworm, he
True.
picks up all of these classic terms. So
No,
it
I
kind of makes
imagine
sense.
I could even see Picard reading the Bible, a couple of times or something, just for, just because he's interested in learning stuff. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's possible, right?
Yeah. Oh, I wanted to read something in the chat that I found. DJ Play Nice says, "I'm late. Does anyone here today not hate Discovery?" I only know one person. He's not here today. His name is Dan Leckie. He's going to talk about it on his Subspace Chatter channel tomorrow, if you want to check that out. He does not hate. He does not hate
And
it.
DJ Nice, here's the reason why I'm not sort of jumping for joy over the end of Discovery. And I said it at the top of the show. I wanted
Yeah.
it to be good, and I think I wish it were. It empties me to not care about it. But the thing that I will give Discovery is that if there are Discovery fans, if there are people who enjoy it, and if it leads them to better Star Trek, then Discovery did its job as being a gateway drug. But aside from that, I just hope that
I mean,
hope that
all Scotty is saying, they just have whatever on screen and it has a Star Trek label and people watch and they're like, what the hell is this? And then they're like, oh, wait, there's good Star Trek? Okay,
yeah,
let's go watch that.
I can show you something better. If you enjoyed that even slightly, I can show you something better. And that's what I appreciate about Discovery, in that it's kind of like, remember when Doctor Who went off the air for like 10 years and there was nothing for fans? Or like when Star Wars was just the novels and there was nothing for fans. And even when there's crap that comes out, if it can point someone who's curious about this that I care so much about, then good. If Michael Burnham takes you to the original series, or like Rainn Wilson playing Harry Mudd, it's like, that was weird. Why is Dwight from The Office on Star Trek?
Yes,
It's
but
like,
I
oh
think one
no,
of the biggest
because
mistakes that
Roger C.
I'm
Carmel
noticing,
was better. You should see that.
one of the biggest mistakes that I'm noticing with Star Trek fans that I'm meeting in real life is that they're like, oh, I'm going to watch Star Trek chronologically. I'm like, no, watch the original series. Watch it in production order, not in the... because
Right.
Paramount wants you to watch it chronologically, so you have to insert the filth all over the place, and everything will be confusing and it'll make TOS look bad, and that's all that New Trek does. And the original series stands on its own, and it's amazing, and you should watch it first. But I guess if you can't, if you come through it through
Well, yeah,
things that are just labeled Star Trek, but not really that
they,
aren't really Star Trek,
I think the
then
best way to watch Star Trek is to watch it in chronological order of when the original series were released, right? Start with, TOS, then go to TNG, do
yeah,
DS9,
exactly,
do Voyager, do Enterprise
precisely.
in that order, right? Because that's the way we watched it. Well, that's the way I watched it, because, I'm old enough to have actually watched the darn shows as they came out, amazingly. And that's the best way, in my experience at least, to watch oh shoot,
Yes. Tiger
you know,
Stripe says, "Ah, the cutest little voice ever. Wow, found her a towel herself."
the
Yes,
original
that's
Trek,
an
I was trying to
ensign
say.
promotion. She
Yeah.
found the towel herself. Sorry, Harry Kim. She gets the JG
Junior
promotion.
grade.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Harry Kim. That episode where Harry Kim says, when Tom gets his promotion, Harry Kim says, "I didn't see a little box on my chair."
Well, I'm surprised no one made a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy joke. Because never forget your towel.
I did. I made I did a whole thing about it.
I wasn't listening. Are we live?
We're live.
Okay.
I said that now she's ready to travel through space.
Well, she was ready for that before.
No, but I did.
And it's
Anyway.
fine. I'm being obtuse.
I mentioned it.
Maybe purposefully so. My ODD is kicking in. But also, like if you think about rewatching Star Trek, if you want to go chronologically, you got to start with Enterprise, and anybody would watch Enterprise, get to Discovery, and quality drops off. It just turns into strobe lights.
Mm-hmm. Raul is here. Hello, Raul. Julia. It's
Hey,
weird Picard
Raul.
thinks religion is superstition when we know in Star Trek universe Vulcans have souls. Why wouldn't everybody else?
It's a scientifically quantifiable fact. If you can actually, move them from one place to another, like from a McCoy to a Spock.
Yes, you can actually interact. You can actually interact with the Vulcan souls.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't think it was that Trek, eliminated religion. I think it just generally avoided discussing it because it was, trying to tell, sci-fi stories that didn't really have a whole lot to do with religion. Well, unless you get to Deep Space Nine. I mean, there's plenty of religion in Deep Space Nine, right? So, it's definitely there. I mean, religion is definitely a sub-theme, at least in Star Trek.
Well, religion in Deep Space Nine is squarely based on aliens that actually exist. The prophets are real, and people just happen to worship them.
But you still have a whole religious order built around it, right, Jill? So, I mean, it's definitely a major theme in DS9. So
it sure is. RRTNZ says God is still part of Trek. Uhura was Christian. Well, I don't know that she was Christian, but she recognized Christianity. She recognized the Son of God in Bread of Circuses. That's correct.
Yep.
In the original series. Picard had met godlike beings. He would have every reason to know that an omnipotent God could exist.
Omnipotent. Omnipotent sounds dirty.
Scotty.
I've grown weary of discussion and argument.
You're correct.
I don't think I'm fully awake yet. I'm laughing like a maniac at one of Scotty's quips.
Absolutely smashing.
Well, for TOS, you've got to watch it in production order. Everything else, broadcast order.
I can watch TOS in any order because I love it so much. But I've seen it amazing number of times, so I guess it doesn't matter to me anymore. They're all good. Even the bad episodes I can enjoy. And there's not very many of those. Ooh.
DJ Play Nice in the chat says.
Oh, you want to read that?
I've seen every episode of every Star Trek run and all of the films, and I'm not butthurt by the addition of a new series or that it deviates from OG Trek, and I still don't get all of the dismay. I'm kind of with you on that, DJ. Like, I'm kind of with you on that because I don't like one of the reasons that I get so uppity about everything. And I know that I've been expressing my dismay in terms of Discovery, but like, I do get when it becomes vehement against new Trek again, like it has opened up. I'm curious about Prodigy. I like Lower Decks. I'm not that angry at Strange New Worlds. I do dislike with the white hot intensity of 1,000 burning praxises, Discovery, but it's just picking and choosing. But I'm with you as long as it's Star Trek and as long as it's keeping it alive, even if it's shit.
But is it Star
Trek? The dismay, yeah, exactly. Is it Star Trek PvP? And that's the question. The dismay only comes from the fact that none of it is Star Trek. Everything after 2005 is Star Trek in name
DJ
only.
seems fine with it.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm glad you're enjoying it, DJ Play Nice. That's great.
Yes.
And so it's good if you like it, but I don't. And for me, everything after 2005 isn't Star Trek.
Do you like mangoes?
And I don't like any
Jill?
of the Trek that you
Um,
mentioned.
Jill, do you
I
like
do.
mangoes?
You know what? It depends on how they're presented. I don't like fresh
Oh,
mangoes, but I like them when they're dried up and they've got like
right.
chili powder on them.
That's weird. I've never had that, but I'm
I
Canadian with a sensitive palate.
I would tend to agree with what Jill said. For me, it's like after Enterprise. Well, once I saw, I mean, the JJ movies, I didn't hate them with the passion that some people do. So I kind of don't hate Discovery with the passion that some people do, but I just don't care for it. I just don't think it's real Star Trek. And to me, it's just kind of superfluous. It's just kind of, silly stuff that they're just calling Star Trek. But to me, it's not real Trek. But if somebody likes it, I'm not going to, be angry that they like it. I mean, that's
Yeah.
fine. I just
Yeah,
don't.
that's right.
I,
I
I don't
know I
care.
can't stop your joy and I'm not going to try.
Yeah, it's
But
like
Yeah, just
Gavin
don't
says
it's
be a
good.
shit covered cuck. That's
it's
all.
like
Oh,
apathy.
come
I
on,
feel
Picard.
apathy towards fake Trek. Apathy, not hate. More like
Gavin
apathy.
says, for me, it's not that it deviates or breaks canon. It's that Star Trek canon is huge and it'll always be broken. Yes, and that's true. It's that Discovery doesn't even try to be Trek in spirit. It's difficult to watch, and I feel like that way for all
I'm
of
with you
new
on
Trek
that.
to some level.
Good.
Yes.
That's a good statement. Yeah, not in spirit. Yeah, I agree.
PvP, you hold the fort on this one. I'm going to go have a cigarette before I start yelling at people.
Okay, I'm
Well,
gonna
I
go.
know he does.
Gonna,
He does. Okay, so yesterday Jill claimed their debate was resolved. No, I didn't. I never said I didn't think it was resolved. I said that we can talk about it, and we actually do agree on a lot of things. When we get into details, it's when Scotty talks about the grand notion of everything and things that he likes. He's just like makes grandiose statements of how he enjoys certain things. But then when we actually get into the details, that's where we agree. DJ Play Nice says the gateway thing is how I feel about it too. Very good. And so Mark Harkness says when it is Star Trek and when it is name is and when is it in name only? And for me, characters that don't know how to treat each other as professionals. Yeah, right. They don't act as
yeah.
professionals in New Trek. It's just a fact.
Well, the disregard for chain of command is what really bugged me when I
But
tried
what's
to
even
watch Discovery. It was just
yeah, there's no
ridiculous.
respect for it. But what's
No,
even
it
more important is
made no
that Tiger
sense.
Stripes takes papayas over mangoes. I've never tried a papaya.
I can't remember if I've ever had one. Come to think of it, gosh, it would have been a long time ago.
But anyway, we do. What's really important here is that Penny is home from shopping.
Ooh, so she can the rest of the stream then. Yay.
And we have kind of a strange scene where Data is telling Worf that they have some of the data from the communications between the Duras and the Romulans. Before full copy of everything, they'll have to contact Starbase 24, which is, never a thing they do. I don't know. This data will allow Worf to prove his father's innocence. And Picard eventually relents, saying he'll make the files available to anybody, to the High Council, to the Duras families, to everyone, which makes sense. But I appreciate that but what is really strange, nothing ever comes of it. And I guess the reason is because the Klingons have been so great at burying their heads in the sand this long that they'll still be able to do so, even when direct evidence is right there for them to look up.
Yeah, that's an aspect of this episode that I really enjoyed was that there were factions within the Klingon culture that were quite happy to deny, the truth and to act in quite a dishonorable way. I thought some of the factions, which was interesting to see Klingons actually being dishonorable because generally they are quite an honorable people, right? Which is one of the
They're supposed to be. Yes, that's
yeah.
correct.
Well, that's their culture, honors that, right? But they often fall short of that ideal, of course, which I thought was interesting that they were kind of examining that a bit. Well, not just in this episode, but all the previous ones, the Klingon Civil War and all of that stuff. I thought were some of the best episodes in Next Generation. I really like the whole theme of the Klingon Civil War and, all the things that it led to, and Worf being at the center of it was really great.
Yes, and yes, it was great character building and also building of the Klingons in general, which
Oh
are the
yeah.
seeds of what we see. You eventually it continues from this point into Deep Space Nine.
Yep. Great world building for the Klingons in these episodes. They really
And I
really
just
are
I
great.
love this episode so much, but the only thing that bothers me is that there's no mention of contacting Starfleet or anything until part 2, so we have to wait for that.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh gosh.
Picard's just deciding all this on his own. And well, because Picard says that helping Gowron win in a battle against the other Klingons would drag the Federation into their civil war, and so I guess that's a thing that the Federation doesn't like doing, is to get involved into internal affairs of other, even allies and other Federation members.
Yeah, I think the Federation generally doesn't want to interfere. I mean, it's a non-interference thing once again. They just don't like to tell other people how to conduct themselves. Generally, it seems to me, unless they have to for whatever reason. When there's plenty of times, they've violated that and they've gone and they have
I would think so.
interjected.
That's what
You know,
seems really weird to me about this episode, is that Picard is just so adamant to stay out of it, even though he was the one at the beginning of the episode pushing Worf. Hey Worf, you gotta fix this. You gotta fix this problem with your family name.
well,
You don't want
Picard,
to be
yeah, he does
like
have that trait though to be passive at times, does he not, Jill? Like much more so than Kirk ever was. Like Kirk was always
it
the
is
man
a
of
bit
action.
infuriating after reviewing all of the original series to look at a captain who puts diplomacy and acting more like an admiral over being a captain of his own starship. And so it's a little strange
He
to
does,
walk from
yeah.
Captain Kirk to Picard like this.
He
They
seems
are
to
very different.
he seems quite actually indecisive at times through the series.
Well,
Yeah.
it's he contradicts himself, I think, a bit in this,
Uh,
in terms of supporting Worf and then being like, "Oh, well, I wanted you to fix your honor, but I didn't want to be involved in this Klingon Game of Thrones contest."
Game of Thrones, yeah, really. But yeah, I think Picard lives in his head, whereas Kirk, went with his gut, a lot of the time, like just winged it when he felt that it was necessary. Whereas Picard will just sit there and think and think and analyze and think and analyze some more, and then possibly, eventually, maybe make a decision of some kind. That's always what I found Picard to be like.
Yeah, Scotty, we started talking about the Civil War already for like 10 minutes,
Get
so
back here, Scotty.
we're back on
That's
track.
a long cigarette there, buddy. Uh,
And speaking of the topic we're not going to go back to, Daniel's Hot Topics is here. And oh, oh no. I don't need to know. Vulcan has no moon. And no,
but yeah.
and oh, that's gonna, oh man. Okay, let's forget about that for a moment. We're talking about the Klingon Civil War. And so Picard gets invited over for some tea, Earl Grey tea. And so it's one of those moments where you're like, is he going to drink the tea? But he's certain they're not going to try to kill him or poison him, because it wouldn't be a good idea to kill the arbiter before he's made his decision. That's quite the chance he's taking.
I think they're trying to persuade him with kindness.
But also intimidate him at the same time.
Oh, well, yeah, but they're Klingons. I mean, of course.
Mhm. But of course, Picard sees right through that they're just looking for power. Everybody does. Everybody, they're pretty transparent about it.
Yeah, Picard might seem passive, but he is definitely intelligent enough to generally read a situation quite accurately, it seems. So I'll give him points for that.
Yeah.
I love the makeup. I mean, I just love the look of the Duras sisters. They look
great.
cool.
They do. They're awesome.
Yeah.
The best line in this scene is when Picard tells the women that they have manipulated the circumstances with the skill of a Romulan. And so that's a burn. That's a good burn.
That's a definite insult, yes.
And Daniel's Hot Topics say people say the Duras sisters are hot. I cannot see it. And then, yeah, that's your taste.
Oh, I can see it. I mean, they're.
Yeah, I can see
I
it
mean,
too.
the Klingons. The head bumpy thing is not really a turn on for me, but they are still attractive as far as Klingon women go. I would say.
Yes.
Besides, I mean, I can imagine what it would be like having a Klingon a girlfriend. Like, it would definitely be intense. I'm sure it would be quite the experience.
Yeah, well, a little bit dangerous too.
Yeah,
So,
but that might be
hey,
kind of fun, right? A little bit
what's
of
going on
danger,
here? Hold
wink,
on.
wink.
I want to fix something while I'm here. Why am I not having a starship? There it is. In the
There we
corner.
go. There it is.
I was missing it. Welcome back, Scotty R37. You just missed T with the Duras sisters.
Yeah.
And you missed
tea. That reminds me, I'm going to go make
tea.
a second cup of tea so I can eventually wake up. Actually, I'm starting to feel awake now. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, that's the most important thing you missed. And we Picard's reminding the council about that Terrell or whatever shit his name is, Terrell is it that it's Klingon law that they share the claim. Okay, so let's I want to get to the actual dialogue.
Should we do line readings? Do you have line readings?
We do, but we don't have to.
I want to, though.
Well, but this is a long one. You don't
That's
need to read
fine.
the whole
Are you going to
thing.
be? Are you going to be the
Duras?
Duras?
What?
Oh, okay.
No,
Are
I
you gonna be
already did the
Terrell?
T.
Okay.
No, I don't want to do this scene. Let's do another scene later.
Okay. Oh, I'm holding out for Mr. Hobson. I want to be Mr. Hobson.
Yes, we'll do that. I promise you that, because we're gonna get there and it's gonna be good.
Sweet.
But Duras is dead. His claim to the leadership died with him, is what Picard says here, and so he chooses Gowron. And the Arbiter has ruled, but of course, that's when the council members moved to stand behind the Duras.
Yes. And I kind of understand. I kind of understand culturally why they would stand behind Duras, is because you don't, as the Klingon ambassador said in Star Trek 4, Vulcans are known to be the intellectual puppets of the Federation, and I can understand the resistance by the Klingon Empire to fall into that same role.
Yeah, because Toral says, does the Federation dictate Klingon destiny, or do we? And so that's probably his only interesting line in the entire two-parter.
Yes.
Because usually he just comes up with bad ideas and people shoot him down and say, or tell him to shut up.
Finally, someone not named Wesley. Hey, where is Wesley during these episodes?
Where is Wesley? Well, we have a Klingon Wesley, so we don't need Wesley this time.
We don't need actual Wesley. We have GoBot Wesley.
So,
yeah. Oh, what a beautiful ship. What great model work. Exceptional. Did you have anything to say?
I do. Well, okay. Oh no, what happened?
I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
I
I'm
think we
getting
need
a
to pick
phone
a
call.
vote. What's going on?
I'm sorry. Just give me a second.
Absolutely.
I have to take this. I'll be right back.
Absolutely.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Please talk for me for a little while.
I will talk for you. I will say whatever I want to because I have a microphone. But this is great in terms of fleshing out the Klingon culture and in terms of the relationship between the Klingons and the Federation. You said that or sorry, PvP had said that Picard was somewhat indecisive throughout the series, and I disagree with that idea. I think he was very decisive, but the diplomacy of late 24th century Federation space was more of a priority. Even Janeway in Voyager said, and Spock in Next Generation talked about the cowboy diplomacy of might makes right. It is at odds. One of the things that I also sort of like to pay attention to is the evolution of the Federation diplomacy and history. Is that Kirk paved the way, and Picard diplomatically maintained what could be called the golden era of the Federation in the galaxy. And the Dominion War, as depicted on Deep Space Nine, really sort of upset the balance of power, to coin a term. And it is that sort of getting the kick in the complacency, as Picard referenced in the first Borg episode with Q, who I think, and the Federation was at the height of their powers in Redemptions 1 and 2, after having just defeated the Borg, and they were the ultimate power in the Alpha and Beta quadrants. But once we get to the 25th century, no one stays on top forever. And it's disappointing to see that evolution, but it does enhance sort of the mystique and the mystery and it's not a small galaxy. It is wondrous with treasures to sate, but it's not for the timid. I adore the Next Generation so much, but it is of a different time as opposed to the original series, when they were blazing trails as opposed to maintaining their bureaucracies, and bureaucracies break down. And I think that is something that we see when we get to Picard. Not that I'm the biggest fan of 2 out of 3 of those seasons. I hate the first 2.
I'm so sorry about that. Gosh.
Oh, so am I. No, I was doing great.
I'm sure you were doing great.
Oh, I was like a
did you
shiny
talk about
penny.
how Kern is gonna support Gowron and everything?
I did not talk about the fleets, the squadrons. He has 4 squadrons in 2 different sectors. Yes.
Well,
I didn't
earlier
talk about
on in the
that.
episode, the weird thing is that they said we only got 3 of them, but now but now there's 4. So I guess they convinced that last group off camera at some point.
Well, it does turn the tide. It makes it so that Gowron doesn't get, blowed up.
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't get just immediately destroyed, but still they're still at a disadvantage because the Romulans are helping the Duras with the supplies and everything. We don't know what exactly.
Well, but that's I can't help but compare this 2-parter to the previous 2-parter with Best of Both Worlds 1 and 2, is that this one doesn't feel as like part 1 is kind of lame and part 2 is amazing in this one, in Redemption 1.
Well,
and
part
2.
1 is like the setup.
Yeah.
Everything has to happen.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like the reverse of Best of Both Worlds, though, where I found part 1 was great and part 2 was a bit lame for me, Scotty, actually.
For Best of Both Worlds?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's agreed totally. This one sort of as Jill said, it sets everything up, and then you really get like a Hadouken in part 2,
I think we're
and whereas
Well,
Neither Picard or the Federation want to help with this war, even though Romulans are very clearly intervening with the
basically,
Klingons.
I think this first part is all about laying laying out what the factions are, what their motivations may be, the subterfuge that's going on. You know, Worf and Picard are trying to,
Yeah, and
figure their way through this
Mhm.
somehow to, find some level of success eventually. But there is a lot of convoluted subterfuge going on within the Klingon
Oh, it's
Empire
not
at this
too
point.
convoluted. It's actually very clear.
Well, I think there's subtleties. There's
There's
behind the
not too
scenes
much
stuff
subtleties.
happening.
It's the Duras are getting support from the Romulans, and the Romulans
Well,
are kind of
yeah.
using them
Yeah,
as
but that's a lot of subterfuge, I
puppets
think.
and
I mean, they're
everything.
all sides are playing each other.
Yes. Well, not the Federation.
Well,
Well,
the Federation
definitely.
is trying to,
But it's not convoluted at all. It's pretty clear.
Okay, well, I guess
everything's convoluted when the Romulans are involved.
I think it's
That's
convoluted. I disagree. I have to disagree with you, Jill, but that's okay.
Well, I just want to hear what exactly precisely is convoluted in the plot or the episode. I think it's very clearly laid out and from
Okay,
beginning
I'd have
to
to
end.
rewatch. I did not have time to watch this last night, so I have not watched this episode in a long time. So
I've never seen Star Trek.
My memory could be failing me. That's possible, I guess.
Well, it's not convoluted, but it is the power struggle within the Klingon High Council it would be a straightforward power struggle if it weren't for the intervention of the Romulans. And then once you get spoilers, Sela showing up, and there's a time travel element in terms of the revenge against the Enterprise. Like it does, there are a lot of moving parts.
Yeah, I guess maybe I chose the wrong word to try and
It's
describe
treacherous. It's treacherous for sure.
It is.
Okay. I thought you said it
Well,
was
and also
Trek for us for a second there.
It was Trek for us.
Trek for us.
But it's also like, let's not forget, in the end, Gowron is a power hungry motherfucker who gets killed by Worf, and thankfully,
Gowron is kind of cool though. He's kind of cool.
Yeah, he's a politician. He's a politician first. But he's a lot cooler in this episode. He builds up to being over power hungry, insane man. So he's not quite there yet. So I want to enjoy him while he's still not terrible, but he still kind of does some questionable things.
Well, but I love that. Anyway, we'll get there when we get back to the bridge of the Bortus. But I love the set design of the Klingon bridge.
Yes. Yes, the Bortus. Bortus. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Seth MacFarlane.
I just realized that myself.
Seth MacFarlane, did you get Bortus's name from the Klingon ship?
Artists don't. Sometimes artists steal.
That's fine. I mean, he loves Star Trek, and he has the right.
Yes.
He changed the A to a U, so it's not completely the same.
Well, wasn't it Picasso, that old quote where he said, mediocre artists borrow, great artists steal, something along those lines?
Well, this is the part where
proverb.
This is the part where what PvP was saying really is driven home here, that Picard decides to take the Enterprise out of the battle area. He does not help Gowron.
Well, it's an internal matter. It makes sense for him to step away.
It makes sense if he were an admiral to Starfleet. Like it doesn't make sense when he knows that when he actually has the actual knowledge that Romulans are behind helping the Duras, and that it's more beneficial which side should be winning here.
Well,
so I don't know. I'm more of the Riker here. Riker has objections to it, and especially knowing that Worf's on board. So even if okay, so I understand Starfleet isn't supposed to be involved in civil wars. That seems like a fair policy, but why isn't there an exception if a Federation officer is still on the ship? Don't you care about that person's life? Like a leave no man behind kind of thing.
But he's not on duty.
He's not on duty. He hasn't even resigned yet though.
Right. Well, and that's the thing.
But
Is that
he's still commissioned.
But it would be a matter of rescuing a hostage or something like that. Like Worf has put himself in harm's way, and so, but like an international or intergalactic incident that would be detrimental to the Federation would ensue if the flagship of the Federation decided to start shooting.
Yeah. Okay.
What?
Yeah,
You don't like diplomacy? I got the
Yeah, I
politics all
do.
up the yin yang, you lady.
I know that, but the politics is that they don't want to get involved in a civil war, but
Mm.
but the heart of Star Trek is wanting to save your friends. And this is like, okay, we're just gonna turn around and we're gonna just come back later.
Yeah, it is a somewhat complex situation.
They fix it in part 2.
Yes.
But why do we have to wait all of that time? It's just
suspense.
Because we needed it to be continued. Yeah. Also, now that you're bringing it up, and I want to defend Captain Picard as much as I possibly can, but this is also very representative of why I put Kirk first, Sisko second, Picard third.
Yep, my thought exactly, Scotty. I agree 100%.
Gavin Blackburn likes Klingon interior decorations.
Yes.
There was nice set design in these episodes on the Klingon homeworld. It always looks pretty cool.
Daniel's Hot Topics likes Deep Space Nine better than TNG, and he would love to have a Klingon show set on Kronos. And it would be awesome. Yeah.
There's a video.
He wants violent. Oh, there's a video game like this that Daniel wants. What's it called?
It's called Star Trek Away Team. And it's like a third person turn-based action game. And there are a couple of missions that you have to go to Kronos and do like subterfuge. And but it's fun. You can check it out. It's great.
There you go, Daniel. Go check out that game.
Also, you could play Klingon Academy, starring the late great Christopher Plummer. Follow up to Starfleet Academy, which had Shatner, Koenig, and Takei. Great times.
See, we already have Starfleet Academy. We don't need this new shit.
I don't want to talk about it.
Let's play a video game.
Let's play a video game. But it's a shooting game. You suck at shooting games.
I kind of do, unless I have bats.
Yeah, no VATS. No VATS.
Oh, I want to see if my coffee's still warm. It's supposed to be warm forever.
Do you have a finger? Put it in your coffee and you'll find out. Yes.
It is. This thing works, but I want it hotter than this. I'll turn it up.
Okay. There's a volume control in your temperature.
I love this idea from Worf. He suggests that Gowron pretend the ship is disabled by not locking on the weapons so that the other ships will try to board, which gives Gowron the ability to destroy one of the ships. Because Worf is a smarty pants.
Well, it's that Starfleet training, I think, that's coming into play here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Echoes of Kirk.
Well, he doesn't think just like a Klingon. He also thinks like a Starfleet officer, which, saves Worf's bacon more than once. So,
that's what this whole episode's about. and I love that also. That he can use both of those as an advantage, but also that they conflict with each other sometimes.
It's like Spock, right? I mean, two cultures conflicting, but also in some ways enhancing each other.
Precisely. From two different worlds. And I think that's why a lot of people love Worf, is that he represents that otherness that Spock also did.
Well, I think a lot of us sometimes feel that otherness in a sense, even though we're not like, we're not like, interspecies, beings or whatever. But sometimes, it's easy to feel out of place.
It's a damn good
Not-
explosion too, even though
Ah.
space doesn't have enough oxygen for this kind of conflagration.
It
but
looks like
I
an
love
Eric's
it.
Big Bang.
It looks cool.
But I do enjoy, the bird of prey going through the debris of the first bird of prey. That is rad, especially on a
And-
television budget.
Yeah, the effects in these episodes are really awesome, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Because sometimes
Yeah.
TNG's effects can be kind of pedestrian, and especially some of the earlier seasons, right? Where they hadn't quite got the CGI down yet. But by this point, the CGI is looking fabulous.
Yeah.
There we go. I love all these characters too. All the Klingon characters in these episodes are just awesome. I mean, those he's got the best eyes in Star Trek. I gotta say, those eyes are like evil, staring, sharp.
He has the most
shark
expressive
eyes.
eyes of anybody ever, and also when Kern comes to save the day, I'm always very happy.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
And so finally, with the support of Kern, Gowron's like, all right, fine, I'll be Chancellor now, even though the Civil War's still on. And he then restores Worf's family name and his honor. And he, I guess part of the ritual is to bleed your hand on we gotta shake hands with the sword, dagger.
I like that.
Yeah, well, it's very Klingon. That's for sure.
Yeah, I like it too. I wanted to pause on it, but it kept going.
That is cool.
Look at all that blood. And it's not Pepto-Bismol colored.
No, I know, but this is before. Is this before? Yeah, it's definitely before Star Trek 6. So they hadn't really established that it was Pepto-Bismol colored.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute.
Star Trek 6
Are you
came out
sure?
at the same time as Unification 1 and 2. So but that's also that was a matter of avoiding an R rating.
You're right. Mm-hmm. Right. So the movie was forced to do that.
Yeah, but it was rad. It was cool. I wish that they had sort of maintained it in terms of continuity. They did not, but
No.
I give it a pass.
Yeah, me too. It doesn't bother me. I didn't realize they were these episodes were both released in the same year, so it makes sense.
We can pick and choose our continuities.
Well, that's the thing with original Trek. I mean, it sometimes it does have inconsistencies, but we can kind of give them a pass because they're generally not glaring and they don't really affect the story in any particular way. So,
Well,
I mean, the
as long
color of
as you
blood
don't-
it's a minor nitpick, really, though. I would think,
Well, and also like when did Kur, Kang, and Koloth grow their foreheads?
Oh, that's true. Well, I think some kind of genetic re-engineering might have been.
Yeah, that's what Tiger Stripes was saying earlier in the chat. Is she wanted to ask questions about the genetic modifications of Klingons that are
Why
that
they did
seems
it?
to be in canon.
Why they did it is always a question I have. Like, what was the advantage of putting the bumpies on your forehead? And I just have no answer, really.
Well, it was genetic based on Enterprise. It was genetic engineering, and it unfortunately took away the front part of their skull for some reason. So sometimes,
I don't think it was. I don't think it was intentional. Like we want to have this. It just became.
Sometimes when I watch these episodes and I hear the debates and whatnot, and I understand people who like the original series because it's more like a Western, a little bit more rough and tumble, but I like watching it because it reminds me of Law and Order, how sometimes there's debate and then sometimes there's action. It just makes me smile.
Well, there's lots of debate. Yeah. So Gowron's trying to get Picard to get the Federation involved, and Worf tries to plead with him too, knowing that the Duras families conspired with the Romulans. But Picard says it's an internal matter. And he even says something about the Prime Directive, but that's ridiculous because Klingons have
Non-interference.
warp. Yeah, non-interference, but that's what that seems to be like a relation to the Prime Directive, and I don't think that's not applicable because Klingons have warp drive, so that doesn't make any sense.
Well,
Um,
but it's a tenuous piece between the Klingons and the Federation. It's always been very like it's I think it's a little more complicated than saying the Prime Directive. I think non-interference is a good philosophy for the Federation in this particular instance to show the rest of the Federation is we're not going to pick a side in your internal struggles.
except that it's not an internal struggle if an external force is aiding one side over the other.
They don't know that yet.
Picard knows that. Fucking Picard knows it.
No, he doesn't know.
Yes, he knows.
Was that
how?
He knows.
When?
He knows. He knows
In
throughout this whole
episode 1?
episode.
No, he doesn't. He surmises it because of the relationship between the Duras and the Romulans, but he doesn't know for sure. He has no proof.
Yes, he knows for sure. He has no proof, but he knows for sure.
You know for sure if you don't have proof.
Wow, you guys are getting more interesting than the episode
Yeah.
almost.
Okay. But Picard is just more playing politics in that case instead of going with his gut that he knows what's correct.
To
And he doesn't
maintain
go what's right.
allegiance with one of the most, if the Klingons turn against the Federation, it could oh my stars, you saw how bad it gets.
Yeah, I guess so.
I can see both viewpoints actually. I mean,
see, Mark Harkness gets it.
Both viewpoints have some credibility, I suppose. I mean, it depends on your point of view, right?
And Mark Harkness is right. He suspects, but Federation needs evidence. And yeah, that's right. But
well, Picard does seem
know
maybe
it's true.
overly cautious, but that's Picard, right? That's what he does sometimes.
Well,
and I guess it bothers me sometimes when the characters have to catch up with what the audience knows.
Yes. And also when it comes to the evidence, we've already seen that there was a Romulan explosive that was sabotage in the drumhead. We've already seen in the Mind's Eye when the Romulan technology infected or was implanted into Geordi's visor. Like, we do know that there is, scuttlebutt.
Yes, but
skullduggery.
Because of Picard's obstinance, Worf decides to resign his commission as a Starfleet officer. And so, he does that thing like you do on the cop shows, and he puts his badge on the table.
Oh, yeah. That's a nice dramatic moment, though, when Worf resigns.
Yes.
And it does dial up the tension to another level, right? So,
I was thinking about this when he did, like, when Worf does resign his commission, I was like, and he takes off his comm badge and puts it down. I was like, is that kind of like if I were to walk in, let's just imagine a world where I have a job and I go in and I'm like, I quit. And then I have to hand over my cell phone. Like, that's what a comm badge is. It's basically a cell phone. And so
or your little card that lets you into the building.
It probably does have your rank and serial number and all that kind of jazz in the comm badge as well. I'm guessing, Scotty, which is why it would basically be your commission that you are putting on the desk when you take that.
Oh,
No, I know, but you have to get you got to get a new communication device. Like, it's his communicator, literally.
I'm sure the Klingons will provide him one.
I hope
quite
so.
happily. Oh, I'm sure they will.
But it's like going from like a better version. Like, I think that the technology in the Federation is probably better than the Klingons. It's like I give up my my iPhone and now I want a Nokia flip.
I think it's just Worf is being a little passionate here, like to defend his people, and he's kind of making that choice that my people mean they're in this instance at least. The Klingon Empire is more important to me than the Federation. For this time. Point in time. That's what I'm.
Well, that the Klingons need him more now than the Federation does. The need is greater. Worf says, "I was rescued from Kittimer by humans."
It's like the needs of the many, right?
and loved by human parents. Do you want to read this?
Who?
I don't
What?
see anything on the screen yet.
You know what?
Oh, you want me to
Yeah.
read it?
Well,
Or
why
Scotty?
not Scotty read Worf and you can read Picard?
Sure, I'll do that.
Okay.
Because I do like this exchange.
All right. I was rescued from Kittimer by humans, raised and loved by human parents. I've spent most of my life around humans, fought beside them. But I was born a Klingon. My heart is of that world. I do hear the cry of the warrior. I belong with my people.
Being the only Klingon ever to serve in Starfleet gave you a singular distinction, but I felt that what was unique about you was your humanity, compassion, generosity, fairness. You took the best qualities of humanity and made them part of you. The result was a man who was proud. I was proud to call one of my officers. I'll have your belongings transported to the Bordas.
And before we read the last few lines that I put there, we see Worf going through the hallway, which is lined with the hallway, not the highway.
Right.
It's got the whole. It seems like a lot of the crew is lined up on the way to the transporter to see him off.
Yeah.
Permission to leave the ship, sir.
Well, it kind of makes sense that they would show up to send them off.
Okay, but read the last line. Start over.
Scotty.
Well, no, you got to read the Picard line. I'll do it again. Permission to leave the ship, sir.
Permission granted, Kapla.
Goodbye. Ba, 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 ba.
Da, 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 da.
Even just Worf saying goodbye in reply to Kapla, instead of it's a symbolization of his combined human and Klingon nature. So I just love how that's touched on throughout this episode.
It's good writing. Good writing for sure.
It's a great way to end this episode. Meanwhile, the Duras sisters and the Romulans, they're really happy. They're really happy, and and not Tashiar or Tashiar's daughter, Sela.
Sela.
Is Sela.
Silo.
Silo.
Green.
She emerges from the shadows, and if you couldn't,
I love, and I'm like Varul.
She says, "Celebrate later, Toral. We should not discount Jean-Luc Picard yet. He is human, and humans have a way of showing up when you least expect them." And so that's part one.
She's only half human, though, is she not?
That's right.
Yeah. But a good line, though. Good ending line, I must say.
Oh, yeah, but she's rejected all of her humanity. She's rejected humanity in full.
So, like
despite
Spock
being part human.
It's like Spock always refers to himself as a Vulcan, not
correct.
A human.
Yes,
yeah.
he accepted himself as a Vulcan when he was 7 years old. When he went through Coswan and had to put down his pet.
Yeah. Oh, that was a sad episode. But a great one.
And he also saved his own life.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Yesteryear is probably
rolling
one of the
through
best
the
of the
beginning.
animated.
Okay, Scotty is called away for a second. I'm going to catch up with the chat just a bit here. Good TNG episode for sure, at least to my mind. Absolutely fantastic TNG episode to my mind.
This is top tier TNG for me. I agree.
Sentai Ranger Donnie. Klingons express their power via beards. Oh wait, really? Yeah, it's like they turned on that genetic body modding, but they can't turn it off. I wonder where I was here. Relax. This is space. This is space fantasy. Yeah. Who cares about science when it comes to boom boom in space? Well, yeah, right. Because there's no sound in space, so you wouldn't really hear the explosions that are occurring. They would just happen. But as long as the characters themselves don't interact with the fact that we get to hear the sound, I don't mind it. And as long as it's not part of the story or anything, and it's just for entertainment value, it's not as bad as the characters acknowledging sound in space.
Yeah, it would be boring without the explosions sounding, nice and
Mhm.
loud.
Right. And yeah, it just makes it more fun. That's all. Even though we know it's not scientifically accurate, everybody knows that.
Well, the only scientifically accurate portrayal I think would be 2001: A Space Odyssey, because that does have no sound in space, which is cool.
Mhm.
Which is one reason I love
In
it so much.
space, no one can hear you scream.
Oh yes, right, that too. I
This
thought this was a
suspects.
build-up episode actually, so I wasn't disappointed.
Yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it. But obviously, I have way more slides for the rest of it. Look how much I have compared to the first half.
Yes.
And Michael
So
Dorn wants a Worf spinoff. Yeah, well,
are we,
I
we are,
want a new production company, and then I want a Worf spinoff.
and a bunch of new writers, like good writers.
Yeah, well, everybody that Seth MacFarlane picked off from 90s Star Trek, he knows how to make Star Trek. He's made Star Trek for us, but he
Yeah.
couldn't actually get the real label on it
Yeah, it's
because
unfortunate that
they told him no. He could
it's
have produced it.
really stupid that they didn't let Seth take over, because we could have
Yeah,
had good Trek, and they could have been selling merchandise,
it
and they
would have
could have
been
been
good.
selling DVDs, and they could have been making a way, way big pile of money, but no, they didn't want
Yeah,
to do that.
no,
Oh
they
well.
didn't.
Oh, by the way,
They said no to success.
yeah. Are you doing part 2 of this today, Jill? Because there's still plenty
Yes.
of time.
Oh
Okay.
yes. If you got to go at any moment, just let me
No,
know. I'm going to
I
keep going.
I I do have an appointment.
Whether
I have a bank appointment. I think it's at 3. Somehow I've misplaced the card where they wrote it down, but I know it's today, and I believe it's 3 o'clock. That's what I remember anyway, so I'm pretty certain. So I got lots of time still. If you're going
Mhm.
for like another 90 minutes, like you usually do, till
Yes,
around then.
possibly.
Yeah,
Probably.
seems about right, because we're only halfway through. So,
Oh,
and
and
now,
in this part 2,
hmm,
RRTNZ's likes the Klingon bar scene. Yes, I love that scene too. They behave like Oasis, trashing a hotel room after a gig. Worf looks disgusted. Yeah, yeah, he kind of by them. Yeah, he kind of is. He's like, "What are you guys doing?"
no, it's worse.
It's culture shock for him. This
It is.
whole
Yeah,
what he's built up in his mind as the perfect Klingon is not reality,
it's
and he
Worf's
has to face it.
human Federation side
Mhm.
observing. It seems to me. Yeah. Looking at
Yeah.
from the outside in, or whatever, so to speak.
Yeah, Firefly doesn't have sound in space. Not that hard to be consistent about if anyone gives a damn.
That's true.
Says Tiger Shark.
Firefly is a great show, and it does not have sound. That is true. Good point.
Oh,
Firefly is good.
no, I didn't say there's no fire. I never said that. I said as much as we saw. So there's no oxygen, so there would be fire, but there because of the interior explosions and the oxygen inherent inside the spaceship itself, but there
Yeah,
wouldn't be as much and it wouldn't have gone as far. So I
I
didn't
think
say no fire.
I think stars are a whole different ball game anyway. That's
Mhm.
a lot different than a little ship exploding.
Yeah,
Uh,
exactly.
you
Stars are
know,
made of gas.
yeah, there's like a chemothermal kind of. I don't know. I don't really know how stars burn, but they're so bloody hot that they do. Boy.
Yeah. But first half, I love it. Second half, I love it. The thing, writer Ronald D. Moore says, I had more fun writing part 2 than 1. We knew there were lots of stories to tell, but I didn't want to lose any of those threads. And
Mm.
the data thing was the most fun of all of them. Yeah. I wish there were a couple more minutes because you watch it and it blazes along, but it was a little constrictive. The parallels to the coup in the Soviet Union were very ironic. It was something that resonated around in my mind. Part 2 had a little more life than part 1. And RRTNZ says, my wife introduced me to Firefly after we saw Serenity in 2005. Yeah, a lot of people did that, is they saw the movie before they watched the series. RRTNZ says, I loved it. And she said, did you know there was a show too? Nice. Yeah, and you get to watch the show where Walsh isn't dead.
Yeah, really. Yeah, that was a big shocker when they killed Wash off in the movie. But I was like, wow, they killed wow, they killed him.
Yeah, the innocent guy who plays with toy dinosaurs.
I know, he was the most fun guy in the whole crew, and they killed him. It's like, oh man, the audience was like, you could just feel the people like go, oh no, almost out loud. It's like, oh man, it was a big shocker. Yeah, totally.
It was for me too. I was upset.
Yeah.
Did you hear what happened to the actor who played Alexander Worf's son in TNG? Yes, I did.
Oh yeah, yes, I believe he's no longer
he
with us.
decided. Yeah, there were several actors who played Alexander, and one of them decided to no longer be with us of his own choosing.
That's sad.
Yeah, it is sad. That is a sad time. Yeah, I was definitely sorry to read that.
Yeah,
but there were 3 different Alexanders. There were 2 kids, and then there was one that played him as a grown-up, who was like a time traveling Alexander. But now they're on the episode. They're on Kern's ship, the Hegta. With Worf, he's serving as tactical officer, and so they're about to be defeated. So Kern decides to drag everybody to the sun. He lures the other Klingons to the sun, to the star, and just a very lucky happenstance solar flare destroys the other 2 ships. I wonder how Kern knew that the other 2 ships would be stupid enough to follow him into a star.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
But at least Worf's not dead.
Yeah. It was a bit convenient, I suppose, that they got the solar flare just at the right spot at the right time. But hey,
yeah, it kind of was like, hey, Kern knows his solar flares, and he saw that one was coming. He's a astronomer on the
that's
side.
a hobby. Maybe that's a hobby.
That's his,
yeah.
That's his hobby. I like that idea that I just came up with out of nowhere. And so I want to go back to that image of the star destroying those ships. So this, because they talk about it, the effect was created by visual effects supervisor Dan Curry. He says, we had to do a scene where Worf's brother lures the bad guys to follow him, and he kicks off a wave of the surface of the sun. And in the pre-digital age, we had to use kind of bizarre alchemy to produce images. I looked at still photographs of the surface of the sun, and for some reason, it reminded me of dried oatmeal. So I sprinkled oatmeal on a light table, and I put an electric motor on it so that it vibrated a little bit to create a sizzle, and took that flat plane of sizzling oatmeal and wrapped that in an electronic device over an imaginary or virtual sphere. What is that? And by making a negative of it and tinting it orange, it looked like the cells on the surface of the sun.
Wow.
Yeah. Hey, this is practical.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I thought they were using all digital by this point in the series.
I thought so too. Well, I knew that it wasn't all CGI because, of course, we get those gorgeous matte paintings.
Oh yeah, those are true. But yeah, that's a bizarre solution. Like in my wildest dreams, I don't think I could ever come up with a solution like, oh yeah, oatmeal, that'll do the trick. Like
oatmeal.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, when
That's
visual
amazing.
effects artists actually had to be artists, they had to look at
Creativity.
nature. And they had to
Creativity.
say, what does this remind me of, and how can I recreate it? That's really
Yeah.
cool.
That is amazing, actually, to come up with a solution like that, because I would never think up something like that. Like, power to them. That's a very, very creative solution.
Mhm. Daniel's Hot Topics says Michael Dorn and Marina Sirtis
Oh,
are eager to see Captain Worf and Commander Rafi in a spin-off season due to their successful partnership. I
oh,
don't doubt it. I don't doubt that they want more work.
Commander Rafi. I think I need my barf bag somewhere.
Yeah, right. I don't think she ever stood
Oh,
trial. But
I
did
hate
she
that
ever stand?
character.
But dude, did she ever stand trial for all the people she murdered in the previous seasons to that season? Like
Well,
I
I don't,
know,
I don't even know why they had her on the ship, because she was nothing but a drug addict criminal in my books, but
but yeah, she
not
really even
Starfleet material.
even in Metallis's show, several of the episodes was her trying a different drug in the first few episodes.
Oh God,
Let's inject this. Let's put this in my
that's
eye.
great message for young people to absorb, right?
Uh-huh.
Watching that junk, yeah. Mhm.
Exactly.
Drugs are cool. Shut up, squares.
Hey, welcome back, Scotty.
Tell that to the people I see wandering around the
You
streets
don't like
downtown.
Rafi either, so leave us alone.
I am one of the people wandering around the street, baked
No,
out of
you're
their
not.
gourd.
No,
Yeah,
No,
that's,
you're
yeah,
not.
You
no, I
don't. You
know.
know. Usually, I like your voice, but every time you come back, I'm like, "Whoa, you're a little loud."
Oh, I'm sorry. I can turn that down. I apologize. Is that better?
No.
Yeah,
No.
that's
Yeah,
better.
Okay. All right.
yeah, it's better.
You're,
No.
I
You know
hope
what?
you're
That's
eating
too
something
much.
good there, Scotty.
That's too much. Just a
How's
little bit
this?
up.
You okay there?
Perfect. Yeah.
Having lunch?
Dude, I eat constantly on streams now. I'm such a rude motherfucker.
You are rude.
Yeah, I know. I turned off background noise. It's okay.
All right.
I hope it's good. I hope it's a good lunch anyway.
No, it's
You're
not.
called
that good.
away for yummy times.
I needed protein. Hey, Mr. Brown.
You were called away by your stomach. Hello,
Yes.
Mr. Brown Alliance, king of the longest live stream about Star Wars Attack of the Clones ever made, I bet. I'll be right back just a second.
See, I'm not the only one. Did anyone do the captain's log PvP?
I don't think so. Jill just put it up on the private chat a second ago there. So just shortly before she left to go help her kiddo.
Are we allowed to read it or no?
I don't know. She didn't say if we should read it.
I don't think
not,
we should.
So.
I don't think we should.
Maybe Jill wants to read it, so you know.
Oh, it's true. It's true. Oh no, she said yes. Read it.
Oh, okay.
Captain's log, stardate 45020.4. We have arrived at Starbase 234, where I have taken the opportunity to make a proposal to Fleet Admiral Shanti.
Boy, you do a much better Picard. I could never do a Picard that good. That's why I didn't even try, because I knew I would botch it if I tried the accent. But that's pretty good, Scotty.
You know, and when it comes down to it, I think that my Next Generation impressions are better than my original series impressions. My Scotty and Chekhov, they overlap too much, and so I am happy when I can bust out a Picard. Yeah.
Do you have an example?
No, because I'm bad at both of them, and I don't want to suck publicly.
Okay. What about McCoy? Do you do McCoy at all? Like,
no, I can't. I can't possibly.
Yeah, you have to subscribe to his OnlyFans for that.
Oh shit.
No, I know. Just me doing bad impressions, bottomless.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, maybe I'll pass on that. I might pass on that, actually.
Makes sense. I don't have a lot of subscribers. No one wants to see it.
Oh, boy. Anyway, you just missed the cool oatmeal effects here, Scotty.
Yeah. These effects are practical effects. I thought it was CGI too. Maybe it's a mix of both, because I didn't really quite understand, but he used oatmeal and on a light table and put an electric motor on it to create a sizzle, and then wrapped it up in some kind of electrical device, and they made it orange, and it was the sun. But now we have to go to Fleet Admiral Shanti.
Yes. Just Jean-Luc Picard answering to more bitches.
What? She's not a bitch.
Well, no, I just mean a lady. I'm just saying I don't like the fact that he has to answer. When did Star Trek become woke? That the
Star Trek is
captain
not
of
woke.
I
Star
don't think
Trek,
it's woke.
Star Trek
Hey.
isn't woke until Discovery.
She would have been she would have been elevated to her position in Starfleet due to her skill and her intelligence
Right.
and her being a person of quality, not because she's a woman or black.
Right. Starfleet is a
Equal
meritocracy. It's a
Yes.
meritocracy. Yes.
So yeah, I don't think
words.
I don't think Trek was woke at all back in those days, but that's
Me neither.
Some people try and
No,
call
it
it that,
was the whole idea of Star Trek is that everyone gets a chance to, if you're awesome enough, you can be in Starfleet, and it's just about how good you are, not how you're born.
if you can go through the academy and succeed, then you become
like how she passed her physical exams. I have no idea.
Well, maybe
that was thin at the beginning, and then she let herself go. It's like Big Fat Scotty.
Well, maybe once you get up to like admiral level or something, that they kind of loosen the physical.
Right, but Scotty earned it because he was fit his entire youth. He doesn't get larger until he's older.
That's true.
He can be as big as he wants.
I just, I want to live in a world where it's socially acceptable for me to call her Big Fat Tilly from Star Trek.
Okay, then you can.
I will.
Oh, I'm just gonna go and get some water. Be back in a minute.
Right. So anyway,
great. So anyway,
so this is Picard talking to his girl boss.
Yeah, exactly. Well, okay. Well, she's a woman, but she's not a girl. And
she's his boss, right?
She is his boss,
and she's a girl, right?
She's a
girl boss.
She's an
confirmed.
admiral.
Yes.
Okay. She basically the roles are reversed in this scene where Shanti is saying everything that Picard was telling Worf, and Picard is saying everything that Worf was telling Picard in the last episode. And so it's like, if they agree with each other, why did we have to have that drama where I have to resign? It's just
because Picard has to go and check out with the Starfleet and find out whether or not it's in the best interests of the Federation. Come on, there's diplomacy. There's orders of operation here, yo. I like how Roger Sterling from Mad Men sits there and doesn't say anything and then leaves.
I like how you know who he is.
Yes. No, it's not actually that actor. I just think it's gray hair man. So whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's Mike Pence.
I would I would have believed you. I have no idea anything about Mad Men.
No, I know.
So Picard says that if Duras is helped by Romulans, then it's Starfleet business, but that's what Worf said in the last episode. It's just okay. So we're catching up with the last episode. This is kind of bridging in between the last episode and this one. And you're highlighting the chat, so let's read that.
Well, because Tiger Stripes has said something, and I think I just want to I want to address it in a loving way.
Please read it.
Tiger Stripes in the chat says to you, and we've reached the point in the live stream where Scotty becomes abusively drunk. Gotta go. I'm not abusive.
I didn't notice. I was having fun.
Of those two things, I am only 50%.
Yeah. So we're just catching up with last time on Star Trek. So,
but I like this.
His idea. It is.
Like I really enjoy this.
It is because Picard has to catch Starfleet up with what's going on, and that makes sense. It just It's a big contrast between the beginning of the last episode when Picard was supporting Worf going to clear his name, but I guess that's all he supported. He didn't support the part where Worf goes back and deals with all the politics and the Civil War and all that.
He didn't know that there was a bubbling civil war happening in the Klingon Empire. It was just a matter of showing up. It was ceremonial at best. And it was like, maybe you could ask the guy who's about to become the leader of the High Council. Maybe you could ask him if you can clear your name. And then the Duras arrived.
Right. Picard says, agreed. But if the Duras are being aided by the Romulans, it becomes very much our concern. The Romulans have been attempting to destroy the Klingon Federation alliance for the past 20 years. At the same time, the Duras have been secretly conspiring with the Romulans. Doesn't it strike you as odd that the Duras are able to field such an overpowering force against Gowron? That they outmatch him at almost every turn.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Like, this is a great. I'm just thinking about what it must be like to show up for work being Jonathan Frakes and just sort of standing. What do I do today? He asks the director. Stand behind Patrick Stewart. And that's it. I don't have to say anything. No, not a thing. Not a thing at all.
Yeah, just stand behind the captain and look handsome because Picard can't quite make that level of handsomeness.
Hey, come on! Don't be like that. He's a moral authority.
I'm making
Captain
a joke.
Picard. Yeah, I know. I shouldn't be so sensitive.
You got to say Riker is a striking man. I mean, he is reasonably rugged looking.
He does get to make a quick quip at the end of the scene.
They do make a good team, though. I got to say, Riker and Picard, they are good together. In a professional sense, I meant.
He's yeah. Oh, I have the wrong script up. Let me grab the right script.
Oh. Yes, that is probably best.
Because I was looking for something.
I want to find this.
He says.
What did he say?
His line is, I hope we know what we're doing. And Mr. Brown needs to get a move on, though, with World War III on the way. Oh, he's talking about a book or something. I don't know. Anyway, I guess I wasn't listening to the whole conversation. Hold on just a minute.
All right. I suppose we will.
Okay. RRTNZ says off to work now. We'll listen in while I'm on the road. This is a great episode indeed. Top TNG. Thanks, Jill and panel, and cheers to all in the chat, especially my old mates, Donnie, Franco, and Brown.
Yes.
Have a good have a good day there.
Thanks for being here, RRTNZ.
Well, is that how you say Z in Australia? Did the Australians say
Australia?
I don't know. Probably.
We say Z. No, we say Z in Canada, Jill.
Well, what's your favorite ZZ Top song?
Yeah, exactly. Well, no, we say ZZ Top because that's the name of the band.
Hypocrisy.
But we do say. Well, I actually don't say Z very often. I guess it's a Canadian thing, but it's not like.
Oh, okay. I predicted it. I predicted it correctly. He's got to fly. Bye, all. Bye, Mr. Brown. Have fun.
See you, Brown.
And have a good Friday.
Enjoy the next 76 hours in Revenge of the Sith.
That'll be next year.
Yes.
He'll do that next year. Oh, is he going to top the hours next year of how long he takes to get through the next Star Wars episode?
He does good work with good people, so I wish him the best. And yeah.
Well, speaking of good people, okay, so Geordi LaForge gets a mention here. He's going to develop a system to nullify the cloaking of the Romulans. So he's going to be able to use the tachyon beam.
It's always tachyons.
Yeah, tachyon beams with a bunch of ships put together to make a kind of net or something.
Like, this isn't something that I prepared for, but Jill, I have a question, a science question. I was just curious. What the hell is a tachyon? What the hell is a gigawatt? No, what's a tachyon? Do you know? what a tachyon is? I've
Okay,
heard it
so
so
they're
many times.
hypothetically they're particles that travel faster than light.
Is that what they are? Let me look it up.
It's a hypothetical subatomic particle whose velocity always is faster than light.
Wow.
Um,
It's nice that
although
old school Trek puts
although
things
the
like that in the episodes, isn't it?
Yeah.
problem with that idea is that nothing can be faster than light, except for, I guess, if you got a show with warp drive, then that's not a problem.
Well, yeah, I
Mhm.
mean, the Enterprise has gone up to what I think maybe warp 8 or 9 occasionally, if I remember correctly, in certain episodes. So yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're going to warp, you're faster than light by definition.
Although the Encyclopedia Britannica does say that it's somehow still consistent with the theory of relativity, which is
All the way back to
interesting.
Einstein. Wow.
I'm not an expert. I need
Oh, I'm a total dunderhead when it comes to scientific stuff like that. I gotta
but
admit.
but I love the question. Thank you so much for asking. And I'm sure if you want to explore that further, there are lots of videos and books and websites
There's probably stuff on
and
YouTube about
things.
tachyons, I would imagine.
Mhm. Yeah, well, in Star Trek, if you see tachyons, it's like, well, was there time travel or something? Anyway, yeah, I guess they help. I guess the tachyons, yeah. So that's what happens.
I'm just
That's
wondering,
what
Jill, how
happens.
long are you going today? Because it's getting on to 1
Oh,
o'clock already.
if you have to go, just let me know, and you
No,
can
I'm
go
good for a
anytime you
while.
like.
I
I
did
don't
find my
know. I'm just
I found my
relaxing, trying to
I
enjoy
found my
myself.
oh well, I was just wondering because I know sometimes you have a time limit some Fridays, so
Oh,
just
yeah,
ask.
not today.
Oh,
No,
good.
not
Okay.
today. Her daughter
I'm
has a
probably
towel.
yeah, I'm good for a while because
She has a towel.
I did find my bank card and I don't have my appointment until 3 o'clock, so that's a couple hours away. So I could probably stick around for another hour or so before I have to get ready. Have the shower and get dressed and all that fun stuff, brush my teeth and whatnot.
I know exactly where my bank card is, and it's still useless.
Really? I just got a new bank. I
Is that
got a
because
new
there's
bank
nothing
card
in
last
it?
week.
That's right.
Oh, yeah, it helps if there's actually funds in the account, Scotty. That does
You're not my
demonstrate.
supervisor.
You know how you
Just
get
saying.
funds in there.
I've heard.
There's this thing called employment.
Well,
That is true. That is very true.
I have an occupation, but not an employment.
Does your occupation pay?
No, it's
Oh,
all
shit.
volunteer. It's all
We
volunteer.
get
Oh.
we get another captain's log, stardate 45021.3. Convincing the Starfleet command to establish a blockade was relatively painless. Implementing that plan is proving more troublesome. So they've got to figure out how many ships they can get from their fleet. They've got like 12 of them that are close enough, and then they have another 8. I don't know. And then there are 3 of them that are not ready. They're in the shipyard, but they're like, bring them in anyway. I don't care if they say they're ready or not.
I have a
Bring them
question
all in.
where she asked Picard about the Romulan cloaking device, how they're going to deal with that. Doesn't the
Mhm.
Federation have a cloaking device? Because I mean, in TOS they did steal one in season 3, right? So
But the Treaty of Algeron made it so that they would not develop that technology for purposes of war, and so
they're going to honor a treaty with the Romulans when the Romulans are causing all the trouble in this episode.
yes.
It seems like the Romulans aren't living up to their end of the bargain either. I mean, they're pretty sneaky fellows.
Well, no, but the thing is to maintain peace. The
Yeah,
Federation agreed to.
but they're
say,
interfering.
I don't want to.
They're interfering with the Klingon, Civil War, right, Scotty? So to me, they're not really interested in peace at this point because they could
No, I
cause more
know.
trouble,
It's a
for the
moral
Federation.
dilemma. It's a moral dilemma, but it is something that it's like part of the reason why when we have conversations about Starfleet and the virtue of Starfleet is they do have the ability to do whatever they want. Like they have might,
Oh
they
yeah.
have technology, but the part of the virtue, and I think this is what attracted me to to Star Trek in the first place, is that they will do what's right even if it hinders them technologically. Part of the reason why Starfleet is as good as it is, to me, is that, yeah, they could make a cloaking device whenever they want, but Starfleet isn't sneaky. It is upstanding, and it represents good. And subterfuge and camouflage is not something that they would subscribe to. When Starfleet shows up, they knock on the door. They don't
You
sneak in
gotta,
through the window.
you do have to admit, though, in that episode in season 3, when Kirk steals the Romulans cloaking device off of their ship, that is a little bit sneaky. They're quite sneaky
But
in
that
that
was the
episode.
entire purpose. Yeah, no, that was the purpose of it. And I thought it was a great episode. But the thing is,
Oh yeah,
is that
yeah, it is.
it's a matter of gaining the technology so that they can learn how to scan for it, not necessarily to employ it themselves.
That could
So
be.
what Scotty's saying is precisely the reason why Gene Roddenberry didn't want Starfleet to have cloaking.
Well, the thing, what's great about Real Trek is we can have these discussions and talk about this because Real Trek has these complexities built into it, right? And that's why it's such a great, the whole Star Trek universe was so great up until Enterprise ends, of course. But
Roll call
you know,
for the names of the vessels that
oh,
are in this episode by name. There are 23 of them, but they don't name all of them.
Excalibur's a cool name.
The Akagi, the Tiananmen, Hermes, the USS Hood.
I want to be a dentist.
Hermes. You're no dentist.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Excalibur, Hornet, and
Really?
the USS Sutherland. Yeah, Hornet.
Yes.
Yeah, the Tiananmen, Sutherland, and the Hermes may not be completely ready because they were in the shipyards. And at first, Data was just going to be on the Enterprise, but he says, "Hey, I'm a senior officer. How come I'm not getting a ship?" And so, despite not having emotion, Data had a strong desire to command a starship somehow. And so he still has things that he wants, he wants. We know that he strives to become better, and he wants to improve himself. And this is, I guess this is part of that want that he has. Franco
Data,
Walker.
yeah,
His,
Data always
It
wanted
goes back.
to exceed at whatever he was doing. So yeah, self-improvement always was a thing with Data.
Well, and this is one of those things that really bothers me about the new ship is that, like, at this point, Data is like, I'm experienced. I know how to command. Why am I not commanding a ship? And it's because Picard is like, you're a toaster. You are a tricorder that talks. And then he's like, but no, I'm not. We did this whole trial thing, right? Remember, I had a girlfriend, made a daughter, whatevs. And then Picard is like, oh, right, I forgot that you are actually striving to be human. You are a sentient individual. Please feel free to take control of the Melbourne, or captain the Melbourne. But in Picard,
Sutherland.
it's like, or Sutherland, sorry. And in Picard, he's like, I loved him always. He was my bestest ever. And it's like, no, that's not the way it was. That's not the way it was.
No.
Well,
Picard even thinks that Data dies at some point during this series, and then he's just like, okay, who are we gonna replace him with?
And moves on and just
Well,
says, well, we
yeah.
gotta go. The
Well,
busted
just another-
robot's dead.
It's another thing
Well,
that just
yeah.
proves those writers probably never watched original Trek to save their lives. They probably never.
Yeah,
watched
exactly. If they wanted somebody to cry over Data, they should have hired Georgie LaForge.
Yeah, exactly.
LeVar Burton.
Exactly. Take a look. It's in a book, a reading rainbow. If that is abusive, then I apologize. I didn't mean to assault anyone's
No, but
ears with my
I
reading
like
rainbow.
this too. That's how Star Trek can be clever with talking about prejudice. Is that Starfleet is beyond being prejudiced towards your race or your sex or religion or whatever, but something, a prejudice that you can zero in on is regarding androids and the measure of man thing and lol and all that.
Do you think Data dreams of electric sheep?
He does dream. There's a whole episode about him having dreams.
Oh, I can't wait.
I would bet that he dreams of Tasha Yar once in a while.
Yes. Oh, definitely.
Oh boy.
Okay, so we're gonna come up on a really fun scene now.
Yay.
Cool.
But before we do, I want to see what Eugene Bird is saying. They are like white holes and wormholes, things that are compatible with special relativity or solutions to general relativity, but no reason to think they exist. Yeah, they're very theoretical. Yes.
These are tachyons.
Yes, tachyons. I do believe that's what he's responding to.
Excellent.
Patty Stew with Excalibur reference to like.
Yeah, I forgot. No, good call.
Sure.
I forgot
Sure.
that Patty Stew was in Excalibur.
I like him in Excalibur. He doesn't do much, but I like his moments.
He's a
I like him
minor
better in
character, but
Dune.
he is good. He is good in Excalibur, yeah. But I love Excalibur. That's one of my favorite fantasy movies.
Mine too.
It's really good.
Yeah.
I like Merlin the best, though. I gotta say, Merlin is awesome.
I think it's the only time
he's
I've ever
cool.
found Helen Mirren attractive is in Excalibur.
Okay.
So we're at a
Same with Liam
Klingon
Neeson.
bar.
Yes, Melota. Wrong Klingon bar.
Yeah,
sorry.
they're celebrating something. They're being Klingon. They're celebrating being Klingon. I
Yeah.
think.
Lots
I'll
of
be
Well,
right- I've been tasked with the task. I've got to be right back. Well,
Sure.
I'm gonna miss you guys talking about this, but I'll be right back to say what I have to say, and I'll
Jill
be
can
listening.
catch it on the rerun. And speaking of the rerun, thank you so much for everybody in the chat being here. Don't forget to like and subscribe, share, tell your parents, and make it rad. Let me see. I do want to catch up on the chat a little bit. Our NTZ is off to work. Oh, it doesn't look like there has been much chat going on. Oh, we're good. We're good.
Oh, really? Wow. Maybe everybody's
Eugene-
just so intent on listening to our conversation, Scotty.
Well, they want to hear you. They want to hear Jill, not me. Eugene Bird says, thus it's Lorentz transformed velocity never goes to zero in the denominator. They would appear to be traveling backward in time, and we would see their shock waves if they radiated. Thus, we know they don't exist. Okay. So there's your scientific follow-up for tachyons. Captain Notfinity says Scotty is ahead of Roddenberry. I have a fellatio joke that I can't tell, but I would certainly give a head to Gene Roddenberry if given the opportunity.
I think you just made that joke.
I wasn't gonna.
But you did.
Eugene Bird says the never go to zero in the denominator is what makes them compatible with special relativity. It all
man.
sounds like quantum physics.
My brain's hurting. I'm no good at this stuff.
Franco
So I'm
Walker again.
glad somebody understands it, but I sure don't.
And we did have the white holes and the black holes.
That one you did read, yes.
Well, Jill did. And
did she?
we get a ha 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 from Notfinity. Anyway. No, but I really enjoy this bar. I want to go there.
Oh, they're having a great time. He's even insulting a captain. He's like, this piece of back tag is Captain Larg. It's great. I love it. That's so good.
Yeah, they can trade boats. They can play fight with their enemies because it's a neutral ground.
And so I wanted to say hello to Ravoom 371. Hello, Ravoom.
Hello, RBM 371. Hail. How are you? Great to see you. And
okay, now that you're back.
Yeah, now that I'm back. We got to drink with
Talk
our
about
enemies.
the bar. Yeah, you go.
Well,
You
I
go have a
have
drink
been.
with. Yeah, no, I'm gonna go.
Have
I'm
you
gonna
not
go have a
heard me?
cigarette.
Do you
I
hear
haven't
me?
heard anything you've said this
Oh
entire
no, I don't
time.
hear anybody now.
It's been 2 hours and
Oh
54
no.
minutes and 9 seconds, and I haven't heard a
Can
damn
anybody
word
in the
you
chat hear
said.
me?
You sound fine.
Everyone can hear you.
Oh no, I can't hear anything.
You
I
can't
can hear
us?
you.
Hello? Hello, Jill?
She
Hello?
broke it.
Oh my
Oh
goodness.
no,
Her
Jill is
computer has let
gone.
her down. Oh
How are
no.
we gonna resolve this Klingon Civil War without Jill?
Without the pictures, yeah. Where's the
Hello?
episode's gone too? Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Jill, can you hear us?
I'm gonna
Planet
take
Earth
that
to
as a
Jill.
no.
Earth to Jill. Earth to
How
oh
did this
jeez.
happen?
I
Don't
don't
you have
know.
your
It's like pop culture had
Um,
trouble last week with audio problems on StreamYard, and I'm guessing that's happening again today.
Yeah.
But out
Okay.
of the
No, it's
3
okay.
people on this
Oh no.
channel, I'm the one that everyone wants to have
Hello?
the
Can you hear us, Jill?
audio issue.
Yes. Yes, I
Oh,
can hear
good.
you now.
Okay, it's all good. We just need to get the episode back then, and we can continue on our merry way, I hope.
Jill,
Well,
I'm gonna
and
go.
also,
I'm gonna go.
and also, and also the 30 people who left.
Yeah, as soon as you left the stream, so did everybody else, and they were like, "What?" The
There we go.
infamous Worf, son of Morg.
I do love Klingon names. It's so cool.
Yeah, and this is one of RVM's favorite episodes.
Yes.
That's cool.
And so we're partying like a Klingon. We did this last night with Canadian Spider-Man on his channel.
Yes.
Although we weren't like drinking with our enemies. We were drinking with our friends.
Yes. Well, and it's weird because later on they do sort of establish that Klingons will not drink with their enemies because they did have what's the name? Charles Worthy? What's the name of the basketball player who's in Gambit Part 2? And they say that Klingons refuse to drink with their enemies, and yet here they're fine with it.
It must be something
Yeah.
about it being neutral ground. Maybe changes the rules. I'm guessing, Scotty.
Oh, like Highlander, kind of like
Yeah,
fighting in church.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
it's
like fighting in church.
It's like yeah, exactly. It's like you can't be bad. You gotta be good. Or at least not try and kill each other, kind of thing. So I think that neutral ground changes the basic rule of drinking with your enemies. Or not.
I thought it was pretty rad that when the arm wrestles are happening with the knives, like they do imply it very heavily that people are gonna.
Yeah, arm wrestling with blades. Also, I think that's also inspired the Orville because there's something called a latch. Oh, what is it called?
Oh, the latch cut. Latchcum.
Yeah, latchcum. That's it. I was gonna say, Orville Nation has a live stream every once in a while, in which he does he calls it latchcum, and that reminds me of this. It's hot potato with this egg kind of thing, and whoever gets stabbed is the one who wins.
See,
that sounds like Klingons.
Our RVM 371 gets it. Drink not with thine enemy, the wretched Klingon code.
Mm-hmm. But I guess that doesn't count. But does that count when your enemy are other Klingons?
See, racists.
So they will drink with their enemies when when the enemy is another Klingon. So when we meet in battle, we will fight to the death. So but right now we're gonna party.
Also, just for the record, if you are doing an arm wrestle, and everyone's familiar with how to arm wrestle, I hope everyone's seen Over the Top. But when you arm wrestle, if I push the back of your hand into a blade, and if I do it hard enough, is it not going to puncture your hand and pass through mine?
I could see that theoretically happening for sure.
So it's kind of a stupid game because nobody
is a terrible
wins.
game.
Well, it's Klingon. Like, what are you expecting, Scotty? Because Klingons
Well,
do some stupid shit, don't they? I mean, at times that's kind of what makes them fun,
The Klingons,
they're not
they all
perfect.
look alike.
They're far from perfect.
Well, no, but
Can
you got to
get past
remember
that smell?
they seem to like some pain, as evidenced by their
Women.
I'm sure those
yeah.
I'm sure those pain sticks aren't only for punishment. I'll just say that.
There you
It
go.
is a time to celebrate, for tomorrow we all may die. And so
Oh,
Worf is learning more and more about what it is to be a Klingon at war. Even in Civil War, they remain civil outside of battle itself. And actually, I think this explains why the celebration is so violent. And
Well,
it
it's like
like just pretend violence.
could be your last party sort of thing, right? It's like
And
during the war when the pilots would fly off over Europe and not know if they'd ever come back. I mean, I think those boys party pretty hard at times too, right? So it makes sense.
yeah, and RBM 371 says, not if the thought that you're taking your enemy down with you. And I think Scotty had something to respond with that, but then I think he just stepped away. So we'll see what that response was going to be if he remembers it.
Yes, he's muted. All right, I see that.
Mhm. So, director David Carson said about this scene, Rick Berman encouraged me to invent new ways of behaving, which is why they banged their heads together as a game or arm wrestling with pointed daggers attached to their wrists. It was totally Klingon, and it's an interesting world to work in. When you have the good fortune to have an episode like Redemption, you are able to make this wonderful contrast between the clean, optimistic world of the Enterprise and the down and dirty world of the Klingons. That's just great for a storyteller.
Yeah, boy, I wish we had those kind of writers and directors back.
Yeah,
Oh,
me
those are
too.
people of ideas, just creating great stuff like this.
Yeah, definitely.
You
I
know,
I had some stuff from books. Let me see if I can find it.
I mean, that's what makes Star Trek so real is the way they just develop these cultures, through the different series and expand on them constantly, and they're like growing, living, cultures. They seem more than fiction,
Hmm.
which is why I think we love Trek so much, right?
Yes. And yeah, and they're very well developed. I agree. Live this night as if it were our last. And it very well could be for some of them. We
Oh, I'm
do
sure.
know.
Yeah, I'm sure it will be. Oh, hey, Duras
Well,
sisters,
we
yay!
know that for sure. Yeah, right. Right. So the Duras sisters, they sense a weakness in Worf because he doesn't fully behave like a Klingon, and they're going to try to offer him something. They think they can take advantage of
Hmm.
him somehow.
I wonder how. Hmm.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Hello, pop culture curator.
Hi, Pop.
Really good to see you.
Nice to see you here.
You realize that at this time, Kang is still around, looking at these young idiots and shaking his head. Yes.
Yeah, it would have been cool if they brought a character like Kang into these episodes, but I guess it might have just added a little bit too much subplot or
Yeah.
whatever.
Stopping for a moment and chilling out with your enemy isn't unheard of. For example, the Christmas ceasefire of 1914.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna
quite a famous incident where the Germans and the Allied troops set aside their war for 24 hours, I believe it was, and actually partied together over
to
Christmas.
celebrate Christmas. Wow.
Yeah, and they weren't killing each other. Like it's kind of a legendary incident, actually. Actually, did happen.
Incredible.
It really is cool.
And meanwhile, I'm drinking my coffee that is remaining warm. It's
No, that's
amazing.
good.
Technology.
Yay. Yeah, well, I had my one granddad fought in the trenches in World War I in Europe, so it's kind of personal stuff when I hear stories about the First World War. It kind of, there's like a family connection there. So, yeah, it's pretty amazing that when people that are killing each other the day before can just set their arms down and just, be civil for one day with each other.
Yes, yes, that is a good thing. And then you wonder, why are they fighting at all to begin with.
Yeah, well, I don't
That's a
think most of
whole nother thing.
a lot of the troops probably didn't even want to actually be there if they had a choice, but they didn't have a
Right,
choice,
exactly.
unfortunately.
Well, anyhow, we're in the dry dock. Sutherland is about to depart, and Lieutenant Commander Christopher Hobson is working on getting the ship together, making it ready to go. And Christopher Hobson was named after a Ronald D. Moore's friend.
Oh.
And then a couple more characters that we don't really pay attention to are named after Ronald D. Moore's brothers, Keith and Terry.
Huh. Cool.
Yeah,
Well,
then they go back
why
to
not?
fighting the day after. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately. But somebody,
Yeah.
I guess somebody had to win eventually, or else it would have been going on and on even longer than it did. Oh boy.
Yeah. So Hobson requests a transfer. He doesn't think that Android could be a good captain.
Oh, prejudice.
Yeah, he's prejudiced, but Data shoots him down. Data is really unique. He's also one of a kind, but and so this is the way that Star Trek can interject some prejudices, because of course a Starfleet officer shouldn't be racist or sexist. So to be a chauvinist towards androids would be a thing that is precedented. We had Maddox before this,
Well,
and
yeah,
then
Trek was always good at exploring prejudice and racism, but it was generally in a subtle way that made sense, right? Within the context of a story. It wasn't just thrown, there gratuitously. So,
yes, it had a
you know,
purpose, and if something like that happens, then there's always something that the character has growth. They're not just seen as somebody who's evil. They're shown to be more multidimensional than that. And when Hobson says no one would suggest that a Klingon would make a good ship's counselor, that a Beryllian could be an engineer, we see, though, however, this particular Starfleet officer is actually prejudiced against more than just Klingons. And so they're just not suited for those positions. So I have to wonder how someone who is so bigoted actually made it through Starfleet psychological testing.
and made it to
It's
second in command, like a first officer level.
Yeah,
Like, wow.
how did he hide this for so long? This kind of
Yeah, because
attitude.
would that not affect his performance with the rest of the crew on the ship? I mean, all the people under him, if they were the wrong kind of people, he might treat them in a prejudicial way, and that would affect the smooth operation of the ship, I would think, right? So,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. Somebody needs to tell him to keep it in his quarters.
Well, it's like balance
Yeah.
of terror. It's like balance of terror when Kirk literally tells oh god, I forget his name, but you know who I mean.
Styles.
Styles, keep it in your quarters. Like there's no room for your prejudice on the bridge, and you know that's the way Starfleet should function.
Well,
Yeah, but
yes, that's
also
exactly.
it's one of those things that sort of bleeds into the conversation about the filth, and it's like no one
It
Oh
would be
does.
no.
so flagrantly disrespectful or insubordinate. And it's like, well, Hobson? Anybody seen
Yeah.
Hobson?
Well,
Yeah.
but that's why I'm thinking, how did he pass psychological testing in Starfleet, in terms of why such a bigoted person made it through Starfleet training
Same thing with
and
Styles, though.
anywhere.
Yeah, it's a bit of a
Yeah,
flaw,
it's true.
maybe, but I
Or
guess
it's
Hey!
something that he's been able to keep under wraps for long enough,
that'd
and
be
he's
my
only
guess.
revealing it to someone that he actually feels this way towards.
Well,
I
but
guess maybe he's
again,
never served with the Klingon or Beryllian or whoever that is.
yes,
And why are Beryllians seen as bad engineers?
they're all thumbs. They literally have nothing but thumbs.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah.
I'll take
Interesting.
your word. Their hands are like flippers or something.
That's
I
right.
see.
So they can't grasp the tools they need to do an engineering job, is what you're saying, then, Scotty?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I guess that kind of makes sense.
I was hoping someone would have that answer, and you did.
How the heck would they have a society though if they can't do anything with their hands? Like, I mean,
Well,
it's kind
they
of
would they would create items that they can interact with, and so I don't know,
Mhm.
bigger buttons.
maybe they
So
have
it's
like
all Nintendo controllers.
maybe they have like adaptive gloves they put on, and then they have like regular human hands that they can manipulate the controls.
I suppose
Possibly, you
it's
know,
possible. I want
that
a
might be a
big.
solution.
I don't know if you guys gave a big shout out to Pop Culture Curator in the chat.
Oh, we did.
Okay. Well, I just
Yeah,
wanted to do that.
that's
I
good.
I'm doing my part.
That's good, Scotty. Yeah, yep.
Yes.
Top list
Speaking
here.
of
Yeah.
doing your part, I like how Worf being away with the Klingons and sending Riker and Geordi to Excalibur brings Chief O'Brien to the bridge.
Hey, Miles.
Yay! Clap, clap, clap. Love Chief O'Brien.
Yeah,
He was
could this
very
could
underutilized in TNG, though.
Mhm. Yeah, he was. Could this be the episode where the writers realize he has value beyond the transporter room? Because
Well, when was The Wounded? The Wounded was season 3 with Captain Maxwell, and you do find out about Miles's his history in the war, and so promoting him to tactical officer makes perfect sense.
oh, that's a great question. I love that. That has a great moment for him. Because I hate you for what you make me what
Cardassian.
you made me become.
Bloody
Yeah.
Cardies.
Yeah, so we do right. There's another instance of there being
Racism.
prejudice in Star Trek and how that occurs in
But it's
in a
also
future where that's supposed to be, it's not supposed to be around anymore, but it still kind of is because humans are going to human
humans
every
are
once
going
in
to
a
human.
while,
Yes. Look at McCoy.
even though
I'm just thinking, Miles is he of Irish descent?
O'Brien,
Or-
I can
no.
gather that. Yes.
Okay.
yeah,
No, I just wanted to confirm because
yes.
I mean, I haven't thought about O'Brien in a while. Is that maybe a subtle reference to prejudice carrying over into this scene then? Because I remember there was a time when the
Well, not
Irish
this
were
scene.
immigrants. When the Irish were immigrants to America, they faced a lot of extreme prejudice. Because you remember signs like no dogs are Irish kind of signs. Because I do remember reading about that stuff. So there was a lot of terrible prejudice against the Irish people at one time.
Yes.
So I wonder if that's
Well,
a
there
subtle
were.
little thing they put in here, bringing O'Brien to the bridge, like because I thought of it, in context to the previous scene, right?
No, I don't think that's no. I don't think that.
Oh, I guess
Well,
I'm
but
reading more into it than is there then.
Yeah,
no, but it's
kind of.
a good point, and I think it is also sort of a representation of Starfleet and the future of the optimistic humanity that that Star Trek itself sort of aspires to is that I don't care that he's Irish. I don't care that Picard is bald. Like
Exactly.
you're supposed to judge these people based on the content of their character as opposed to their
Exactly. Yes.
descent, like their ancestry or their physical attributes. Except for Big Fat Tilly from Star Trek. She's just too much.
Well, that's not Star Trek, so.
No,
Well, the
exactly.
problem
Exactly.
it's
Get a
like being
treadmill for
fat.
the love of Pete,
Being
woman.
fat is the problem with that is the physical fitness that you need to perform your duties as a Starfleet officer. It's not that you're being prejudiced for your appearance. It's
We're
your
talking
capabilities.
Well, yeah, you
we're
wouldn't be able to perform your duties if you were physically unfit, right? So
Like
it
like
makes
can
sense.
you fit in the Jeffries tubes and fix those
exactly.
conduits?
That's right. There's no way Tilly would ever be on a starship, as far as I'm concerned.
Like, remember when Troy tried to get a real chocolate sundae, not one that was like reconstituted? Like, and when McCoy says, it'll be good to have a not reconstituted meal that is within the nutritional values set out by Starfleet. It's like you cannot get fat on Starfleet rations.
Well, somebody should.
Chocolate is a serious thing.
It is.
Yummy. I bet you love that chocolate scene, don't you, Joe?
I do. Well, she knows her ritual. And
Yeah.
it's very important to her.
Chocolate. Yeah.
It's the most character they give Troy.
I'm just saying, I
Yeah,
would let
really.
Troy shave me in a bath.
Yeah, that's so weird how she loves Riker the whole series, and all of a sudden she doesn't like beards.
That's very weird. Yeah, very, very weird.
So freaky.
You know what? It's a level of trust using a straight razor.
Well, you got that right. Yeah. Especially it depends what area is being shaved, right, Scotty?
Well, it was his face.
Ba-dum-dum.
Ba-dum-bum.
Need a little snare hit there, but
Little rim shot.
exactly, little rim shot. Yes.
Speaking of Troy and Riker in a bath, let's do a rim shot. There we are.
Well, so Sayla, we're here with Sayla, of course,
Yes.
the daughter of Natasha Yar from the Yesterday's Enterprise time travel episode.
Another really great episode. I like that one.
So yeah, this was an event that occurred 23 years ago. So Sayla is now an adult who looks identical to her mother, except for the pointy ears, sort of pointy ears.
She's almost got like Simon Tarsi's like rounded pointy ears. Like
Yeah, she doesn't have full pointies.
Well, because she's half human genetically, right? So that makes sense.
We leave Ishara to have the full pointies.
Although I guess Romulans are different than Vulcans because Spock was half human and he had very pointy ears. So that's interesting. A difference between the Vulcan and Romulan genetics.
Yeah, exactly. That's because Sarek had incredibly Vulcan seed.
Yes.
That's the name of my new Star Trek novel.
Vulcan seed?
Sarek's Vulcan seed.
Oh man.
Did you ever notice, like, because we're talking about Seela's ears, did you ever notice? I didn't notice it until Seela showed up, but Denise Crosby has incredibly big earlobes.
That's not a thing that really concerns me or interests me.
It concerns me.
For what reason?
No reason. Just being, it doesn't mean anything. It's just controversial.
Like, unless you're gonna yeah, you don't need.
We need not expand on this particular issue. I was just like, whenever you see Seela, I'm just saying, pay attention to the earlobes and be like, heavens, ample.
I never thought of her earlobes, but oh well.
Does Brent Spiner wear a wig? I don't think so. I've never seen him putting a wig on. But
the only wig I remember was Chekhov early in season 2. Like that was definitely wig time. Like bad.
That's because they wanted him to be like a from the Monkees.
They wanted him to look like Davy Jones from the Monkees, yeah.
But
by the way,
Troy and Crusher, they both had wigs.
Yeah, and David Bowie changed his name to David Bowie because his name was Davy Jones, but he didn't want to be confused with the monkey guy, so he actually changed his name. Just a little fun tidbit there I want to throw in. That has nothing to do with Star Trek, but oh well.
No, it's fun.
In Deja Q creates drinks for Riker, Worf, etc. And Q quotes the Klingon proverb. Then again, Klingons also don't take prisoners, according to some.
Well, yeah.
Hobson really risked being made an example of in post Measure of a Man. Mark Harkness says, this point, Hobson challenges Data, and we all look at Hobson and say he's out of line. Later, Riker challenges Jellicoe's prerogatives, and originally, we back Riker. Well, I like Jellicoe.
There's a difference. I like Jellicoe too, but like
Hobson's just being a dick. Jellicoe's attitude is very forceful. He's like, he even has Troy get into her Starfleet uniform, which I think looks really great.
And everyone else has been trying to get her out of it.
He's not being prejudiced. He's just trying to get things done.
Well, and that's the thing, is that I think that people side with Riker in terms of the whole Jellicoe transfer because it's a newcomer upsetting the apple cart in what is ostensibly, as the audience, our home. And so we're sort of, it's abrasive to us as the audience, whereas with Data going and taking over the which one? Which ship?
Sutherland.
The Sutherland. And it is a representation of, as we've mentioned, like bigotry. And bigotry in Starfleet is antithetical to what we as the audience think of. Jellicoe's not bigoted. He's just very specific. He's almost like the dude version of Nechayev. And Hobson, not only does he not respect Data as a being, but also doesn't really respect the chain of command. So he's kind of like he's bucking against the system in all the wrong ways.
Yeah, he didn't.
Yeah. Basically, to tell your captain that you don't believe he can, pilot a starship is pretty insulting.
Yeah,
he forgot to take his B12 vitamins or something.
Well, and also let's not forget later on when Riker takes command during Gambit, and Worf is the first officer. Worf does the same shit that Hobson does. He's like rolling his eyes and being obstinate and disrespectful, and Data has to dress him down and say, if you had done that to Picard, he would have spun your head so far.
that was a good scene. I want to watch that one too. Oh,
I like it when Data sticks up for himself like that. That was a great scene. I really like how he put Worf in his place.
It was really respectful, but he does it in the ready room. He doesn't do it out on the bridge in front of everybody else.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. But he still puts Worf in his place real quick.
Yes.
Like,
well, and also,
hey, buddy.
And it's one of those things because at this point, Data didn't, like in Gambit, he didn't have his emotion chip, but he does specifically highlight and say, I hope this does not affect our friendship.
Mm-hmm.
Which is part of the growth of Data. I love Data.
I love him
Data
too.
is a great character. Well, Data's probably the best character in TNG, really, when I think about it.
No, we just saw Chief O'Brien. Shut up.
No, but I mean, as far as character development goes, Scotty.
Yes.
Data grows so much in those 7 seasons.
Yes.
RRTNZ says this episode is a masterpiece, seamlessly weaving Worf's, Data's, Picard's, and the Klingons and Sella's stories, making them all satisfying.
Yes.
Yeah, it is
Angelica is as subtle as a lead pipe.
Yes. No argument. You're correct.
Is there anyone here who doesn't see Jellicoe and think Dick Jones, work for Dick Jones?
Just give me my fucking phone call. Sorry, that was a read from that 70s show quote.
Mm-hmm. oh, right. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense because we RoboCop. Okay.
Yes, because of RoboCop. RoboCop had swears.
It's okay. I'll allow it.
Thank you.
Also, remember Jellicoe and Riker had an honest face-to-face after being relieved. Yes.
Yes. But also, like, one of the most pimp moves in the history of Star Trek The Next Generation is when Riker is like, beg. I know I'm the best pilot, and I want you to beg. Say please. One of the most, oh my stars.
Well, we'll get there. We'll definitely have a live stream about that. Another 12-hour live stream.
Chain of Command. That's a good one. It's better than Gambit.
Gambit, yeah. So, I went too far.
Oh no, not again.
Terrell's having a panic attack, I think, in this scene. And so the Romulans are really on top of figuring out everything that's happening with the Federation. They know about the fleet. They know what's going. They don't know about the net just yet, but they seem to be on top of it. They're really good at chess. And well, because they know that 20 starships is not enough for an invasion, so they know that something else is happening.
I assure you, our blockade is completely legal.
Okay, so Crosby says the part, I've never read this before. The part of Sella sort of came about from me sitting around in my house one day thinking about how much fun it was for me to go back to do yesterday's Enterprise. And it was so much fun that I thought, what else can I do? I thought it was pretty well established that Lieutenant Yar and Lieutenant Castillo on yesterday's Enterprise had something going. So perhaps they had a child, or Yara was pregnant when she went back into the past to fight her final battle. And I sort of thought it out, and it seemed to make sense, and there were no flaws. And she also said, so my original intention was that Lieutenant Yar would have a daughter that was raised by Romulan and would grow up and to try to actually be Romulan. I would have bought that more. So I brought this up, and the producers really liked the idea, and they sort of toyed with it for a while. A few months went by, and I got a call and said, "We like your idea, but we just can't make sense of that. That Lieutenant Yar got pregnant by Castillo. We'll have it so that Yar was captured. They didn't all die in the battle. The ship was captured, and she was taken by a Romulan general." And Ron D. Moore also says it was tough to write, and I knew it would be confusing. Yes. And that, in essence, is the difficulty with doing continuity on the show. It's fun and it gives us a sense of being a real place, but you have to explain it to people who haven't seen all those other episodes. It was not an easy explanation. That all came from Denise. She came up with the concept, which I rolled my eyes at first when I first heard it. But as we started to get into the story, Redemption Part 2, I needed some sort of Romulan thing to actually happen this time. Since we kept saying they're doing this stuff. It fit, and we did it.
It's actually great how all the pieces fell together now that you read all that, Jill. Like wow, I mean, it's amazing synchronicity of some sort that Denise came up with these ideas and the producers, and the director, decided to run with it, right? And write it into the episode. Like that's pretty awesome, you know.
Yeah, and well, Denise Crosby realized she was missing a good thing. She realized, she wanted to be on Star Trek after all, so she tried to
Yeah.
figure out. She tried to come up with her own ways to be on, and I guess this one worked out.
Yeah. Well, she did appear a few times, so yeah, power to her. But
It's
yeah, that was
probably my least favorite part of this episode, but it's fine.
yeah. Well, she made a big career mistake when she left partway through season one. That was not a
Yeah,
good
but her
start.
mistake was our gain with the Worf becoming more prominent on the bridge.
That's true. Yeah. It all worked out for us fans for sure. Not so much for Denise. Oh well. Is what it is.
And so in this scene, Gowron's leadership is challenged. We've got some guy named Colge, and he's gonna beat him up. And Gowron accepts the challenge, but Worf's like, "What are you doing? You shouldn't be fighting each other. We should be saving all this aggression for the enemy." And so with someone challenging Gowron's leadership, Worf tries to break in between them to stop them, but Gowron uses this chance that Worf is giving him to just kill his antagonists. So a teeny bit dishonorable there in terms of it's not a fair fight. Worf is getting in the middle of it, and Gowron's just using the moment of confusion. And so this is another point where Worf is challenged between his Klingon and his Starfleet nature. And so I love that theme keeps coming up and up and up. And also coming up, Oiler Greg. Great episode and great stream. Cheers. Hello, Oiler Greg.
Hi, Euler.
Great.
Yeah, Gowron is not exactly honorable Klingon, I would say, though.
Not completely, no.
Mm.
Pirate Picard trumps everything, says Gavin Blackburn. What? Oh, gosh. Why would you remind me of that? Why? It is Filthy Friday, so it's fine. So they're doing the sensor sweep and everything. And O'Brien's doing his job and stuff. And Picard's wondering if some of these anomalies might be cloaked Romulan ships. And asks Riker to deploy the fleet and spread the net. Spread the fleet and deploy the net. Euler Greg says Klingon nightmare. Godzilla-sized tribble.
Wow, that's a pretty scary thought, actually. For the Klingons, that would be a nightmare for sure.
Mm-hmm. Data is awesome in this episode. Yes, Captain Data is one of my favorite things, is my favorite aspect of this episode. This two-parter. Captain Data is the best. I wanted a Captain Data show with Worf as first officer. That
would have been good. Yeah, gosh. That would have been a good show. Darn.
Mm-hmm. It would have. I think it would have been a perfect dynamic.
Yeah, that's too bad. There's a lot of cool stuff that could have happened, never did, but oh well. Cool idea, though.
Yes. So the problem is there's a starboard power coupling that's overloading, and deck 10 and 12 are flooding with radiation. So Hobson turns off the phasers and the torpedoes. But Data says, wait a minute, you can't do big things like that without talking to me. And so Hobson walks it back. He's like, okay, you're right. And then Data's like, okay, now turn off the weapons and the things that you already did. Do that thing that you were already doing. And so this is a show of Data being a good captain because Hobson takes actions that are out of line with his rank. And because Hobson doesn't really value Data's existence, but Data notices and it's not falling for it.
Well, the thing is, he is out of line, but Data doesn't criticize him for what he did because he actually agrees with what he did after he tells him, you got to respect the chain of command. It's the chain of command that he broke that, was what annoyed Data. Well, I guess annoyed's the wrong word, but you guys probably, get what I'm trying to say.
Well,
here, right?
he realized that things were not in line with the way they should be on a starship. If he's going to be captain, he has to be the one who makes the big decisions.
Protocol was not followed, basically.
Right.
Well, but also, like, I do want to, and this is strictly if we're going to talk about the hierarchy of Starfleet, wouldn't it be a bit of a pisser if you were the first officer, obviously on the command track, and you earned your red uniform, and you have to take orders from someone in operations? Like, is it possible that maybe Hobson is sort of looking at it as like, you're not even a command officer. I've been training to be in command my entire career, and you show up and you're a scientist. What the hell, man?
It could be. That would be a more Star Trek argument.
That would make more sense. Yeah.
I would love if they would have written that into the episode. That's brilliant.
The thing is, though, I mean, Data's not going to be commanding that ship for long. It's only going to be a temporary assignment. So,
yeah,
he really doesn't have to worry about his career because he will probably make captain one day.
And the real
not with that attitude, he won't.
Well, just saying.
And the real answer is that Picard made Data captain of the ship, and that's all that actually matters, not the pips on his collar or his station.
It was Picard's command decision, so yeah.
But I do enjoy that argument, and I wish if Hobson would have made that argument, I would think like he was a little bit less prejudiced and was actually thinking about the actual structure of everything.
That would have made more sense. It would have been better writing for sure if they had gone that route. Oh well.
Yes, agreed. RRTNZ says, oh, hey, Hobson and Data are lieutenant commanders, same rank. Probably a lot of the issue is envy. Why wasn't he given command rather than Data? He does come around, though. He does. Well, because Data doesn't back down. That's why. Because Data's awesome.
Well, Data could also break his hand.
Well, yeah. He never threatens him like that, though, but he could have. Maybe they
We'll
should
get
let the
there.
ship's computer be captain while we are
Yeah.
at it.
I feel like Hudson and Aliens. It's like, why don't you put her in charge?
Hey! What? The ship's computer. But the ship's computer can't walk around.
Not until that one episode when it actually
I
turns
guess.
into a train.
Oh, right. Except for before the train. But I guess the answer
Yeah.
is the computer can't walk around is the holodeck. And so yes, the computer can walk around if they have a mobile emitter. I don't know why I forgot how to talk.
Doesn't Discovery actually turn the ship's computer into like a sentient being? It's like, oh, it's so stupid. Anyway, move on.
Oh, that was a short trek, I think.
No, but they actually do it. I saw one of the Adira, I think, was like she said like Zora or whatever the
didn't
name of
make
the
it that
computer
far.
is. Yeah, no, I just saw a clip. Yeah, I think it was on Major Grin, and it was like, oh, Jesus, why? Anyway.
Yeah, anyway, where are we? How long do you think it will take the Romulans
To
to
get
detect
through this?
like almost instantly, as soon as this happens, as soon as they put up the net and the tachyons are out, Stella's like, I know what's happening. They can't fool me. I can tell that they're doing this. So Picard is wise in questioning that because she does it right away. Big
shout out to Mike Okuda. Thank you for the Okudagrams. That is glorious. I adore anytime we get computer displays on the Enterprise.
I think LCARs are gorgeous.
Me too.
And yeah, so I have a live stream where I play around with one. I need to shorten that into a short video. That could be fun.
Yeah, whatever happened to your Enterprise point and clicker?
Right. I got a new computer, so I need to redo that.
Okay.
And so O'Brien's picking up activity, and they raise shields.
Where's Keiko?
Oh, actually, O'Brien wants to raise shield, but Picard says no. Keiko?
Which makes sense.
I don't know.
Well, I love
Has
Keiko.
disaster happened yet? Do we have Molly? She's with Molly or something.
She's with Molly. Okay.
Somebody's got to take care of the baby.
Maybe she's on a starbase. And yes, Captain.
She's always missing until we need her.
Yes, until O'Brien needs her. Because hashtag Keiko Pegs.
I'm not altogether convinced that Data is human. Run the machine on him.
Yes. Is this to prove that he's a Starfleet officer or a Romulan?
I compute. You compute. We all compute.
True story.
RVM 371 says, in real military life, what Hobson does is at least gross insubordination. It just gets worse from there. And to the latest comment, take the orders of those appointed over you. Yes. By the order of Starfleet Command. Yes.
Commodore
agreed.
Decker exists. So does Admiral Pressman. No, that's what I enjoy. Like we all know that I'm a huge advocate of doing your job in Starfleet, but also sometimes people just following orders is one of the most heinous things that can occur. And so sometimes a little back talk is in order as long as it is taken in the proper manner, I suppose.
Well, that's why Court Martial exists.
Yeah.
Euler Greg says, great way to bring back Yar and give her a great story arc.
And
I'm glad you enjoyed
yeah, I'm surprised the Ferengi don't show up with Tasha Yar, just considering her lobes.
that.
Well,
I'm
I
obsessed
don't
with
think
her lobes.
her ears are not quite that big, Scotty. Come on.
I don't know,
I don't
man.
know. Maybe it's like objects are closer than they appear.
They're flotation devices.
RRTNZ says a sentient computer with feelings is an existential threat, aka Skynet. Also, the M5 computer. Discovery's computer
Skynet does
should
not
have
have emotions.
should have realized how crap the crew were and flushed them all out the airlock.
Yes.
Yes, Discovery's computer should have done that. And that would have been cool. But it's over now, so I don't have to think about it anymore. No one will
Yeah,
ever
it's
mention
gone.
it ever again.
Remember how mad you got when I wanted Picard on DVD and I got it?
I wasn't
and then I watched
mad.
it.
I was just
You were mad. You were
I wasn't
mad. You were
angry.
like, yeah, you were upset.
It was
And
the only relief is that you didn't buy it yourself.
yes, I did ask for it as a Christmas present. And my brother-in-law got it for me. And I did ask for the Blu-ray, but he only got me the DVD. And I sort of shrugged and said, whatevs. But the thing is that I will never in a million years have the physical copy of Discovery. F that show and its stupid bum.
Yeah, I know. You can see it in a resale shop, whatever. And
Don't forget,
I still wouldn't get it.
if I want to go through the torture of watching Star Trek Discovery, I will subscribe to Admiral Teague's channel.
Yeah, he prides himself in being the leader of New Trek discourse,
Yeah.
whatever.
He is the leader of New Trek. Good for him.
I'll
king of
pass on that.
the New Trek.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm just being catty. I'm being Spot.
Meow.
Where's Spot? Who's taking care of Spot?
I know Worf is not there to feed him.
Yeah.
Does the Enterprise have a kennel somewhere?
No, Keiko's taking care of Spot. Now we know what's going on.
There we are. I'm okay with this. Hey, Real Wade Nation Gaming Clips is here. Hey.
Hello, Real Wade Nation Gaming. Good to see you. Franco Walker needs food. He'll be back soon. That's how long this live stream is going. We're getting into hungry time.
I'm going to head off in a little while because I got to have a shower and get ready for my appointment at 3:00. So
yeah, and if you got anything else you need to say about this episode, let me know.
Yeah, I can hang around for a
18
little bit
minutes.
longer, but maybe another 10 minutes or so, and then I'll leave and get ready.
Okay, so Picard
It's
has
such a good
to.
episode. I kind of want to hang in as long as I can because I'm enjoying this.
That makes sense.
This moment is so good. I would say that this moment is on par with Riker saying fire against Locutus.
Picard
I know
saying
it's
Tasha.
yes. Anytime anyone says Tasha after Tasha died at the hands of Artemis, I am a flutter. I love it.
Yeah,
And
it's
so
kind of a WTF moment for Picard there, isn't it? It's like
Yeah.
he's shocked. Like you don't shock Picard too often, but I think he's genuinely shocked when he sees her on screen.
And I wish that carried through. Like, I know we get to see Sela once more after redemption in Unification, but I wanted a Q movie. I wanted a Sela movie, but also these aren't general audience things that can be brought up. Like, you gotta make something that other people are going to be like, oh, okay. You can't be like,
yeah, right.
expositionarily-
When you do that, you have to come up with a very quick way to fill everybody in real quick.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
why
a
do we
cute
care about
cartoon or
Sela?
something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Make everybody care in under 3 minutes. Go.
Mhm.
So Guinan has an intuition again about her time meeting Tasha in the Enterprise C, even though in this reality she's never met Tasha. And so
this is also my favorite.
Trust.
This is also my favorite episode of The View.
Yeah, it requires a lot of trust on Picard's part to believe her, but and then of course we have the whole thing with Tasha, not Tasha, Sella, explaining that Tasha Yar is her mother.
Well, and it's also interesting. Like this is a nice parallel. It's also interesting that we haven't seen Worf in a while, but it's interesting that this is the same conversation that Guinan had with Picard during yesterday's Enterprise, where she was like, "This isn't right. None of this is right," and this is the flip side of that. Is prime reality Picard being as dubious about what is being presented to him, but also showing the trust in Guinan.
Yes, and he pretty much has to because he has nothing else to run on. He does not like going on without evidence of stuff. He likes to know for sure. And in some instances, when something this weird is happening, he knows something weird, something that he might not believe might be happening. So that's why he's a little more willing to believe Guinan in this instance. Even though, because it's impossible unless what she's saying is true.
Well, he doesn't have any actual facts to go on, so he's pretty well got to trust Guinan, or else he's totally in the dark.
Well, and that bolsters the character of Guinan in terms of the trust.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just weird. Like it is interesting that they fired Gates McFadden to make the confidant character or the Bones surrogate in Dr. Pulaski in the same season that they introduced Guinan, and Guinan ended up being more Dr. McCoy for Picard than Pulaski was.
Yeah, that's because that's the problem with Pulaski is that they did try to have her be McCoy, but the problem is they forgot to put the heart in. They just put the curmudgeon in, and so that's why it didn't work.
I never liked Pulaski. I just never could get into that character. I'm not surprised they brought McFadden back, actually.
But Guinan is so much more Dr. McCoy than Pulaski was, in my opinion.
She's definitely a better counselor.
Yes.
Than Troy.
Than the counselor.
Right, because she doesn't have to rely on her Betazoid powers because she's not Betazoid. So
yeah,
joy.
Could never buy Troy as the counselor. Actually, I couldn't get into the Troy character at all. Really, it's just
sometimes she has a few good moments. I like her sometimes and not other times.
She's fine. I'm not angry at her. She's a welcome
Sometimes
addition.
I'm angry. Sometimes I'm angry at her.
When are you angry at Troy? Not this episode because she's not fucking in it.
When she loses her powers and says, with Riker, I just can't see you anymore, and
you're so
it's like I don't even know you now. Yeah, I am. I hate it. We'll have to do a Friday on that because then I get to also talk about Flatland.
Yeah, I just think Troy's not a very interesting character in general.
I accept your apology.
Let's move on with the episode.
On behalf of Marina Sturgis.
I don't want to do anything for her. I do like her being the computer in Star Trek Continues. That's the last thing she's done.
I'm not a fan of Sturgis after that stuff she said about Texas that time. That really rubbed me the wrong way. And
I'm with her. I think that Texas should just
no. Scotty enjoys wishing weather upon people. Oiler Greg says, "Y'all have fun. I'm going to the Roadhouse to have a steak."
She went further than wishing weather, though. She was wishing other things that were nasty.
But Oiler Greg's going to have a steak and a beer.
Oh man, I'm getting hungry.
Yeah, right. That sounds good. That sounds really good.
And Mark Harkness says, well, Dr. Boyce was the first offering advice over a martini to Pike right back in the cage. Absolutely.
I only use it for medicinal purposes.
Sorry, I interrupted.
That's why No, it's fine. I forget what I was saying.
I would have loved to have seen an episode where McCoy and Scotty, went out for the weekend and had a wild time. That would have been fun.
That's green.
There you go. Those two guys could have had a great party weekend, I'm sure.
Face of the Enemy is the best Counselor Troy episode. True.
Yes, agreed. That's because she behaves nothing like Counselor Troy during that episode. She's just a super awesome Romulan. She's like a spy. Yeah. Yes.
No, she
That's what she
eases
is.
into it. She gets drafted and trained in the same episode. It's so good.
She's a completely different character, and it's so good.
But she earns her blue uniform in that.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So
she does. I wish every episode for her was, with that kind of writing of her. The way they wrote her character in that one was the best. And they don't do that again. So Worf is learning more about his Klingon heritage now more than ever, serving with his brother. And so we have what Klingon has meant to him his whole life versus some of the realities of actually living with them. And it is clear that Worf's perspective would be a great benefit to them. And that's what I really like about it. And of course I'm glad he goes back on the Enterprise D, but the Klingons would be better if he stayed. Worf doesn't believe that Gowron should accept any more challenges on his authority during the Civil War because he needs to do what is best for the Empire, which is to focus on fighting Duras and the Romulans, not each other. And then Worf reinforces this viewpoint by not fighting back when the other Klingons start to fight him. Like when he gets... We know he could take them out, but he chooses against fighting. And so they drag him off somewhere because he decides not to knock him out. At least that's the way I see that scene. Because I know Worf, and Worf wouldn't have just folded like that.
Well,
so it had to have been a deliberate decision.
It's a trope of Star Trek The Next Generation that if you want to show how bad your villains are, you throw Worf at them, or Worf gets subdued, and it's like, all right. Oh, we beat up Worf. We are obviously strong. Like, it just happens all the time. And that's ultimately like why this episode sort of changes into a Starfleet victory as opposed to a Worf character study, is that, yeah, we love Worf. He's a big, strong man until he's not because of plot.
Well, that's why I didn't think that he wasn't strong. I think it looks like he lets himself be knocked out and dragged away.
He lets himself?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, come on, there's no way that would have actually happened. I don't believe it. Without him being deliberate in allowing it to occur.
He should have been stabbed or something.
Yeah, if they wanted to kill him, they could have in the way he's made himself vulnerable.
Well, if you really want to kill Worf, then you just drop a barrel on him. That's the way.
Well, yeah, and then he won't be able to walk again. Unless, except
I always found that
unless you do this experimental surgery.
That was kind of a strange episode when they paralyzed him with the barrel thing. It was like, and then he wanted to like die, didn't he? Like he wanted to. Like,
yeah, he wanted Riker to kill him.
Yeah, and that to me was totally not Klingon. Like that just didn't.
Well, no, that's very specifically a Klingon ritual.
No, I don't know. I just didn't see Worf giving up that quickly. I don't know.
Well, because no, it makes sense to me because Klingons want to die in battle, and what battle can you enter without your legs? And so,
well, yeah, exactly. Like I just never liked that episode. I mean, it was some good drama, I suppose, but in the context of Worf's character, I couldn't quite buy into it.
Okay.
Because I mean, he couldn't battle. Like there was no honor in and a friend just putting you out of your misery, so to speak. Like, I don't
That's
know.
the whole point of the whole ritual. It takes that away. But I want to welcome Lance.
Whoa! That's
Hey,
very
Lance.
quickly there. Beaming in.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello. Hey,
Welcome
PvP.
aboard.
Hi, Scotty.
Hi.
Yeah, I just finished my industry interview, so I guess you guys are probably close to wrapping up, but I thought I'd pop in.
We still got a while to go. Actually, I'm going to have to leave soon because I got an appointment at 3:00 my time.
Well, sure. We're at the part of the episode where Sella is meeting with Picard, saying, "Oh, we're totally not. We're not
up to no good.
We're not up to no good. We're not helping out. We're not helping out the Duras family in this Civil War. She's just being a liar." But
yeah, this episode connects to like a whole multitude of sort of ongoing storylines elsewhere, if I remember rightly, and I watched it probably about a year ago. I watched most of the actually I started rewatching Next Gen in lockdown, but I probably finished the last season about a year ago. It took a while.
Wonderful. That's a great choice.
Yeah, this is a good episode. I'd put this in probably my definitely be in my top 20 of Next Gen episodes, I would say.
Yes, I definitely rate this highly too.
Yeah.
And so this particular story arc comes from yesterday's Enterprise. This is Tasha Yar's daughter, Sella, who I guess 23 years ago, Tasha Yar somehow had a baby with a Romulan because Tasha tried to escape life of imprisonment with Sella when Sella was 4 years old, but Sella wanted to be with her father. Her father, of course, being the person who took Tasha prisoner and made her, his like a slave. As a result, Tasha was murdered for trying to escape. And so I guess Tasha Yar cannot catch a break in any timeline.
Yeah, really, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, Joe, I got to head out. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I wish I could stay for the
Okay,
rest.
you know what? Okay, but PvP, is there anything else you want to say about this episode, or anything you want to say about your channel, or anything anything about the last 15 minutes that we have of this episode to cover?
It's been so long since I've watched it. I kind of could remember it watching your stills as we went along, but yeah, it's been so long. I kind of can't remember actually how they resolved this episode because I haven't seen it in ages. But I just want to say overall, I think it's a great episode, and I would put this high up in TNG episodes as well. It's a very good one, and I always like the Klingon stories, the Civil War stories, and
me too.
Worf. He's just a great character, and anytime they get to examine Klingon culture all through the series, actually, even early on, they had some Klingon episodes, but yeah, I just love exploring the Klingons culture-wise, and I'll keep it brief because I do have to head out. They still got the music channel going there, Jill, with the playlists. I've been concentrating on the UK punk band The Damned over the last month or so because I'm going to get to see them live in concert next month, which is very, very cool because they have been going since 1976. Various incarnations, but they got 4 of the original members back on this tour, which is awesome. And they still sound great and they still look great. I can't believe guys in their late 60s can still perform the way they are, but yeah, they're still going strong. So I'm really looking forward to that. So, if you want to check out my channel, just lots of music, lots of playlists, lots of videos, like all kinds of stuff there if you want to check it out. And yeah, I guess that's about it, Jill.
Yes. Okay.
So I
Thank
shall
you so
head
much
out.
for
And
hanging
thank
out, PvP.
Thank you.
See you next time.
Yes, you're welcome. Thank you for having me, Jill. And thanks for all of you on the panel. It was always fun. And it's a good thing Lance showed up when he did because there'll still be 3 of you on the panel here, so that's good because I gotta go.
All right.
Right, perfect
Take care, buddy.
Yeah, we'll see you guys. We'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Bye-bye, PvP. See you next time. And let's go back to normal mode. And then let's bring back
Ray Shields.
Show.
I just realized that "see you next time" is also an acronym.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny how this kind of ties into yesterday's Enterprise, and that's definitely that was season 3, if I remember rightly. That episode.
Which one?
Yesterday's Enterprise.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and that was one of the first times on Next Gen we got a really cool space battle with like tactical decisions and stuff as they tried to help one Enterprise escape and take out the incoming ships. And I always really liked that storyline and the way it was left ambiguous, that they didn't kind of know what had happened to the other ship. And this kind of, I think, not exactly answers some of those questions, but suggests some of the things that have taken place in the interim. Yeah.
Yes,
good.
definitely. And I kind of liked Denise Crosby's original idea to have the baby be fully human, but being brought up as a Romulan. That makes more sense that Tasha would be pregnant from her romance on the Enterprise C. I don't buy that she would willingly be a Romulan's concubine or whatever she is.
Consort.
Well, she probably wouldn't have been let in the Talsh Yar either, because
right,
I'm sure only pure bred Romulans. You know, the Talsh Yar are kind of like the SS. They're very. It's a culture within a culture as well, isn't it? It's a society within a society.
There is something about sacrificing your own mother that puts you into the elite of evil.
Yeah, that's true. Elite of evil. I like that. Elite of evil.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe that's the qualification for getting in.
Yeah, well, Stella, she didn't see what was happening to her mother as oppression. But I know for Tasha, I don't think Tasha would want to relive what she lived with when she was a kid. That she had to run away from rape gangs, and then she seeing her life end like this with Romulans taking over her freedom, taking her freedom from her. I don't think she would have done this. It doesn't. I don't buy it for her character.
Like there are 3 people in Star Trek history who get medals for being abused by Star Trek, and it is Miles O'Brien, Pavel Chekhov, and Tasha Yar. And by far, Tasha Yar is the worst abused character in the history of main characters of Star Trek. She was brought up by a rape gang planet. She gets out, then murdered by an oil slick, then brought back to life, only to be taken back in time to see her true love killed. And then she is like raped by a Romulan who she has to abide by their rules, tries to survive and rescue her own daughter, and her daughter says no.
Like, she's only 4 years old, and she's like, no.
Hats off to Tasha Yar for everything that she endured.
This is like the twist scene at the end of Redemption Part 1, where she steps out the shadows, isn't it? If I remember rightly. Mm-hmm. So you've just got on to the beginning of Part 2, is that right?
Yes.
I did arrive at the right
of the way through.
Yeah, we're a bit through Part 2.
Because this all goes into the Civil War stuff. Because I think when did Deep Space Nine start running? Because at one point both shows were running at the same time, weren't they?
Yes,
93, I think.
Yeah, so
and that's not yet.
Yeah, so this was originally aired in 91.
Yeah, we don't even have Ensign Rowe yet, I don't think.
No.
Oh yes, that's the key marker. Really good.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Stella has renounced all of her humanity despite being part human, half human.
Well, you can tell by the haircut.
Yeah.
Yes.
you'd have to renounce all of your humanity with that haircut. I mean, most
Yes.
people do when they've got that haircut on Earth. So
Yes.
I think it's a bit of a...
Unless you're a Beatle.
Yeah. It should belong to a 60s rock group.
That's true.
Yeah.
So Sela warns him he has 14 hours to leave the border. Okay, threats.
All that's left now is Romulan.
They fight. Fight. Federation and Romulan show.
I was wondering how you're going to end that.
Sorry, go on.
Oh, go ahead. You go ahead.
I was going to say, I mean, you know, even though the Klingons have always been like the traditional bad guys in Star Trek, even although that changed obviously with Next Gen, even with the original series, I was always more interested in the Romulans. I always thought they had more interesting ships. I mean, my favorite ship in Star Trek Next Gen is the Romulan Warbird, the green one.
Oh, nice.
And I they're so Machiavellian. That's, you know, they're all about strategy and planning rather than, they don't really get into direct conflict so much until we get into the Deep Space Nine. You know, then the Tal Shar team up with the Cardassian elite, and you've got the whole Dominion War plot storyline and so forth. But I love the way they're always maneuvering and manipulating things, and they're like an onion. We find a lot about the Klingons quite quickly in Star Trek: The Next Generation, but we're still finding out things about the Romulans in season 4. We're still kind of getting to grips with who they are and how they work, and I like that.
Starting with the neutral zone episode.
Yeah, which is a lot of that's probably my favorite episode of season 1, actually.
It's one of the better.
Yeah, and I know some people say it's a terrible episode. I really like it.
I've
Yeah.
never heard that in my life. I've never heard of anybody hating that.
I think one of the Red Letter Media guys, I watched their top 5 Star Trek per season, or they did some kind of massive Star Trek list thing, and they were talking about season 1, and there was a big discussion about the neutral zone, and one of them said that's a terrible episode, and I was thinking, no, it's not. It's definitely really good. And,
okay. That was probably, was that Mike or Rich? Do you remember?
I think it was.
Yeah,
Mike.
it sounds like a Mike thing.
It sounds like a Mike thing. I think Rich would like it because I usually
hang on. Which one is the tiny guy and which one is the big guy?
Which one's the fat old man as opposed to the other fat old man?
Yeah, Rich is the funny one. Mike is the one who sometimes he has a little more knowledge, but he also his opinions aren't as good as Rich's.
No, Mike's awesome. I don't want to talk.
Mike is awesome. No, Mike is awesome. No, I do.
I like those guys.
I just don't always
we
agree
celebrate the entire medias that are read and lettered.
Yeah, I do like them. I like their early original content the best.
Definitely.
Because that was like when I saw their breakdown of the Star Wars prequels, I was like, wow, this must have been done by a professional filmmaker. They know what they're talking about.
Oh yeah, and they destroyed their toys. That was crazy.
Oh God, I remember that. Yeah, that was sacrilege. But you know, some
I missed
kid...
the prostitute that was in Mr. Plinkett's basement that he tried to murder.
We're going off topic now. Let's.
We are very much.
Let's rein it in.
Well, was it because he was trying to recreate his murder of his wife? The time.
No, his wife died in a car accident that he orchestrated by cutting the brakes.
Oh, okay.
Don't you know your Red Letter Media law?
I don't remember. I knew he was responsible for her death, but I couldn't remember the details.
We are off topic. You're absolutely
way off topic. RVM 371.
Sounds like the sort of thing the Duras sisters would organize. Let's get back to them.
Yeah.
Now, this conversation is as disappointing as my son.
These the same actresses? They're the same actresses that played the Duras sisters in Star Trek 5, the rubbish one.
No, Generation, Star Trek 7, the rubbish.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah,
yes, they're the same ones.
Yeah, Barbara, because I remember Barbara March, who I had a bit of a crush on back in the day. Yeah, sadly, she passed away in 2019.
Yeah, she
I
did.
heard. Yeah, it
Yeah.
was rather. I found that distressing.
Yeah,
But
it made me feel bad because I went to the 50th convention and I saw them. They were there, and I should have met them together.
Oh, always. If you get a chance to meet one of your heroes, you got to do it. Always do that. She was married to Alan Scarf, and what is nice, at least, about that story is that they got married in 1979, been together all that time.
nice.
And that track record, when you're both working in the creative industry, because he was predominantly a stage director, that's very, very rare. Very
Yes.
rare. So
Yes, it is good to see. And that's something also that DeForest Kelly can say within the Star Trek universe, is that he stayed with the same wife in the same house, and everybody respected his space.
Yeah, that's nice. Plus, he had a teleporter to get away if they didn't. So
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
And but there was one thing in the chat that I thought was kind of interesting. He's RBM says that he's upset that he never got the Earth Romulan War that he heard was going to be the next season of Enterprise.
Blame Les Moonves.
I blame Les Moonves for almost everything.
I mean, I haven't seen the latest season of Enterprise. I heard it does go out with a pretty good bang, but I haven't seen it.
As long as you ignore the last
really?
episode.
Yeah.
As long as you ignore what?
The last
episode.
It's just the last episode is just basically Riker's hollow fantasy.
Yeah.
Oh. Do we want to know about Riker's hollow fantasy?
Well, it's not that kind of fantasy.
He basically goes into the holodeck and decides that he wants to learn how to cook, and the best way to do that is to revisit the Enterprise.
He makes T'Pol some tea.
Right.
Plomeek.
I need to get that clip. I need
Yes,
to get a
you
clip
do.
of that.
Yes.
Okay, so meanwhile, Lursa and Bajor are offering Worf a chance to rule with them together.
Oh, go back one.
And
just go back one for 1 second.
She's offering Worf more than that, by the looks of things.
Oh yeah, more than that. Yes.
So if you're only listening to this on the audio, I would like you all to direct your attention to the screen, the very just a little below center of screen, and just say, mm-hmm. Anyway, you can move on now.
Incoming torpedoes.
Yes.
Yes, the Duras sisters want Worf to be a father figure to Torel. And I think that was their mistake. They don't know Worf very well. He's not even really that much of a father to his own son.
This is yes.
I don't think Alexander's in this episode, is he?
No,
they
he's
mention him.
Yeah, he gets a passing mention in the first half.
Yeah.
Well, they don't even talk about Kales.
No.
Well, they couldn't care less.
What
I did there?
Yeah. That was I need some kind of fanfare for that. And I'll work on it.
You need a Star Trek sort of thing. Yeah, so get the actor that plays Gowron, got to give him a shout out, Robert O'Reilly. I mean, he's having the best fun with that role every time he plays him. And he's still around. But yeah, I think he's said, apart from the makeup, if I remember rightly, at some interview, he said, that's one of the roles I've enjoyed in my career more than any is playing Gowron because he's so fun.
Yes, and Gowron is he does a great job for sure. I agree with that. Definitely extremely believable character. He really pulls you into the Klingon world and makes you you don't question that he's Klingon ever.
He's got mad eyes. That's makes you
the
think
best eyes in the business.
He's like the Hitler of Klingons kind of thing. Madman eyes.
Well, maybe at the end he's like that, and he's definitely a politician, out for himself, kind of thing. But I don't know if I don't remember him doing any genocide in this series, but he's not so great in Deep Space Nine at the end of the Dominion War, where he decides to just keep throwing Klingons at the problem and not really caring about tactics as well. Like he just keeps doing. He's making terrible decisions just for the sake of keeping his own power, and then I think he's like a dictator, and that's why Worf has to. Well, we did the spoiler of that already. His Worf ends up having to kill Gowron eventually, but not in this episode. Oh, I like that answer. Gowron's more like the Stalin of Klingons. A little, yeah. Well, little slight difference. Well, he becomes that. He becomes that eventually. And so, what Seal is doing here? She wants to know about the Federation fleet. How strong are they and stuff? And takes Worf away for an interrogation scene we don't get to see. And yeah, so that's this scene. Robert O'Reilly plays Gowron. Thank you, RTNZ. And then the Duras fleet will call for supplies. Oh, okay. So what they're going to do is that they're going to have Gowron fully attack the Duras, and then that'll make the Duras call for some supplies, and then the Romulans will have to get through the net, and hopefully they'll go through the little hole that they're making in through the net, and that'll prove to the Federation, that'll prove to the Klingons, that'll prove to everybody that the Romulans are helping the Duras family, and that is the key goal of this episode. That's how this ends. And once the Klingons see that Lursa and Beta are getting help from Romulans, they're not going to support them anymore, and so that's the idea. And so they're gonna deal with that, and they're gonna make a hole in the net and everything. But the whole plan doesn't work out because Sela knows right away that it's a trap. So there's no. She knows what Picard is doing, and she doesn't fall for it. So then she throws a pulse at the weakest spot, and it just so happens to be exactly where Data is captain. So at the Sutherland, and
I'll make preparations.
And actually, somehow Sela knows that the Sutherland is commanded by an android captain. Like, how does she know all this stuff? I don't know how she gathered all this information about the Federation fleet. Interesting. But since the Romulans already know about the net, Picard makes a gap, so they think the way is clear in Starfleet. But Sela guesses it's a trap. She guesses the trap. And
it's a trap.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's my Admiral Akbar impression.
I was hoping somebody would. I needed a Star Wars fan here.
Oh, I'm both. Well, certain Star Wars and certain Star Trek.
Yes, I know what that's like in certain.
Yeah, what a conflict.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, the fandom has its own little Civil War, doesn't it?
Yeah, apparently so.
Okay, so what does work? The whole trick with the gap in the net doesn't work. But what does work is attacking the Duras, and so the Romulans have to go through. And what happens here?
Glory shot of a D-Deradex class Romulan warbird.
Oh, that part of the network becomes ineffective. So now in that little area, the Romulans can be cloaked.
They could also go up and around. Like they don't have to go that directly.
That's true, right?
Space is
But
three-dimensional.
Why is the net two-dimensional, or does it extend outward into a sphere?
Well, and also I think it is based on where the closest point is between the Klingon and Romulan space.
Mm-hmm.
Like Romulans show up outside of it, they're going to get in trouble.
But if the alliance is revealed between the Romulans and the Duras family, dishonor will be great.
Yeah, the jig is up, and then the Duras won't have the support of the Klingons, because Klingons would hate the idea of being controlled by Romulans. Only the Duras family likes doing that. No.
Yes.
I don't think so. Like, do you want somebody to take over your society? Like,
you don't think
force?
that Worf is racist against Romulans? You don't think that all Klingons are racist against Romulans? Unless, like, this is a weird story in Star Trek, is that the Duras family actually overcame their racism to like ally themselves with the Romulans.
Oh, to decimate their own people? Yeah.
No, to take control, but they would be under the thumb.
To take power.
They would be under the thumb of the Romulans.
Do you want to be under the thumb of the Romulans? I guess the Duras
depends. It depends on.
I don't think that means that they've overcome very much, but I guess it does mean that they're willing to work with them. Definitely.
Well, I do hate to leave before the confrontation between Hobson and Data, but I've been tasked with business. I have to leave.
Oh, you have to leave now. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, but we're not finished.
I'll stay till the end.
Oh, I wish I would have gotten warning. I would have gone a little faster.
I just found out myself. It's not you, it's me.
Okay.
And so,
is there any way I could have 10 minutes or no?
Scotty's been booked for a fashion shoot. It's got to get.
It's true.
Car. Yeah.
Like I've got to do something to justify all of these sit-ups.
I do love that ship design, incidentally.
Oh yeah,
that's one of my favorites.
Yeah, but Hobson is gonna do the thing, and
it's not my fault. It's other people who are yelling at me. Anyway, thank you so much. I appreciate the time. This is great. I love it, and I will see you.
Well, I love Captain Data, and you're gonna miss all of it.
I am.
I know. I'm being.
But you aren't.
Right now.
You guys are gonna be fine.
Yeah, I know. I'll be fine, but I'll miss you.
And I'll miss you too. And it was a pleasure to hang out and talk to you, Lance. And
yeah, always a pleasure, Scotty. Always a pleasure.
You. And everyone in the chat, I apologize.
Well, it's my fault for going over an hour and 30 minutes past my normal end time.
Well, what do you think you are, Mr. Brown, doing 12-hour streams?
Yeah, no, I wasn't really thinking 12 hours. I was thinking 5, and it's probably where it's going to be.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry that I have to miss it, but it's been a pleasure. And I adore. I adore.
And I adore the episode. And
glory to the Empire. I'll see you in the future.
Subscribe to Phantasmagorium and to the Cinema Culp and Scotty R37 at Twitter. Follow that for some fun times.
Yes.
Okay.
See you in the future. Thank you.
All right. Take care.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Well, I shall maintain my presence on the bridge in order that.
Thank you for being here. Yeah, definitely. I appreciate your presence
for the end of your transmission.
You are thus promoted to
first ensign above Wesley.
Yeah, definitely above Wesley. Oh my goodness.
I now have Wesley to command.
Yes, Ensign Lance can command acting Ensign Wesley Crusher.
Can I give an actor a shout out for the second time, I think, on your channel, actually? Because actor Timothy Cahart plays the ensign working with Data, or I forget the name of his character now. We talked about him just now.
Well, this isn't an ensign; he's a lieutenant.
Sorry, yeah, he's
Commander.
the kind of
Okay, Christopher Hobson.
Hobson, yes.
Is that the one, or
Yeah.
is it a different character?
No, Hobson. I'm sure we're talking about Hobson. You had a screenshot of him up just now.
Yeah. Oh, right, my screenshots. This one.
Yeah, that's the actor. Thank you.
Great.
Yeah,
You're
that's
welcome.
that's Timothy Cahart, plays Christopher Hobson, and I think I've mentioned him on your stream before as being one of the two men that's sitting in the room in Working Girl, where Harrison Ford says, can Mr. Trask hear everything that goes on in this room? And then it's that they've taken a phone call from, yes, he can, he says. But he's a really good character actor who's been around for years. He had a really good recurring role on the TV show 30-something, which until I bought Ed Zwick's biography, I didn't realize Ed Zwick was the guy who created 30-something, who also, he went on to direct films like Glory and stuff like that. But yeah, he's a great actor. I think he's kind of underrated a little bit, if I'm honest. I think he's a little bit underrated. So I wanted to give him a shout out. I think he's a very, very exceptionally good.
Very nice.
Yeah.
That's good. Well, I do agree that he does a really great job in this role. I didn't know he was underrated. I guess I don't know much about him, so that makes sense.
Well, just in terms of him, he's I guess what you would call he's one of those actors that gets guest roles and bit parts, but he does get recurring roles. He's had a good recurring role on Yellowstone, but I feel like somebody should have given him a really big lead. He should have had like a main villain in a big. He would have made a great Bond villain. In a Bond movie or like the main villain in a film. I think he would.
Well, he's sort of a villain in this episode, so that
makes
sense.
He is, isn't he? He's a bit of a, he
he's kind of
almost feels like he works for Section 31.
Yeah, he's kind of he's more of an antagonist really than a straight villain, and he does turn it around a bit, but right here he's upset that that Data was ordered to go somewhere, go to the Gamma Iridium, but Data sees something that he orders him to detect ionized particle traces.
Yeah, he realizes he can trace the source of the disruption when the network destabilizes, and
yes, he figures out a way to find the Romulans in short order.
Yeah,
but of course, for dramatic purposes, the audience isn't told exactly what he's doing with this information.
Yeah,
and Hobson says that Data doesn't care about the lives he's throwing away because this is going to flood the Reed decks with the radiation. And so I love Captain Data, and I love when he says, "You will carry out my orders, or I will relieve you of duty." So he really takes his role as captain very seriously and just eases into command out of nowhere. Like it's like he's thought about doing this before because he does it so well. And Hobson does, in fact, follow his orders. And so there's that, at least.
Yeah, I wish I had the episode up so I could kind of watch it live as we're talking. That would have involved me being really organized, which having
Well,
come off
no, you're
back
just a
of another
yeah,
stream.
you're a guest who was doing your own stream, and you decided to show up anyway afterwards. So I really appreciate you being here.
No problem. That's all right.
And
Yeah, this is
so,
Dave. I remember this scene very well, and you know, these are two great character actors. They've both got quite a bit of stage experience as well, Brent Spiner and
oh, yes, yes, they do. They work off one another really well.
yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they worked together prior to this.
And of course, the commander, at first, he's ignoring Data's orders to fire, and then he's like, level 6. That's not even going to damage anything. So why am I going to do that? So Hobson thinks what Data's thinking is completely pointless, but Data sharply orders Hobson to fire, and so that's
because he wants to reveal the Romulans. He doesn't want to destroy them.
Exactly right.
Yeah, I remember there's a great shot when the ships get revealed. I think you got sort of 3 of them in a row, kind of. And they kind of, each of their cloaking devices in sync, shimmer one after another. If I remember.
Well, back when I thought I was gonna have, okay, so I wanted to do line reading for this scene because I like it so much.
Oh, I could have done that. I'm an actor. I could have done that with you.
Okay, then let's do it. I'll put it in.
I mean, I'm not going to do an impersonation of one of the characters because that just those actors are of a higher standing. But I can certainly read the text appropriately. Are we doing it from?
Well, I'll be Data, and you'll be.
Okay,
Hobson.
so I'm doing Hobson, right?
Yes.
The Enterprise wants to know the reason we.
Not yet. I gotta put
it all up. Okay. All right.
I gotta put it all in there.
That was merely a practice.
That was a practice run. That was only rehearsal.
Yeah, rehearsing. Yeah, exactly. Rehearsing. So we're just preparing the script. While we're doing that, RRTNZ has said, got an idea for Lance for a stream, top 10 character actors. Mate, I'm already going to do that. I announced that on my channel a few weeks ago because I've already done it as a blog on my website. If you look, there's my top 10 American character actors. And I'm going to do, I'm going to have several guests on, and they're actually all going to have a top 10 of their own. So it's not just my top 10. But yes, I like Stephen Root as well. He's great. And William Fichter, I've actually spoken to. Tried to get him to come on. And I'm still trying to get him to come on. Oh, this is a big script here.
Hey, yeah, no. Well, you're tenacious.
I'm just filling in while you're.
I appreciate that.
While you're.
And yeah, I'm glad that RRT NZ had a question for you. And okay, now that's it. Now we're ready. And also, please read for Picard when he pops up.
Picard? Hang on. So you're okay, yeah.
Hobson and Picard. I'm doing
Hobson and Picard. Okay. The Enterprise wants to know. Are we going? Are we ready?
Yes, we're ready now.
All right, here we go. Take 1. The Enterprise wants to know the reason we've stopped.
Display sensor schematic. Display sensor sweep. Maximum range.
Are you going to answer the Enterprise?
Overlay with tachyon emissions. Highlight any tachyon signatures which show subspace inertial displacement. Concentrate a sensor sweep in that area.
Sir, this is pointless. Those readings could be anything. There's no way for us to be sure the Romulans are out there.
Reconfigure photon torpedo warhead yields. Set for high energy burst. Level 6.
Level 6? But that won't even...
Do it.
Torpedoes ready. Another message coming in. It's Captain Picard. Mr. Data, you are aware of the rendezvous with the fleet. Gamma Radian, acknowledge.
Stand by, Captain. Mr. Hobson, prepare to fire.
Didn't you hear? Captain Picard wants us to...
Fire. Fire.
Dun dun dun. Okay. Torpedoes
And
away.
That's great. And so, of course, Data appears to have emotion because he knows what kind of emotion you're supposed to express as the captain. And I think it's incredible.
Yeah, I do like that scene. I did a slightly different voice for Picard there, but it is in no way an adequate impersonation of Patrick.
Are you kidding? I thought it was brilliant. I'm gonna tell
for the benefit of the people listening. Don't judge me. I've got friends that can do really good Patrick Stewart impersonations. Actually,
that was better than I can do.
I've met him twice. Actually, I've got a really good photograph of me and him together.
Oh, nice! That's wonderful.
Yeah, nice chap.
I had a photo op with the TNG crew, but I didn't exactly meet him.
This was both times. It was like I got to meet him in his dressing room backstage. It was much more less Star Trek-y convention type thing.
Well, that's
a friend of mine was understudying him, so that's how I got to meet him.
Oh, neat. Well, that's pretty great that he does that kind of work.
Yeah, he did a stage production of Life in the Theatre with the actor from Dawson's Creek, the one who played the supporting character. Not Dawson, the other actor, Joshua Jackson. That's right. So it was him and Joshua Jackson on stage, and they were good together. They had a fun sort of chemistry. Anyway,
yes, he does love the stage play stuff for sure.
Yeah, he does.
And because this is real Star Trek, where character growth can happen, even for a smaller character that was previously shown to be kind of a chauvinist, Hobson has that character growth because it's very subtle. He calls Data captain.
Yeah.
And that.
Yeah, there's a sort of undertone of kind of prejudice going on with Hobson because Data's an android.
Yes.
And he really doesn't like being subservient to him, and he thinks he's going to get things wrong. It's that simple, really.
Mm-hmm.
But he realizes that Data is more human than he thought, I think.
Yes. Well, that's his very last line, is what I'm saying. The very last line he says to Data is, "Yes, sir, Captain."
Yeah.
And once they
doesn't Data have like a little grin in just after that, or he has a little look? I don't know if it's a grin. Yeah.
That'll make sense. And this is that moment where they're sending off that level 6 beam torpedo.
Are you able to play that cool shot, or are we going to get copyright jabbed?
I can't. I don't have the video, but you can see it happening with the Romulan ships appearing.
That's a really cool shot. I always remember that shot.
Mm-hmm. And so these photon torpedoes reveal the Romulans, and so Stella knows it's over. So she says, let's go home. Let's get out of here. Mm-hmm.
Time to retreat.
Yes. But what should I tell Lursa and Bater? They're on their own.
And this was written by Ronald D. Moore. This episode, I think he wrote both parts. I think
that's correct.
And I mean, with where Star Trek writers are concerned, in Next Gen, he certainly wrote some of the best episodes. But he also produced For All Mankind, which, if you haven't seen it, Jill, you definitely should. That show is definitely up your street, I think.
It is. In fact, I don't know if you know this, but after I'm done looking at Star Trek Continues on Tuesdays, I'm going into For All Mankind, talking about 2 episodes a week.
Oh, wow. Well, I'm not going to do it quite that deep dive, because I'm going to do that for a show called The Shield. I'm going to do like probably a 2 episodes a week thing, but I am going to do and I'm going to do a show on each season.
Oh, that's cool. That's a great idea.
And it would be great to have you on as a guest. And I think that'll probably be on a Sunday. But
If I've seen it by then, I don't know. It's like I'm going through it for the first time. Actually.
Yeah, well, I won't be running it for a while. That'll probably be something I do towards the end of the year. And it's funny when that show started out.
Then I'll be ready for it then.
Yeah. When that show started out, I thought, oh, this is going to turn into a load of woke nonsense. But you know what? It actually didn't, and it was so well done, and it all kind of felt kind of plausible, and I really liked that about it. It felt very this could have happened. This timeline could have happened. You know.
And Ronald D. Moore says it's his unofficial prequel for Star Trek. But yes, it is an alternate history for NASA, and so that does seem like a thing that could turn ugly, but it doesn't. According to what people say, I haven't seen it myself, but I hear a lot of good things, enough good things to watch it.
Yeah, you'll definitely
to cover it.
I look forward to talking to you about it, and I'll certainly, if I'm free, I'll certainly pop on some of those with you.
Sure, definitely.
It's very good. Very good.
So it's all over for the Duras family.
The plot is revealed.
Yeah. And so we see Worf after his interrogation. We didn't see the actual interrogation. And B'Etor spits at him. Worf attacks a guard. And B'Etor and Lursa just leave. They're just like, okay, I'm done with this. Leaving Tor-El by himself.
Yeah, because Dwarf was going to be given over to the Romulans, wasn't he? But he escapes, I think, somehow. If I remember rightly.
Yeah. So Gowron gets to be Chancellor without worrying about being murdered.
Yeah.
So then we have this good scene where Data says, okay, I know I went against orders. I'm ready for my punishment. And
yeah, this is a good scene. Yeah, and Picard's got his stern face. He's got that is his, like, I'm annoyed with one of my crew members face.
Yeah.
And Data spills it all out logically. I did the right thing, but of course, and yeah, there's the claim I was only following orders.
Although what I did was successful, I realized I was not following orders. And yeah, I love that. I love what Picard says. I was only following orders has been used to justify too many tragedies in our history. Starfleet doesn't want officers who will blindly follow orders without analyzing the situation. Your actions were appropriate for the circumstances, and I have noted that in your record. And then he gives him a compliment. Nicely done.
Yeah, that's because I think he says that to him as he's going out the door, if I remember rightly. Mr. Data,
Exactly.
nicely done. Yeah. And please don't play Ode to Spot in one of my concerts again. You're dismissed.
I know, but I love Ode to Spot. If you want to hear Bird of Prey 5.
Feline fictus, blah, blah, blah. Okay.
Yeah. Bird of Prey 5 recites Ode to Spot on his channel. And so.
There's that bit where everybody thinks it's finished and they all relax, and then he launches into like the next thing. It's funny.
It is. That's one of my favorites.
Yeah. Can you imagine if the whole episode had been that? Just like,
oh no.
The producers would have loved it because it would have been a great cost-saving episode. That face of Gowron is that's the scariest face any Klingon's ever had, I think.
Yes, he has. Yeah, He uses them. He knows how. He has those eyes, and he knows how to use them.
Yeah. It's Robert O'Reilly, fab actor.
And Gowron gives Worf the chance to cut down this traitor of the Empire. And Worf takes the dagger. And that's a good line too. The Duras family will one day rule the Empire. And Gowron says, but not today.
Yeah. Yeah, the actor they got to play the young, it's Toril, isn't it? The young Duras boy. I think Toril. He was played by J.D. Cullum. Yeah, he's a good good actor.
Yes. Yeah, he does very well in being in this character, yes. And so Worf takes the dagger, but he goes over to Terrell and drops it. He drops it on the floor. And Kern says, "What? Kill him. It's our way. It's the Klingon way." And Worf says, "I know, but it is not my way."
Yeah.
The boy has done me no harm, and I will not kill him for the crimes of his family.
Which is because he kind of breaks that cycle of violence by doing that, which is a good message. It's a moral message of the week in a way, but definitely not rammed down your throat. Quite subtle.
Yes, it's a common Star Trek message. You can remember the arena with Gowron.
Yeah.
And Kirk not killing.
Certainly nothing wrong with that message.
Yeah.
Things again and again.
You acknowledge that you can kill, but you choose not to kill today.
And that's it.
Yeah, that's the episode. We finished it.
Sorry. That's the other theme tune.
We can't all be Tony from Stark of Iron or Doomcock. I could definitely not be either of those people. But I like them both. Yes.
That might be a reference to my ability to impersonate Patrick Stewart. Maybe the two of them can do it better.
Or maybe my inability to impersonate Data.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well,
yeah.
I think you had a harder job than me.
Frank Walker says, "Please subscribe and hit the bell, share, hit like, and select live chat." That's the look that got him hired, says Harvium 371. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt that at all.
Indeed.
And that was yes, this is an incredible episode. I love it so much. Thank you for joining me and talking about Redemption, the 100th episode of Star Trek The Next Generation. I love this episode so very much, and it was fun discussing it with you.
It was released, by the way, as a they released a number of the two-parters in the UK. I'm assuming they did this in the States as well, of course, as kind of special feature films, and they put them both episodes together on a VHS, edited out the credits.
To make it all one kind of like a movie kind of thing.
Yeah, and then they released them as like special editions. They did that with Best of Both Worlds 1 and 2, this one, and I think another one further down the road, but I forget which one. Hello to you, Sentai Ranger Donnie.
Well, I'd imagine they do it for Best of Both Worlds, but maybe for All Good Things.
Yeah, that All Good Things was one of them. That's right. And I think also the Klingon Civil War DS9 two-parter was another one. And these, because I used to work in a big like department store, and I was actually in charge of the video department. So this is when everybody was buying things, and Star Trek was released at 2 episodes a VHS. So is this the 100-episode cake?
This is the 100th episode cake, and I remember they had a cake, so I went to go look for it. There it is.
Yeah.
And there's Gene Roddenberry cutting the cake.
Yeah, because he's still alive at this point, because this is 91.
Mhm.
And
Yeah,
I think
and
he passed away, I think, just before Star Trek 6 came out. If that's
yeah, he was able to see an early screening of it,
yeah,
and that was it. He was done. Mhm.
yeah, which is
I still been meaning to read his entire biography. I started reading it, and
yeah.
the officially sanctioned one. Oh, wait a second! Somebody's leaving.
Franco.
Sentai Ranger Donnie says, "I must go now. Thank you all. See you again later."
Yeah, nice to meet you, Sentai Ranger Donnie. What a cool handle.
Yeah,
Makes you sound like you have lots of ninja skills as well as repairing electrical goods.
he's more phenomenal.
Yeah.
For others, have a great weekend. May you and yours live long and prosper. Great stream for a great episode, Jill. Always nice to see Lance flexing his acting chops. Cheers, chat. Have a great day, folks.
Yeah.
And Sentai Ranger Donnie gives a 9 out of 10 to this 2-part redemption.
Yeah, I'd probably give it a similar score. Certainly no lower than 8.5. Yeah, it's up there.
I range 9 to 10 depending on how excited I am about wanting more Captain Data.
Yeah. I think somebody earlier called Classic Comics
Yes
agreed with me that The Shield is an awesome TV show. Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know when I'm starting that breakdown, but I do know it's going to be on Sundays because I'm going to be doing it with a guy called Zach's Tube. And we figured that the only time we're both available is Sundays. So it may well start after my Band of Brothers thing is finished. So it might start in August, but definitely going to start this year.
Good.
Yeah. And it's an incredible show, but not for everybody, but because it is quite violent and it is very, very real and gritty and,
well, I'm sure there are people who'll be interested in that kind of thing for sure.
Oh no, for sure. I mean, my taste in television dramas is like my taste in music. It's very eclectic, I like as long as the writing is good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm interested in quite a wide range of things.
Very nice. Yeah, you don't trap yourself into a pigeonhole.
No, some people only watch sci-fi, which is I get that if that's their bag, it's understandable.
Yeah,
there's a lot of it now as well. It's not like back in the day when there was Star Trek plus whatever.
Well, yeah, Star Trek.
When Alan was up to Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea and Doctor Who, maybe you had 6 good shows to choose from. Now you've got 60. It's
well, Lost in Space was great, but Forbidden Planet showed us how science fiction could be taken seriously, and Star Trek continued that tradition.
I have very vivid memories of seeing Forbidden Planet. I know we're going off kilter here a little bit.
No,
but,
okay, no, we're totally. This is perfectly fine.
I'm still okay for a time for a little bit. Yeah, I have very vivid memories of seeing Return to Forbidden, not Return to Forbidden. That's a stage play. Forbidden Planet, and I think it was like on a Sunday afternoon or something, and I probably saw it in, I don't know, probably 1978, around that sort of time, because after Star Wars came out, the TV channels looked at all the science fiction films that they could find, and they were all buying up these movies from the various companies to screen them again, you know. And there was
makes
a big
sense.
sci-fi season. There was a couple of big sci-fi seasons, and this was great for me because I got to see all the films that my father had seen that I had missed because they came out when I wasn't born, like the original Invaders from Mars. They Came from Outer Space. Do you remember that one?
I haven't seen that one, but I feel like that's on my list. I need to see it.
That's just been released on Blu-ray. In fact, I've bought that for Retro Nerd Girl as a birthday present, but don't tell her.
Shh. I
Yeah,
hope she's not watching.
She probably won't have made it to the end, so we might be all right.
Mm.
Yeah, they brought a really cool edition of it out on Blu-ray. I'm guessing you can probably get it in the States, but it's a good movie. It's black and white, and the plot is very similar to Invaders from Mars, almost identical actually. You know, kind of aliens are trying to repair their ship, and hey, I've got it here so people can see. I'm sure some people in chat will know the movie I'm talking about.
Oh, it sounds like the plot from Coneheads.
Well, Coneheads are invading. It came from outer space. They're actually they've damaged their ship, and they're trying to. And it's not just available on eBay. I think you can get it on Amazon as well. But it is a good film. You know, it's an oldie, obviously, and it's got that old acting style. So don't expect too much. But
no, I like the oldie kind of acting style where they're acting like they're on a stage play. Still.
Sure, but we went down
fun.
a rabbit hole within a rabbit hole. Part of that season was also Forbidden Planet, which I'd never seen, and I remember quite clearly my reaction to, because you know you couldn't see whatever this alien was, and people started dying, and the crew were trying to work out what's going on, and then they had that big kind of ray gun on a mount, and then at one point the creature attacked, and you finally got to see the outline of it because they kind of blasted it with this big energy surge. Because I haven't watched the film I've got it, but I haven't watched it in at least 20 years probably. I really should watch it again. And I remember turning to my dad and saying, "Oh my God, what's that?" You know, there it is, Dad. Look, you can see it. You know, it's really cool. Never quite seen an alien quite like that. This thing that you couldn't really see.
That's some amazing animation that was done for that.
Yeah.
For the id monster in
Very
Forbidden
cool
Planet.
effect. Yeah,
and I think the Disney was involved with the animation for that creature effect.
Oh, I did not know that.
I need I was gonna pull up my notes from that, but I don't know where I put them. But anyway, I have to make those easier to find.
Yeah, you've probably done a stream about.
Oh yes, I have.
And I think
I had such a good time.
For those people watching, I think Retro Nerd Girl's got a really good. She's got a really good episode of it, like a retro review episode.
I love her retro reviews. Those are so compact and awesome.
No, really, really good. And but that's also the first time I remember seeing Robbie the Robot.
Yes, that's the premiere of Robbie the Robot.
And of course, in the 70s, Robbie the Robot toys were not available, but in the late 50s, they were all the rage. There was somebody made either ripped off one and I remember at various what we call jumble sales or car boot sales, you might call them now. I'd always go around and I'd try and find things like old Thunderbirds games, because Thunderbirds came out in the 60s, but it was being repeated in the late 70s. So, of course, I was a big fan. But all the things like the Thunderbirds annuals and books and board games and stuff all came out before I was born. But if you searched and you trawled the various like school fates and school jumble sales, you'd have all the parents bringing in, their old kids' board games and stuff. And I remember I went to one particular one, and I hit a gold mine. I got like a Thunderbirds board game. I got all these annuals. I came back with all this stuff, and it was like, wow, I've hit this sci-fi Like, and all the stuff was quite knackered. And back then, I didn't know the secret of, hey, keep it in pristine condition. This is going to be worth something one day.
Right. So you just enjoyed it.
Yeah, and
but that's what it was for. You played with what was meant to be toys. So
yeah, I did. Basically, I played, but the books all fell apart and things like, because they were already secondhand, so they'd been. But it was great, and that's where it was through those kinds of places was where you learnt about the stuff that had come before that your dads had seen. And we used to see lots of Robbie the Robot toys at those kinds of jumble sales, usually with bits broken off. And
oh, right. You could maybe buy like 4 of them, and maybe you can make one complete Robbie.
Yeah, that's funny. Tiger Stripes has just said in the chat. I don't know if you want to put that
Still
comment.
going? Yeah. Oh, also good night, Franco Walker. He says, don't forget to hit refresh and leave a comment after the stream, as it helps the channel grow. Take care, everyone, and much love to you all. And Tiger Stripe says, wow, still going? Yeah. Well, we'll be wrapping up soon.
Her comment under that was the one in response.
You may read it. Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Well, it's great to hear treasure trove. On the other hand, you can hear the anguished cries of the person whose mother turned over their collection to the charity shop. Well, funny you should mention that, because this is a tenuous connection to the story I mentioned earlier. The actor friend of mine, Sam Stewart, who doubled for Patrick Stewart on stage, which is how I got to meet Patrick Stewart. He had that exact story. He was a mad collector of Dinky toys and Corgi toys, and the old ones with the original boxes are worth a fortune now if they're the original editions. And and he was very, very conscientious about keeping everything in pristine, and he put it all up in the loft in boxes. And he came back from his first year at drama school, and his mother had given it all away. She chucked it all out for or she gave it to some charity sale, and he was absolutely outraged. He was so angry. He was telling me, and I could see it in his eyes. It all came flooding back when he was telling me the story, and I was thinking, my God. Yeah, he was upset because I remember going around his house. He had cabinets full of these sort of miniature classic cars and things like that, so he still collected them into his.
Yeah, she didn't know what he had, what it was. That's why you consult people before you sell their things. Come on.
Yes, indeed. Well, I don't know if you want to start wrapping up, because I know you've been
I'm working on it. But
I'm keeping you on longer by these nonsense stories of mine.
I like nonsense stories. As long as you want to say a little bit more nonsense, we'll wrap it up in a with the chat. I like to wrap it up with the chat.
Yeah.
And Gavin Blackburn says BBC but if you got to go, just let me know.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. BBC.
What I've got to do after this is have a shower, which I forgot to do today. So,
oh, yes, that's very important. I might do that too.
Hygiene, very important.
I should have a sonic shower clip. I'll work on that later.
I'm gonna have a real shower, not a sonic shower. Yeah, this is BBC 2, I believe, used to play Star Trek for 6 months, then a season of sci-fi movies. Yeah, Gavin, that's exactly the sci-fi season I'm talking about. In fact, they did a few of those, and you're probably talking about the same one, because I think that season on BBC 2 was the one that occurred around, I want to say 1981, 1982, and they showed a movie every week at the same time on the same day. I think it might have been Friday nights, and Day the Earth Stood Still was one of those. Day the Earth Caught Fire, Invaders from Mars. It came from outer space. This Island Earth, that was the first time I saw that. Fantastic Journey was another one. The original Invasion of the Body Snatchers, the black and white one, was another one. They did about 20. I mean, it lasted like half the year at least. They pulled everything out that you. So it was good programming. I loved it. It was great.
Oh, I need to go back and watch more of these 60s sci-fi movies for Fridays, but maybe sometime in July, because my June is pretty booked already.
Yeah, mine too.
It's because it's I got some vacation things happening, and so
Hey,
and birthday.
we've got Gail Ann Hurd coming to London this month, June. She's coming to present an anniversary screening of Terminator. And she's in London for 3 days, and I've got a ticket. So, she's been on my channel, so I'm hoping I'll be able to get a photograph with her if I'm lucky.
Oh, yes, I hope you do.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, because she's super COVID conscious and that kind of thing. But I mean, we're not really, COVID's not really a thing here anymore, so hopefully.
Yeah, so hopefully she's gotten a little more relaxed about that.
I think in film, it's just if you're attached in film production, it's a regulation that's you've got to be very conscious of, I guess.
Oh, I suppose so. Well,
yeah.
Okay, we'll see.
Anyway.
Good luck with that then. I hope you.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if I manage to get the photo, trust me, it's going to be all over my social media.
Nice.
With me smiling inanely.
Cool. I'll look out for that smile. Yeah. Gavin Blackbird says there was an episode of Lost in Space that was based around a load of robot B9 toys. B9 toys.
I never really saw the original Lost in Space. I caught the odd episode of it. But it played before my time, and it wasn't really replayed in the time, I guess, between the age of, shall we say, 6 to 16 was the time I was digesting any sci-fi I could get my hands on. And in that time period in the UK, I don't recall it being replayed, not on a regular basis anyway. And there might have been some, I do recall a documentary about it, which I watched. But it because I'd been brought up on first season Star Trek.
If you're already starting with Star Trek, then you're not going to go back to Lost in Space.
Yeah, it felt very dated.
Unless you're me. Unless you're me and your friend is like, "Hey, you want to talk about Lost in Space?" I'm like, "Okay." And so I'm watching Lost in Space for the very first time with Pop Culture Curator over on his channel. And I thought I'm not sure if we've gotten to this episode or not. For some reason, I thought Gavin was going to talk about the one with Robbie the robot, because there's an episode where B9 and Robbie have to go against each other, and B9 has to protect the family against Robbie. It's fun. I think that was a good one. One of the better ones.
Marta Kristen, who played one of the family in Lost in Space, she's still around. Norwegian born actress. You might remember she was in Battle Beyond the Stars. She kind of was George Peppard's love interest in the film. She's like one of the civilians on the planet, but he has a few scenes with her. And I wrote to her, I found her on social media, I wrote to her and I said, I'm a really big fan of Battle Beyond the Stars, and I'd love you to come on and just talk about your career in general, because she's had a huge career. And she agreed to come on, and I was like, oh, great, really excited.
Hooray! Well, you didn't meet Judy. She plays Judy in Lost in Space.
Yeah, this was right at the beginning when I'd only done about 5 interviews then. And then when I went to follow it up, never heard anything from her again. I've had that with a couple of people. I think some people like the idea of it one day, and then next they don't, whatever. But
then they decide against it, and that's fine.
Well, sometimes it might be an agent. You mention it accidentally to the agent. The agent says, "What do you mean you're doing an interview? Are you being paid? What's going on?" So yeah, Channel 4, that's right, did run Lost in Space in the late 80s. But by the late 80s, I was kind of more into dating girls and playing role-playing games than watching television.
I understand priorities are important to have.
Yeah. So
Disney Sheepherder says, "Howdy and hail to all. Too much work to stream lately. Either way, I always have time to smash that like button, Jill. Thank you so much, Disney Sheepherder. I appreciate that."
it's a good, cool name, Disney Sheepherder. I'm
Yeah, no, and he also has
thinking
a very
through the
good.
various reasons where the origin of that name may have come from, but when
It
they're on
is
your
probably.
channel, I will have to ask them.
Yeah, well, he makes. I think he makes video. He makes videos on his channel. I don't think he live streams, but he makes a lot of cool videos.
Right.
And Penny says it's almost supper time. I know, I'm going on pretty late. I had something like that happen to me. It's too painful to talk about. All right, would that have to do with your records, right?
Yeah, toy
But I
collection.
guess you don't want to talk about it, so we don't have to.
Something being thrown out. Yeah. My mother did that with one toy one time. That was the only time. There was hell to pay, and she did not want to go through that again.
Oh, well, luckily it was just one thing. All the horror stories are like whole boxes and whole things of collections.
But then you used to swap toys as kids. Do you remember, like, you'd get bored with stuff and you'd swap stuff with your neighbor or your kid from the next street? And I lost count of the number of times that there was always a story about someone had swapped a toy with so-and-so, but so-and-so's gran was coming round for Christmas, and that was the big toy that Granny bought Johnny last Christmas. So Johnny needs the big Robotron back from Fred just temporarily.
Yeah, just so Grandma
so
can
that
see
Granny can see the big Robotron, in Johnny's playroom or whatever. And the amount of negotiation and back and forth that went on about that. One time, this kid swapped all of his Lego with me for some scale electrics that I had that I didn't particularly want. And he hadn't told his parents. I had no idea about that, of course. It was a massive thing. He got in trouble, and his parents called my parents, and I had to give the Lego back. And then he had the audacity to tell me I ruined his Christmas. And I'm like, how did I ruin your Christmas when you didn't tell your parents that you were swapping your Lego? It's nothing to do with me. Do you know what? I've only just remembered that story. I'd completely forgotten about that.
He made the deal, and so that should have been the end of it.
So look.
You should have gone Ferengi on them. Once you get their toys, you don't give them back. But that's like the preschool Klingon.
I think also, I don't think I ever got everything back that I gave him, and I think I also kept a few choice Lego bricks because I had a gut feeling I probably wasn't going to get everything back. So worked out better for me.
Well done. And also, Classic Comics says that happened with all my Star Wars toys.
Oh man,
my mother sold them during a yard sale without telling me.
Yeah, that's horrendous. Not good.
Oh, so sorry. That's terrible news. And so I'm going to close the poll. I had a poll going.
Oh yeah, I signed up to be with I thought about and nearly went with the Romulans, but I signed up to be with the Federation.
Hey, and it's a lot more balanced than I thought it was, because at the beginning we had like 80% Federation. So I'm happy to see a little play with that. We've got, of course, the Federation wins. That makes sense. 51%.
Yeah. And I'm signing up after the Battle of Wolf 359, so I've got a reasonable chance of having a long life.
Yeah, it's safer.
It's for the Federation. Yeah.
But we had 31% joining the House of Gowron.
Wow, those eyes, cool. They're quite hypnotic, those eyes. So
yeah, that's a leader you can look up to. And then 16% are big Romulan fans. And that's cool. I didn't realize there'd be so many Romulans in the chat. That is really neat. And then I'm surprised that anybody chose the House of Duras. Somebody decided, 2% decided they like the Duras sisters, Lursa and Bator.
Yeah. Well, you know, there are two things about them that are appealing, so I guess that's the 2%. There you go.
4.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there you go.
my big one was trading away all of my Kiss albums for I don't even know what. Second place is trading all my 60s and 70s baseball and basketball
yeah
cards.
They were
DJ
never,
Play Nice.
they were never a big thing in the UK, but I'll tell you what was big in the 70s, and that was Star Wars cards. Everybody was collecting those, and I remember there was a Trump's phase, and I'm not referring to President Trump. I'm talking about Trump's cards. And
yes, I figured.
In case anyone doesn't know what this is a set of cards, but they just come in a pack. I mean, you know, top tanks or top fighter jets or whatever Trump's. But the Star Wars cards, of course, this is when confectionery companies realized that if you made a set of 100 cards to collect, but you made 50 of those cards quite common, 25 of them not so common, 20 of those even less common, and then the remaining 5 or whatever extremely rare, people would spend endless amounts of pocket money buying packets of these things. I remember, God, you get your pound pocket money, and these packs were, I think they were 20p, I think 20 pence for a pack. So you get a pound pocket money, you go straight down the shop and you buy 5 packs of Star Wars cards with 5 pieces of horrendous, tasteless pink slab chewing gum that came with it. God knows who made that. And you know, and you people were trading them at school, and occasionally someone would have one no one else had ever seen, and there's always the big sum that were like really common that everyone had.
Oh yeah, right.
I don't think anyone ever had a complete set until later, when kind of people just bought reproductions of them on eBay or whatever, you know.
Well, where's the fun in that?
Well, indeed.
And you don't even get the gum, or at least the gum's like 50 years old now. Or I don't know how old these cards are. I'm probably making it too old.
Yeah, there's the complete set of the first 4 series of Star Wars cards. So the very first set were the ones with the blue border.
Wait, because Star Wars isn't even 50 yet, is it? So
yeah, but
it wasn't 50.
The very first Star Wars bubblegum set was the one with the blue, certainly in the UK anyway, was the one with the blue edge border. And then there was a yellow edge border set, and there was a red edge border set. And I can't remember which one came after the blue, whether it was the red or the yellow. But I'm curious to know the value of these things. I'm just like seeing how much it goes for on eBay here.
I'm going to end the poll because I'm about to close out this stream and I don't want to forget. And then I'll copy it into my notes to put into the description. And so I want to thank everybody who was here today. And it was so fun talking about redemption with you and discussing Worf's character growth and everything. Every act is just perfect culmination. And of course, I love Captain Data. If I haven't said that 3 times already, I need to say it about 17 more times.
He's my favorite character, actually. In Next, I guess that's fairly common.
Me too.
Yeah. Just because he has such an interesting journey throughout, and they can do so much with him.
Definitely. And since Brent Spiner is such an incredible actor, he's able to play off of himself.
Yeah.
And so you can have him, you can have Lore, you can have his dad, Noonin Sung, and you can have all three of them, all played by Brent, and it's a good time.
That's a dream job for an actor, really, a role like that. Where you can really flex your acting muscles, and he did, because he got to play so many different parts as well. And also apparently is a very nice man.
And so I know you want to share something with your cards, and so I'm gonna let you do that.
Oh no, I just had I was just curious to see, how much these things go for.
Oh yeah, like if you actually kept them. How much are they now?
I don't know if this is a full set, but on eBay in the UK, this is the blue set. So maybe we can make that bigger. There we go. And these go. This is a full set that goes for £60. I thought they'd be worth more than that. I don't know if this is all of them. This seems like a small number to me. But somebody in the chat will know how many there are.
Oh, we need Mark D with the C. Hey, Mark, are you lurking? Is this the complete set? He would just know off the top of his head.
But I only ever had. I mean, you can see these are quite worn as well. Look at the corners on some of them. They haven't been kept in those little plastic sleeves that, of course, weren't invented when these came out. But I only ever had about 20, 25 of these. I never even had close to the full set.
Yeah, those look lovely.
Yeah. I should check, as Tiger Stripe said, I should check the sold listings. But I mean, it's interesting. I've seen that there are some, like, clearly this is a rare card. This in fact, I definitely didn't own that one, and that goes for £25 or best offer, and it's just one. So
looks like you get most of them all together, but then the rarer ones will be a little more expensive. Because DJ Play Nice says 66 cards.
66 cards. Okay, all right. So I think that was maybe a full set then, or nearly a full set.
Yeah, probably nearly, except for the bigger ones.
Yeah. But
I'm not going
to spend money on stuff like that. I can't afford.
Right. That's why this makes sense. Lance needs to check the sold listings.
Yeah.
To see what people really pay.
Yeah, I'm probably coming across as someone who knows their way around eBay, and I really don't, actually. I deliberately don't go on eBay, because I noticed when I started going on it a fair bit,
you started buying things.
I started buying things left and right, and it was like, I think I need to not go on eBay. I need to ban myself from browsing on eBay. Anyway, we should probably wrap this up, because we
are, and I just want to thank RVM371, who says, first stream with your channel, absolutely awesome. Looking forward to doing this again. Yes, I'm so glad you're here, and it was great to see DJ Play Nice, Tiger Stripes, Penny. I might not go all the way up, but I'll say hello, say goodbye rather to a few people here that are still here with us now. Thank you, Gavin Blackburn, for hanging out the whole time, pretty much. Classic Comics also. And it was just so good to be with you. RRTNZ also. As well as Eugene Bird. Thank you so much for the present. And also thank you to RRTNC for the present too. Wait, wait a minute. Did I not read this? Did I not read your super chat, RRTNZ? I don't remember. And this has been such a long stream. I don't recall if I read.
I bet you didn't read it since I've been on, but I don't remember seeing that coming up since I've been on.
So. I don't think I read it.
No, I think that was way back, probably.
It was way back, but I think I missed it. RRTNZ, I think I was just getting so excited with the episode. I'm so sorry. With New Zealand $5, Worf is one of the best written Trek characters. He's consistent throughout TNG. Oh no, I did read it. It's just been so long that it feels like I read it yesterday. He's consistent throughout TNG and DS9. His sense of honor causes him a lot of grief, but he sticks to it. And this episode is a great example of that. And that's what happens when you have a 5-hour live stream. You reread your super chats.
Yeah, it's good I came on towards the end.
Definitely.
Definitely going to be jumping in the shower straight after this. Sonic
yeah,
shower.
And Sentai Ranger Donnie, thank you for being here. Real Wade Nation Gaming, Euler Greg, and everyone who took the time to hang out. But for now, all I have to report is that on Tuesday we're going to continue. We're going to watch Star Trek Continues, and it's going to be. Do I have next week's episode? Yeah, Shadow Ships, and whatever's next after that. I forget the Star Trek Continue episodes. Let me bring up the list.
Yeah, the fan stuff.
Yeah, the fan stuff. We're finishing that off. And we're going to be done with that, and we're going to start For All Mankind, and I should be able to get through all of the episodes before you do your live stream about them. So that's amazing timing.
Yeah, I would think so. I don't know when. I mean, I'm like I said, I'm going to do For All Mankind by season. I do know that I'm going to show a clip of For All Mankind on my movie quiz on my 2-year anniversary stream on the 14th of June. That's going to be one of the movie quiz clips.
Oh, right. Speaking of which, please tell us what you have coming up, what you want to promote for now.
Not loads of stuff. I'll be quick to expedite your exit. But on Sunday, I'm doing Band of Brothers. So we've been breaking down every episode. We also had the scripts for the missing episodes. So we've been covering those as well. So we did what would have been the original episode 4 last week, which was called Personal Effects. And we went through the whole script, which isn't generally available for the public. And then this week we're doing the actual episode 4 that was shot, which is called Replacements. That's at Sunday, 8 o'clock my time, which will be 3 p.m. East Coast, 1 p.m. West Coast. And then I've got a couple of interviews. I just did one tonight with director of photography, Simon Rowling. I've got film director James Boosh coming on Monday, the 10th of June. Now, he directed and wrote the Predator fan film, which is called Predator Dark Ages. That's been viewed 15 million times on YouTube. And that's actually how he and I met, because they did a crowdfunding campaign for that, which I promoted on what was my old YouTube channel back in the day.
Oh, well done.
And James and I have worked together since. We've worked on 2 films together since, and he's also one of the directors I've got lined up to work on my TV show if that TV show happens. So
I hope so. I hope you do get that TV show.
Yeah, we had a meeting about that today, but it's not, it's still happening. Still the ingredients are brewing, shall we say. Scott Grimes was fantastic in Band of Brothers. Tiger Strikes just pointed out.
Scott Grimes for sure.
He's great in Band of Brothers. He's so good as Malarkey.
Cindy's also good as
so
in the Orville.
those 2. I've got my usual chat show on Tuesdays, which is 10 o'clock. I know it's a bad time for you, but you're always welcome to come on. And it's kind of an open door policy, really, for any other YouTubers to come on and talk about stuff that they've watched that they like in the near past, as it were. We're going to be doing House of Dragon. We're going to be doing House of Dragon on Mondays, every Monday in June once that begins. So, and we're going to be breaking that down week by week. I think that's enough.
Incredible. Well, that's good. That's good news.
The Shield before the end of the year, hopefully. We'll start the Shield, because that's my favorite cop show of all time. So we should be breaking that down before the end of the year. And I love Scott Grimes in the Orville. The Orville's a good show. I like the Orville.
Yes, the Orville's wonderful. And I reviewed all of the Orville. So if we ever get a season 4, I can't wait to watch the episode review it as it releases. I want a season 4. Get working on it. Anyway, it needs to be announced first.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of conflicts with the cast is the main problem I believe that they've got there.
Well,
yeah.
Seth said there will be more. And so with that, I will see you all later. Thank you, and have a fantastic Friday. Bye, guys. Kapla.
Jim, he's you.
That's impossible. The bridge is empty. It was filled with dead crewmen the last time I was here.
Are you even a captain? When you have no crew?
One man, two minds.
One of those minds was tampering with the other.
The moon's destabilizing, sir. We're experiencing undertow from both singularities.
Captain, a Klingon vessel has just entered the system.
Has your world always looked like this?
It is, as it has always been.
Look at me! Look at me. Keep your eyes on me. Doctor, when we launch that probe, the Hyalini will see in full, revealing color.
Their world is in turmoil. Technological innovation fueled solely by the desire to build more lethal weapons.
You stand here before me lecturing me about compassion.
Who do you think you are?
No matter where you go, there you are. I can think of no one better equipped to handle it, Miss Uhura.
Whoever said the human race was logical?
Brother, life's a bitch. She's back in heat. I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
Oh. This is my movie! Don't you understand? The human adventure. It's just beginning.
Learn all that is learnable.
And the ways our differences combine to create meaning and beauty.
It has always been easier to destroy than to create.
May we together become greater than the sum of both of us.
Well, now you have something new to think about. Carry on.
All right, move along. Done. Stop it. Get off of the things. Go outside. Get some food. It's like, you know, it's a time of day where you live. Go do something. Shut up, Snoopy. I don't care. You smoke too much. Let's go. Let's go adventure. Let's go explore.
See you around the galaxy.